Chapter 1891. After all, Luo Jiuchen was an old fox. He knew that Ning Xiuma was thinking of ways to reject him. If she tried to force him, he would most likely force her to submit. However, looking at her coquettish and angry appearance, he was unable to use any of his methods. Forget it. He had plenty of time to slowly grind with her. He wasn't in a hurry. He also wanted to use his charm to break her heart and make her truly his. Ning Xiuma had already begun to wander around the peak. Didn't you want to see the heavenly Tao stone? Where is it? Why can't I see it? Luo Jiuchen smiled slightly. I'll make it appear now. He formed an insignia with his fingers. A purple light emitted from his fingertips and circled around the peak. When the purple light dissipated, a snow-white boulder appeared. Ning Xiuma's gaze fell on the boulder. She was no stranger to this boulder. She had seen it before when she was with Shun Juli in her dream. So this was the heavenly Tao stone. Shun Juli was the guardian of the heavenly Tao stone. He could understand the warning on the heavenly Tao stone. When he said that there was no such warning as gods and demons falling in love will cause the heavenly tribulation, it really wasn't. Luo Jiuchen sounded proud. Only its guardian can make the heavenly Tao stone appear. Imo, do you believe that I'm a god now? Ning Xiuma was disdainful. It's just a white boulder. How can you prove that it's the heavenly Tao stone? She naturally knew that it was the heavenly Tao stone. After all, she saw it 50,000 years ago when she transmigrated. Although Shun Juli didn't explain it to her, she could see that it was unusual. She calmly looked at the heavenly Tao stone and found that it seemed to be different from 50,000 years ago. 50,000 years ago, it was snow white. There were various characters on it that she couldn't understand. The spiritual energy was so strong that she felt like she was going to fall into it at first glance. But now it was milky white. Although it was shiny, she couldn't see much spiritual energy. She had already walked around it 3 times, but she didn't feel any discomfort. Luo Jiuchen sighed softly. When the first guardian of the heavenly Tao stone dies, the heavenly Tao stone will automatically close. A second guardian must be qualified to open it again for it to show its spirituality. Then open it and let me take a look. Luo Jiuchen shook his head. Not yet. I have yet to officially become a guardian, but it will be soon. Ning Xiuma yawned. Then let's wait until you become an official guardian. She turned around and flew away from the peak. Luo Jiuchen watched her figure disappear into the night. His eyes flashed and his fingers slowly clenched. This girl has become much smarter. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get her. However, he liked challenges. The more difficult it was to get a woman, the more he wanted to chase after her. That way, he would feel a greater sense of accomplishment after he got her. However, it didn't seem to have much effect if he kept chasing her gently. Perhaps he should use some strong medicine? He took 2 steps forward. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and stopped. This girl's character had always been amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. If he pushed her too hard, he was afraid that she would fight to the death with him. That would not be worth the loss. Moreover, looking at her current appearance, she seemed to have loosened up. If he pushed her too hard, he might mess things up, forget it. I'll wait a few more days. Chapter 1892. He looked at the white stone again. If he wanted to be the guardian of the heavenly law stone, he had to fulfill the 3 conditions set by Shan Yinma. Now, he had fulfilled 2 of the 3 conditions, but the little thing still refused to tell him the 3rd one. It was a headache for him. If it were not for the rule that he could not force the person who set him free, he would have used harsh means to force the little thing to do so. The next few days were still peaceful. Ning Xiuma's injuries were mostly healed. In the past few days, Luo Jiuchen was still trying his best to please her. Ning Xiuma pretended to be polite to him and kept a distance between them. She didn't want him to stake everything on a desperate attempt, but she also didn't want him to take advantage of her. That night, she decided to sleep in the side chamber. She still had a sliver of hope in her heart and wanted to continue that dream. However, she did not know what was wrong. She did not have the dream again. The more contact she had with Luo Jiuchen, the more frightened Ning Xiuma was. Luo Jiuchen's kung fu was unfathomable. If Shun Juli's kung fu could be compared to the Pacific Ocean, then Luo Jiuchen's kung fu could be compared to the Atlantic Ocean. When she was at her peak, her kung fu could only be compared to the Arctic Ocean. Even if she wasn't injured, she wouldn't be this person's match if they really fought. She would most likely be at a disadvantage. Luo Jiuchen probably thought of this, so he was not afraid that she would deliberately delay her recovery. However, this person's patience seemed to be getting less and less. Every time he saw her, his eyes were getting hotter and hotter. Even little Nianmao could see that something was wrong. Once, the little guy jumped out and blocked Luo Jiuchen's eyes. He scolded him sternly. "Don't look at my mother like that." Luo Jiuchen's self-control was really good. He waved his fan and smiled. "Little Nianmao, is this the third condition you have for me?" Ning Xiumao was afraid that her son would agree to it out of anger. She immediately hugged her son in her arms and stuffed an apple into his mouth. Then she smiled and said, "You are joking. You are the guardian of the future. Of course, such a condition can't be ignored. Sir, please don't mislead the child. Otherwise, it will bring shame to your identity." She easily changed the topic. "Nianmao, don't mention the third condition. If he can't fulfill the third condition, he won't be able to regain his status as the guardian of the heavenly Tao. Your father still has hope of coming back. Once he completes the third condition, your father might not be able to come back." Ning Xiumao educated her son when they were resting at night. Shen Yimao nodded. "All right, I will not mention it again." Ning Xiumao was worried that Luo Jiuchen would plot against Nianmao when he was asleep, so she did not allow her son to sleep alone. Instead, he rested with her in the side chamber. "Mother, don't tell me you don't want father anymore." Little Nianmao was still worried. After all, he was still young. He always felt that his mother was too polite to Luo Jiuchen. Moreover, both of them seemed to get along well. This made him feel a little uneasy for his father. "No, your father will be my mother's husband forever. I will try to make him come back so that our family of three can reunite." Ning Xiumao's tone was firm. Little Nianmao heaved a sigh of relief and rushed in her arms. "Mother, I miss father. I miss you too." Ning Xiumao silently added in her heart, "Nianmao, I will visit Mother Earth again tomorrow. Can you stay at home alone?" Chapter 1893. Mother, what are you going to do with Mother Earth? Mother Earth may know a way to bring your father back. She also knows a lot of things that happened 50,000 years ago. I need to know all these. I will go and ask again. Because of the training these days, Shen Yimao had become more sensible. He nodded his head and said, "Okay. Mother, be careful." After a pause, he added, "Mother, don't worry. I will never mention a third condition to that person. I will not mention it, even if I am beaten to death." This child was so smart. Ning Xiumao could not help but kiss her son on his forehead. "Nianmao is so smart. Let's sleep." She raised her hand and closed the clamshell with the luminous pearl. The hall fell into darkness again. Both of them hugged each other and fell asleep. On the window of the hall, a lilac butterfly flew away. In the corridor of the waterside pavilion, Luo Jiuchen was leisurely leaning on the pillar and looking at the lake. A butterfly came through the forest and came to a stop on his fingertip. Luo Jiuchen pointed at the butterfly, and a faint blue light appeared on the butterfly. A conversation was heard from the butterfly. It was the conversation between Ning Xiumao and little Nianmao. He listened in silence, and his thin lips slowly curved into a smile after listening to their conversation. Mother Earth knew a lot of things that happened 50,000 years ago. That was great. He also wanted to know something about 50,000 years ago. It was a good opportunity to ask. As for Shun Julie, he was dead. He would never allow that person to come back. It seemed that the girl was really infatuated and still refused to give up. Then, he would help her to give up. He had to act before she did. His figure flashed and disappeared into the night. Not long after his figure disappeared, there was a flash of red light in the night. Ning Xiumao appeared in the waterside pavilion. She looked at the empty waterside pavilion and the butterfly that had been burned to ashes on the ground. She smiled gently. The mantis catches the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Luo Jiuchen had used a spell to form a butterfly to eavesdrop on her. How could she not know? She was just going with the flow. Her figure flashed, and she disappeared. Deep underground, in Li Fire Palace, The injuries on Mother Earth's body had yet to heal completely. Her body was in pain. It was real pain. It was so painful that she couldn't sleep for days and nights. Naturally, she also hated Ning Xiuma, the instigator, to the bone. She wished she could curse that unlucky girl to die a horrible death every day. That night, Mother Earth was regulating her breathing and meditating. Her heart suddenly jumped, and she opened her eyes. The unique gate of the Lifefire Palace was slammed open by a palm strike as a violet-robed young man entered. The man in purple was extremely beautiful. Mother Earth had seen quite a number of men of the highest quality in her life, but there were very few who were as beautiful as the one in front of her. Only the former venerable sovereign and the little demon who died here could compete with him. More importantly, this person's aura was extremely strong, and his skills were unfathomable. If she didn't open the Lifefire Palace's door herself, even if an atomic bomb was used to blast it open, it might not be able to do so. She didn't expect that this man would be able to do so with a single palm strike. Mother Earth's gaze shrunk, and she sized up that violet-robed young man. She spat out 2 words, "Subgod." That purple-clothed man's smile was cultured and refined, but his actions weren't cultured and refined at all. He pointed the fan in his hand diagonally, and Mother Earth, who was originally rooted to the ground, gave a mournful cry as her entire body was uprooted. This kind of forceful uprooting naturally injured her roots, and many of them were already dripping with fresh blood. Chapter 1894. That wasn't all. A huge brazier suddenly appeared under her body, and there were flames dancing wildly in it. Mother Earth curled up her roots and screamed, "Hey, what are you doing? Let's talk nicely." The purple-clothed man stood with his arms crossed and smiled brightly. "It seemed that you do have some skills. You actually saw through my real identity with a single glance. I also want to talk nicely to you, but I'm afraid you won't be honest and will say some nonsense to fool me. Therefore, I'll roast you first. Bear with it and consider if you're lying or not." Mother Earth was severely injured in the hands of Ning Xiuma, and she had less than half of her power left. She was naturally no match for this man in purple now. She, who was so strong, was like a little chick in the hands of this man in purple. She didn't even have the strength to resist. The man in purple had cast an unknown spell on her body, and all of her roots couldn't move freely. It was as if they were tied up, and they slowly fell towards the brazier. This fire wasn't ordinary fire, but a blazing fire that could burn everything. Its temperature was even higher than lava. Amidst Mother Earth's screams, one of her roots seemed to have been ripped apart by someone, and it directly fell into the brazier. With a boom, it burst into flames. These roots were Mother Earth's legs, and being burned like this, she was literally crying for her parents. She hurriedly begged the man in purple for mercy. The man in purple saw that half of the roots were burned, and only then did he ask leisurely, "Who am I?" Mother Earth blurted out, "Subgod." The handsome face of the man in purple sank. "Looks like your eyesight is blurry." With a flick of his finger, a purple light tore apart her second root, and it slowly pulled her towards the brazier. Mother Earth was scared out of her wits, and she finally understood. "Master God, you're the Master God. Pay respects to the Master God." She endured the pain and bowed to the man in purple. The man in purple smiled and accepted it. He seemed to be satisfied with this answer. Not only did he let go of her second root, he even flicked out a blue light to extinguish the flames on her first root. "In that case, I'll ask you a second question. You have to think carefully before answering." Mother Earth nodded repeatedly. "You know what happened over 50,000 years ago?" Mother Earth nodded again. "Then let me ask you, what is the so-called gods and devils can't coexist, and gods and devils in love will definitely attract heavenly tribulation?" Mother Earth froze and was slightly troubled. I can't say it, otherwise I will be punished by the heavenly Tao." Fear appeared on her face. Since the supreme divinity is the guardian of the heavenly axiom, you should know how harsh the punishment of the heavenly axiom is. The purple-robed man laughed again. "You are afraid that the heavenly Tao will punish you. Aren't you afraid that I will punish you now?" His smile was too cold, and Mother Earth trembled in fear. However, She still stubbornly closed her eyes and took in a deep breath. Being tortured by Sire is only temporary, but if I go against the heavenly Tao, I will be tortured for eternity. The purple-robed man sighed softly. That's right. You're right. You shouldn't have said it. But if you don't tell me, I won't be happy. When I'm unhappy, I want to use some special methods to make myself happy. I hope that your Excellency's bones are tough enough to resist some of my methods. He spoke so much like a tongue twister, and Mother Earth was slightly dizzy from his twisting. For a moment, she didn't understand what he meant. But soon she understood. Chapter 1895. The fingers of the man in purple were very slender and perfect. His skinning technique was also very perfect. Mother Earth's delicate skin that she was proud of was peeled open by his hands, and he tore it off bit by bit. Amidst Mother Earth's ghostly wails and howls, he was still smiling leisurely. I love skinning beauties the most. I didn't expect your skin to be so good at your age. Mother Earth would never have thought that this god's methods would be so cruel. He was even crueler than all the devils. Her blood-curdling screams almost broke through the roof of the palace, but the purple-clothed man peeled it off rather slowly, as if he was embroidering a flower. He peeled it off bit by bit, and even spoke casually, "You have to bear with it. Your beauty skin is too beautiful. I can't bear to tear it even a little, lest I ruin its perfection. That's why I'm peeling it a little slower. Also, you're bleeding too much. I'll use the fire in the basin to roast it." Mother Earth's body trembled like leaves in the rain. She finally opened her mouth without caring about anything. "Stop! Stop! I'll talk! I'll talk!" The man in purple seemed to want to continue. "I'm not done yet. It's boring for you to say it now. Why don't you carry it for a while more?" Mother Earth's voice changed. "I'll say it now, I'll say it now. That saying is actually caused by Devil Master Shiwama's curse. She was betrayed by the god and cast this curse before she died." The man in purple stopped and sighed. "So that's how it is. This is slightly troublesome. Can this curse be broken?" Mother Earth was simply afraid of his cruel methods. She was afraid he would torture her again, so she just spilled the beans. "It's not easy to break this curse, unless you can reverse time and go back to 50,000 years ago to rewrite the history of that time." The man in purple frowned. "Reverse time? That's impossible. In that case, I can't marry her either?" Mother Earth was stunned. She wanted to say something, but stopped. The man in purple immediately sensed her abnormality. "Say it quickly. I can say it, but I have to ask you to promise me a condition." The man in purple clenched his fists. "I hate it when people haggle the most." Mother Earth hurriedly said, "My condition is very easy for you to fulfill. As long as you can do it, I'll tell you everything I know." "All right, tell me about it first." "This queen does not wish to be punished by the heavenly Tao. After this queen is done speaking, I request that your excellency use divine arts to kill this queen completely and disperse my soul completely. Only a god can do that." The purple-robed man's eyes turned slightly, and he happily replied, "All right, I promise you." Only then did Mother Earth say what she wanted to say. That Devil Master Shiwama's curse back then was mainly targeted at the previous god, Shunjuli. She was afraid that she would fall in love with him after reincarnating, so she wrote, "Never love a god in all lifetimes. Love will die. If you become a demon again and love the supreme divinity wrongly, you will trigger the divine punishment and bury the entire 6 realms with you. If you want to seal Zisha, you have to sacrifice a god and a demon. Only when the 2 is left. The person sacrificing himself will be completely destroyed and will never be reincarnated." The purple-robed man's eyes lit up. "You're saying that her curse is only targeted at Shunjuli? Then it should be fine for her to marry me." Mother Earth took a deep breath. "That should be the case." The purple-robed man gave it some thought and asked again, "Do you have a way to reverse time?" Mother Earth looked at him carefully and shook her head. "No." Chapter 1896. The man in purple asked again, "If someone could travel back in time and go back to 50,000 years ago to change history, what will happen?" Mother Earth shook her head. "I don't know. If the change is not too drastic, it will be fine. If the change is too drastic, The things that happen later will not happen again. The 6 realms will be reshuffled, and the people or things that shouldn't be there will disappear automatically. The man in purple finally smiled. This time, it was a satisfied smile. That's great. Initially, he was worried that Ning Xiuma would have the ability to travel back in time to change history. Now, he was not afraid anymore. She still had little Nianma. If the change was too drastic, everything would disappear, including little Nianma. She couldn't bear it. Initially, he felt that the little guy was an eyesore, but now he felt that the little guy's existence was a weight in his hands. He already knew what he wanted to know. The man in purple smiled and gently reattached the peeled skin to Mother Earth. This action naturally made Mother Earth howl a few times. He smiled gently. I always have a tender heart for women. This skin can still grow back after I reattach it to you. It's just that hurts a little. Mother Earth trembled violently. Please keep your promise and give me a quick death. Why are you in such a hurry? Since I have promised you, I won't go back on my words. However, I still have some use for you, so I have to let you live for a few more days. If Mother Earth could set up the lightning, she would directly strike this devil-like sub-god to death. The man in purple continued. Tomorrow or the day after, Devil Master Xiuma will come again. She will probably ask you some questions. If she asks about whether Shun Juli can be resurrected, make her as desperate as possible. He gave her a lot of instructions. Although Mother Earth hated him, she had to listen to him. She nodded repeatedly and agreed. The purple-clothed man added, Don't try to play tricks on me. I'll follow her quietly tomorrow. If you say something you shouldn't say, Mother Earth kowtowed repeatedly and said that she wouldn't dare to. The man in purple was indeed very capable. Not only did he reattach Mother Earth's skin, but he also reattached her burned roots. When he was done, Mother Earth looked the same as before. He couldn't tell that she had been tortured at all. The purple-clothed man circled around her 2 more times and found that there were no more flaws. Only then did he turn around and leave. Mother Earth looked at his back view, disappearing outside the door, and a sinister look appeared in her eyes. After a while, she tilted her head and listened carefully. She heard that the fiend had indeed left her territory. She could even feel the trace of his departure. She let out a long sigh of relief and sneered in a low voice. Demon Master Xiuma's curse was not to fall in love with any god, not just Shunjuli. If you really marry her, it will definitely be a disaster. Huh? She laughed maniacally. She did not care whether the 6 realms would experience a catastrophe or not. She was about to die anyway, although the purple-clothed man had healed her. That was only on the surface. Her entire body was still in excruciating pain. How he wished he could kill himself. However, her body also had an abnormal problem. She was unable to kill herself and could only rely on external forces. However, if it wasn't for the gods, other people could only kill her body. Her soul would still be alive. At first, she was very glad that she had this skill, but now she hated it very much. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to be controlled by that fiend. Even in death, she had never suffered such a huge loss in her life. Back then, when the Devil Master came, he didn't use such cruel methods to torture her. He even made her offend the heavenly Tao completely. She hated that purple-clothed man so much that she gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. She was trembling and laughing when a voice suddenly sounded out from behind her. This person caused you so much trouble. Do you want revenge? Do you want to cooperate with me? Chapter 1897. Mother Earth suddenly turned back and was stunned. Behind her, a woman in red floated in the air. Xiuma Devil Master. Mother Earth had suffered under Ning Xiuma before, so it wasn't easy for Ning Xiuma to gain her trust with just a few words. In the beginning, Mother Earth even suspected that Ning Xiuma was a spy sent by the god that time to sound her out. Therefore, she was on her guard and made up her mind not to say anything. Ning Xiuma didn't waste time talking to her. After she appeared, she started to treat Mother Earth's injuries. Her medical expertise could be considered to have reached perfection. Mother Earth was originally in so much pain that she was about to go crazy, but after her treatment, the pain lessened by quite a bit. At least, it was within a tolerable range. Ning Xiuama then said a few words to dispel half of Mother Earth's doubts. Have you heard of the saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend? The one I like is Shun Julie, and I want him to come back. However, after this person ascends to the position of God, my husband is destined to never come back. Therefore, I have to kill him no matter what. Do you know a way to kill him? Or where is his weakness? Mother Earth's abilities might not be the highest, but her ability to gather information was still top-notch. She knew the general situation of Ning Xiuama and Shun Julie in this world. She also understood the relationship between Ning Xiuama and Shun Julie very well. Hearing Ning Xiuama say this, she believed her about 70 to 80%. The two of them conversed for a while more, and Mother Earth stretched all her roots out to the periphery of Li-Fire Palace. After confirming that Luo Jiuchen wasn't eavesdropping outside, she was slightly at ease. She naturally hated Luo Jiuchen so much that she wanted to kill him, but it was a pity she couldn't get out and couldn't take revenge. Now that Ning Xiuama asked, she had to tell her. Ning Xiuama's appearance this time was mainly to ask Mother Earth 3 questions. 1 was Xiuama's weakness, 2 was the general grudge between Xiuama and Shun Julie 50,000 years ago, and 3 was the path of time travel. It had to be said that Mother Earth was indeed someone who had lived for God, knows how many tens of thousands of years. She was extraordinarily knowledgeable. Other than the 3rd question that she couldn't give Ning Xiuama a clear answer. The first 2 questions were rather clear. As a reward, Ning Xiuama left behind a few powerful painkillers for her. These painkillers were 10 times more effective than modern painkillers like Dolendin. After Mother Earth ate 1 pill, the burning pain in her body finally disappeared. She was very satisfied. She had already violated the heavenly Tao and couldn't live anymore. She only wanted to live comfortably until the day her soul dissipated. As for other things, they weren't important anymore. The two of them decided on the show they were going to perform when she returned the next day. Who would have thought that 2 people who were originally enemies would join hands one day? When Ning Xiuama left, he felt a little rueful. There were no eternal enemies, and sometimes enemies could become allies. The next day, Ning Xiuama came again as expected and performed a show with Mother Earth. Ning Xiuama was very good at acting, and Mother Earth also cooperated seamlessly, successfully fooling the eyes of Luo Jiuchen, who had followed her secretly. During this show, Mother Earth told her that Shun Julie had disappeared and would never return. She advised her not to struggle needlessly and to make other plans. She also told her that gods and devils couldn't love each other meant that she and Shun Julie couldn't love each other for eternity. If they loved each other, they would be punished by the heavens. However, if they married other gods, they wouldn't have to worry about this. All of these conversations made Luo Jiuchen very satisfied. Chapter 1898. He watched as Ning Xiuama walked away in a daze after asking a few questions. His lips curled up slightly. He was a man of his words when he appeared in front of Mother Earth. Finally, he gave Mother Earth a quick death and set her free. At the foot of Mount Jiai, Ning Xiuama stood there and looked up at the mountain peak in a daze. After a while, she took out a few offerings and placed them on the ground. Shun Julie, are you really not coming back? How can you be so cruel? What about Nianma and I? Her tears fell like rain, and she knelt there for a long time. There was a cracking sound behind her, and Ning Xiuama suddenly turned around. Who is it? A figure in purple appeared, and his eyes were full of love. I'm Mo. When Ning Xiuama saw him, her eyes were suspicious. You? What are you doing here? Are you following me? When she said the last 4 words, her voice was a little harsh. Luo Jiuchen sighed softly. I couldn't find you in Fantian Palace, so I came down to look for you. I thought you were here. Ning Xiuama still had 2 drops of tears in the corner of her eyes, and she seemed to not believe what he said. Have you been following me since I left the palace? Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, and her face changed. She blurted out, then what about Mother Earth and I? She suddenly seemed to realize that she had said something wrong, so she stopped talking. Luo Jiuchen looked at her and saw that her pretty face was unusually pale. She indeed looked like she had suffered a blow, and it didn't look like she was faking it. Initially, he was a little suspicious about the meeting between Ning Xiuma and Mother Earth, but when he saw her expression at this moment, his suspicion disappeared without a trace. He took a step forward. I'm just worried about you. Looking at Ning Xiuma's teary eyes, he couldn't help but sigh. All right, I admit it. When you left the palace, I was already aware of it. I was afraid that you would take things too hard, so I followed behind you. However, I was only following you in secret to protect you from harm. After all, this underground journey is very dangerous. I was worried about letting you go alone. Ning Xiuma pursed her lips. She was unhappy in her heart, so her words were blunt. In any case, I'm still the Devil Master. This underground trip won't be a problem for me. Why would I need your help? I hate it when people follow me. The more she threw a tantrum, the more it seemed like a normal reaction, so Luo Jiuchen was more relieved. He didn't argue with her. Mo, I know you're in a bad mood. Why don't I take you out for a drink? At this moment, Ning Xiuma, not interested. You want to take advantage of me? Luo Jiuchen. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You think too much of me, don't you? If I want a woman, I need her to be willing. Only then will it be interesting. Ning Xiuma gave him a glance. Then remember what you said. Don't follow me. I want to be alone. She flew away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Luo Jiuchen stood on the spot and looked at her disappearing figure. He shook his head slightly and finally relaxed. When a person is sad and hopeless to the extreme, they would become irritable and speak harshly to everyone. Ning Xiuma's current actions were in line with this point. Luo Jiuchen had Sima Yi's personality. He was suspicious by nature and liked to seek confirmation from many people, afraid of being tricked by others. That was why he had appeared to test Ning Xiuma's reaction. Ning Xiuma's reaction made him very satisfied, and he no longer suspected that Mother Earth was playing tricks on him. Chapter 1899. As for Xiuma, he believed that he would deal with her forever and ever. It was just a matter of time. He raised his head to look at the mountain where Shun Juli was buried, and his lips curled into a smile. Shun Juli, you must have never thought that this day would come, right? Your god position is mine. Your wife will also be mine. Everything about you will be mine. If you know this in the underworld, despair to your heart's content. He opened his hand towards the midday sun, and Mother Earth's soul screamed in his palm. She tossed and turned in pain. You said you could make my soul scatter. Luo Jiuchen narrowed his eyes and looked at his palm that was shining on by the sun. It was as if it had been poured into sulfuric acid, and his voice was gentle. Your soul can also scatter under the sun. I'm not lying to you. You need to use divine power. That soul tossed and turned even more violently. Luo Jiuchen gave a gorgeous smile. If I can use the simplest method, why would I waste divine power? Just bear with it, and you will be free. Furthermore, only by dying like this can the next Mother Earth be born, and only then will this continent not be overturned. He wouldn't waste divine power on someone unrelated to him. Psychokinesis, inner energy, and stamina could all be regenerated very quickly, but divine power was extremely hard to regenerate. Every time it was used, it couldn't be recovered even after 1,000 years. What Mother Earth Soul was most afraid of was being exposed to the sun. To it, this kind of exposure to the sun was equivalent to being thrown into a pan of oil. She struggled and wailed in his palm for a long time before slowly dissipating. You will receive your retribution. This was what Mother Earth said before she completely dissipated. When she said this, she even smiled, and that smile made the heart of Luo Jiuchen, who was always ruthless, tighten. He wanted to ask her again, but she had already scattered with the sun. Her soul had completely scattered. Luo Jiuchen stood on the spot for a moment, and he shook his head. When a person was tortured to death, they would usually say a few ruthless words. Mother Earth's ruthless words could be said to be common. If he didn't test Ning Xiuma again, he might have been suspicious, but now there was no need for him to take this to heart. Everything was under his control. In this world, the only person he was afraid of was Shun Juli. Now that Shun Juli's soul had dissipated, He was the strongest person in this world. There was no need for him to have any scruples. As for Xiuma, she was a rose with thorns. Sooner or later, he would pull out all the thorns on her body and hold her in his hands. Demon master in this world. Only she was worthy of him. He would make her his god empress. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. The depression of being locked up for 50,000 years had finally dissipated. Red gauze curtains and festive decorations. This was the secret room that Shun Jiuli had set up as a bridal chamber. Other than the two of them, no one else knew about it. And now, this place had become Ning Xiuma's medicine refining place. Yes, alchemy. Mother Earth told her that Luo Jiuchen was a sub-god after all, so he couldn't be killed easily. Unless the purple fiend erupted again and made him willing to be a sacrifice, it was impossible to kill him completely with human strength. They could only seal him. It wasn't easy to seal him, and they had to severely injure him. However, this person wasn't much different from a god. It was hard to even break a hole in his body, let alone severely injure him. However, he had one more flaw compared to a true master god. He was afraid of heavenly water poison. As long as this poison was smeared on a weapon and slashed on his body, it could injure him and break his invulnerability spell. Chapter 1900. This was the only way to deal with him. However, the poison of heavenly water was extremely difficult to make. It required a level 9 alchemy skill, but her skill was only at level 7. Even if she had the materials, she could not make it in such a short time. Moreover, the materials needed to make this thing were very complicated. It required 49 of the most difficult herbs in the world to find. In this secret chamber, there were already 46 herbs, but 3 of the most important ones were still missing. Because they needed to be made separately, Ning Xiuema planned to make these 46 herbs together first. Then, she would take Nianma to find the other 3 herbs. The fire in the alchemy furnace was burning fiercely, and it reflected her shining eyes. It had been half a month since they returned from Mother Earth. Luo Jiuchen had made up his mind to slowly move her. In this half a month, other than chatting and drinking tea with her from time to time, he did not do anything inappropriate. On the other hand, Ning Xiuema looked as if she had just found out the truth. She locked herself in Shun Jiuli's study room and did not come out easily. She was not polite to Luo Jiuchen either. He came to invite her 10 times, but she might not come out even once. Luo Jiuchen knew that she needed time to recover, so he did not force her. Shun Jiuli was already dead. What could she do as a woman? The Devil Master's kung fu was indeed good, but compared to a sub-god like him, it was still lacking. He was not afraid of what she could do. In the past few days, when he was free, he wandered around the 6 worlds to understand the current structure of the 6 worlds. Therefore, he was also very busy and was not often in the Fantian Palace. Of course, he was suspicious by nature, so he often planted all kinds of spies around her. For example, the butterfly that could repeat the conversation of people to understand Ning Xiuema's every move. He did not expect that Ning Xiuema also installed an extremely small tracking device on him. Ning Xiuema used to be a secret agent, so she was naturally familiar with some of the modern things. As long as she understood the principles of the modern things, she could easily change the raw materials to make them. Luo Jiuchen often gave her things, and occasionally, she would give him a gift in return. The gifts were very light, either a pen or a jade button. She seemed to have given it to him casually, so Luo Jiuchen didn't have much suspicion. Of course, he still checked the things she gave him. His skills were indeed high, but he did not understand these modern things. Other than feeling that the magnetic field of these things was slightly strange, he did not feel that they were dangerous. In order to make Ning Xiuema happy, he always carried her gifts with him so that when they met, she could see them and feel touched. What he didn't know was that because of these things, Ning Xiuema knew his whereabouts like the back of her hand, so she could make her own plans. During the day, she would either practice, drink, or practice martial arts with Nianma. At night, she would bring Nianma to rest in the side chamber. The butterfly that Luo Jiuchen sent out also consumed a lot of spiritual power, so he usually sent it out during the day. When it was late at night, when Ning Shuima and her mother were resting, he would take back the butterfly and listen to it report on Ning Shuima's schedule for the day. Then, he would burn it and send a new one the next day. Perhaps he was afraid that Ning Shuima would be suspicious, so he sent a different butterfly every time, just like the other butterflies in the garden of Fantion Palace. He thought that even if Ning Shuima saw it, she would not notice it. Of course, there were also times when small accidents happened. For example, there was once when Ning Shuima brought her son to play in the garden, and the butterfly he sent landed on a flower not far behind the mother and son pair. Chapter 1901. Of course, there were also some small accidents. For example, there was one time when Ning Shuima took her son to the garden to relax. The butterfly that he sent landed on a flower not far behind them. When Shun Nianma saw it, little Nianma suddenly had the urge to catch the butterfly. The butterfly could not escape in time and fell into little Nianma's hands. He accidentally tore off 2 of its wings and pulled off its head. Therefore, when Luo Jiuchen recalled the butterfly at night, he only recalled its broken body. He could no longer report the conversation between the mother and daughter. Therefore, after 2 or 3 similar situations, Luo Jiuchen did not dare to let the butterfly get too close. He only watched from afar. Of course, the effect of such surveillance was not as good. At least, when the mother and daughter talked in a low voice, the butterfly could not hear them. Fortunately, the mother and daughter did not do anything special. After Luo Jiuchen personally watched them for a day, he did not find anything unusual. Therefore, he was relieved. It was inevitable that people would feel tired after doing the same thing. As time went by, Luo Jiuchen did not watch her so closely and sent the butterfly less frequently. Ning Shuima took advantage of this opportunity. As long as the butterfly was not around, especially in the middle of the night, she would leave a camouflage spell in the bed curtain and go into the secret chamber to refine the medicinal herbs. Another half a month had passed, and she had already refined half of the poison of heavenly water. She only needed to refine it for 1 more night, and she would be able to refine all 46 herbs into pills. When the time came, she would just have to keep the pills properly and look for the other 3 herbs. During this period, she could also practice the art of refining medicine. Once she upgraded to level 9, she could officially refine the poison of heaven water. As for the incident that happened 50,000 years ago, it was a combination of cups and cutlery. Mother Earth did not know the complete story. After all, it involved emotional issues. A slight mistake could lead to a huge difference. Therefore, Mother Earth only had a rough idea. The truth she found out was that when little Shuima was being treated for the poison of in the Fantion Palace, she didn't know if it was because the treatment wasn't done in time or for some other reason. But all her meridians were destroyed, and she became a cripple overnight. Later on, he somehow offended the Divine Lord and was chased out of the palace. He was even seriously injured. When the Devil Lord's martial arts were high, the group of devils would naturally worship her. However, once the Devil Lord's martial arts were lost, she would become a piece of fat meat. Everyone in the Devil realm wanted to eat her to increase their martial arts. Of course, there were 2 types of eating, literary eating and martial eating, when she was to roll in the sheets with her and obtain her pure Yin essence. This was to eat slowly. Martial eating meant eating her flesh and blood. The Devil Master was born and nurtured by the heavens and the earth. His spiritual power was extremely strong. According to the rumors in the Devil realm, eating a piece of the Devil Master's flesh and blood could make one immortal and increase one's flesh and blood by 1,000 years. As a result, little Shuima, who was in dire straits, became Tang Seng's meat that the demons fought over. Shuima had been fighting in the devil world for many years, so naturally, she had made countless enemies. When these enemies got the news about her, they fought fiercely. Little Shuima was caught by different devils one after another. However, because these devils were not strong enough, they did not have time to cook her before other devils snatched her away. If she encountered a nimble one, it would bite her the moment it caught her. Their bites were naturally not the bites of lovers. They would directly tear off a piece of flesh. By the time little Shuima fell into the hands of the most powerful devil, Other than her face, her whole body had been bitten until it was covered with cuts and bruises. Chapter 1902. This most powerful demon had once fought against little Shuima. He had once suffered at the hands of little Shuima when she was at her peak. Now that he had her, he naturally wanted to take revenge first. It was said that he had used dozens of torture methods on little Shuima, torturing her until she was hovering between life and death. He had even inserted a sharp tube into her heart and took a cup of her heart's blood every day. It was said that the heart's blood of the Devil Lord was the best nourishment for demons. It was a rare treasure. If it was an ordinary demon who had suffered such a serious injury and had his heart's blood taken, he would have turned into ashes in one go. Although little Shuima had lost all her power, she was still a demon born from heaven and earth. She couldn't die immediately and could only endure it every day. No one knew how she survived those days. It was only said that after the powerful demon drank enough of her heart's blood, he wanted to take her body and her primordial lien. At the critical moment, little Shuima was saved by someone. The person who saved her was Luo Jiochin. It was said that when Luo Jiochin saved her, she was only half alive and didn't recognize anyone. As long as someone approached her, she would scream. Luo Jiochin spent a lot of effort to heal her body and let her power slowly recover. After she recovered, little Shuima's temperament changed greatly. The first thing she did after she recovered was to kill her way back to the devil realm. She massacred all the devils who had betrayed her and tortured her. It was said that she thought of hundreds of ways to torture those devils. She tortured them until they were better off dead than alive. She caused the devil realm to be in a state of chaos and unrest. The rivers of the devil realm flowed with more blood than water, and the entire devil realm was filled with resentment. Little Shuima also used the flesh and blood of these demons to forge a peerless divine weapon, which was the Sky Splitter Sword. Then, she used the method taught by Luo Jiochin to refine their souls and created an invincible 1,000 demons array. Little Shuima was still a child before she met with such a great change. Every day, she longed to grow up and marry Shunjuli. She even wanted to take her entire Mo palace and fly away with Shunjuli. After the great change, she developed ambition and hatred. Finally, she was like a real demon. Little Shuima then took the divine weapon, the formation, and the many demons that she had subdued with iron and blood to conquer the 6 realms. Those who obeyed her were taken in for her own use, and those who did not were killed without exception. Wherever he went, there would be wails and cries, and rivers of blood would flow. Her brutality finally alarmed the supreme divinity who was far away in the 36th heaven. The supreme divinity finally came out of the palace and intercepted her by the Yellow Spring River in the underworld. At that time, she had already slaughtered the underworld. The elites of the underworld were all killed in that battle. Everyone was afraid of this baby-faced demon lord. Even the Lord of Hell was defeated by her and lost an arm and a leg. When Shunjuli arrived, little Shuima was seriously torturing the captive Lord of Hell. She wanted to drain his blood and absorb his soul to strengthen her 1,000 demons array. Her method of torturing him was infuriating. All the survivors trembled in fear. Shunjuli's arrival was timely. When the survivors saw him, it was as if they saw their savior. They all gathered around him. Shunjuli did not disappoint. He put righteousness before family. While he was still in the air, he sent little Shuima flying with a palm strike and saved the Lord of Hell. The Supreme Divinity's attack was naturally different from others. This palm strike directly made little Shuima vomit blood. After she got up, she laughed 3 times and did not talk nonsense with Shunjuli. Chapter 1903. After she got up, she laughed 3 times and didn't talk nonsense with Shunjuli. She only said a few words. Shunjuli, I was an idiot at first. I wanted to marry you, but now I know that gods and demons can't coexist. Let's stop talking nonsense and start fighting. Either you kill me, or I kill you. If you don't kill me, I will wipe out the 6 realms and make the whole 6 realms submit to me. After throwing out these powerful words, she directly rushed forward. It was said that Shunjuli wanted to persuade her at that time, but she didn't listen at all. She was determined to duel with Shun-Jiuli. In order to force Shun-Jiuli to fight again, she even killed the captives of the underworld who hadn't surrendered yet. Finally, she provoked Shun-Jiuli to fight with her, and a great war of gods and demons began. At this time, Xiuma was no longer the little Xiuma who relied on her own ability to cultivate. She had forcibly absorbed the strength of many powerhouses of the Six Realms during the expedition. Although she was still short, her strength had increased by many times compared to before. Her evil skills were amazing. In a short time, she was able to tie with Shun-Jiuli. But after a long time, her strength couldn't be maintained. The Great War of Gods and Demons recorded in the Six Realms book from 50,000 years ago was summarized in 4 words. Evil can't prevail over good. After the two fought fiercely for 3 days and 3 nights, little Xiuma was defeated by Shun-Jiuli. Shun-Jiuli once again destroyed her strength and captured her alive. Devil Lord Little Xiuma had committed a lot of evil deeds in this expedition to the Six Realms. Millions of creatures from the Six Realms were buried in this expedition. The resentment of the entire Six Realms soared to the skies. After being captured alive, she was brought back to the Pantheon Palace. The survivors of the Six Realms were all agitated, and they wrote petitions to the Brahma Palace, demanding that the little demon master be severely punished. Every day, a large number of leaders of the Six Realms would kneel in front of the Brahma Palace, demanding that the little demon master, who had disrupted the order of the Six Realms, be sentenced to capital punishment as a warning to others. It was said that the supreme divinity allowed those people to kneel and did not come out. At the same time, because too many souls had died unjustly in that war, and there was no time to purge them, the resentment of these souls gradually formed the 8 purple evils in the Six Realms and began to bring disaster to the Six Realms. At first, no one took the Purple Fiend seriously. By the time they realized it, the Purple Fiend had already begun to wreak havoc in the Six Realms. Everywhere it went, everything went crazy. Most of the creatures in the Six Realms that had been invaded by the Purple Evil Spirit had completely turned into mindless monsters that only knew how to bite people. This was a truly apocalyptic calamity. The Purple Evil Poison was like a deadly contagious disease, spreading through the Six Realms at a terrifying speed. 2 days. In just 2 short days. In the Six Realms, except for those with extremely high cultivation, basically everyone had been poisoned. There was no cure for the Purple Evil Poison, and those who were infected with it could only be killed. As a result, a lot of resentment had been added, making the already devastated Six Realms even worse. By the time the leaders of the Six Realms realized that something was wrong, it was already too late to save the situation. On the 3rd day, Shun-Jiuli finally left the palace, gathered the surviving leaders of the Six Realms, and told them the way to seal the Purple Evil Poison. That was to gather the strength of the survivors to set up a sealing array, and he was responsible for attracting all the Purple Evil Poison into the array. At that time, there were no more than 1,000 survivors in the Six Realms. These 1,000 people used their lifetime cultivation to set up the sealing array at the foot of Jai Mountain according to Shun-Jiuli's instructions. After Shun-Jiuli attracted all the billowing Purple Evil Poison into the array, he activated the array. Chapter 1904. Because this calamity was caused by little Xiuma, the 8 evil beasts formed by the Purple Fiend hated her to the core. They had to use her as a sacrifice to seal it. In the end, Shun-Jiuli placed righteousness above family and pushed little Xiuma, who had lost her power, into the eye of the formation. She sacrificed the 8 evil beasts to seal the Purple Fiend successfully, and before little Xiuma jumped, she swore such a vicious oath in the name of Devil Master. Even though the Purple Fiend was successfully sealed, those people who set up the formation had used their lifetime's worth of power. Without the protection barrier, they were infected by the Purple Fiend poison. Before the poison took effect, these people all committed suicide or killed each other. In the end, Shun-Jiuli also used his lifetime's worth of power to condense the rain of purification. That heavy rain fell for 7 days and 7 nights. Finally, all the remaining Purple Fiend in the world was purified. This allowed the six realms to recuperate after many years, allowing this land to give birth to new living beings of the six realms. This was the truth from 50,000 years ago that Ning Shuima learned from Mother Earth. In a short sentence, she summarized little Shuima's sad and lamentable life. When Ning Shuima heard this truth, she was also stunned for a while. After all, it was her previous life, so she was naturally very sensitive to her previous life's thoughts. Even a little Shuima didn't know love at that time, and even the things she said and did made people not know whether to laugh or cry. She really liked Shunjuli. Or rather, it was love. It was just that she didn't understand it. Being hurt by the person she loved time and time again. It was no wonder her temperament changed drastically and she became a true devil. Or maybe when she conquered the six realms, she wanted to force Shunjuli to come out and give her an explanation. At that time, she really didn't want to live anymore. After all, Mother Earth's explanation was too general. There were some internal matters that even she wasn't clear about. Ning Shuima had already seen part of the scene from 50,000 years ago in her dream. Before she possessed little Shuima, Shunjuli cared about little Shuima. Because of Shunjuli's carelessness, he didn't detoxify little Shuima in time, causing her to suffer from chi deviation and vomit blood. She even fainted. Her meridians were probably destroyed at that time. If Shunjuli hadn't possessed his body, he would have most likely used some special method to detoxify little Shuima. In that case, Shunjuli would have lost nearly half of his divine power. However, he had done it willingly. He shouldn't have vented his anger on her after saving little Shuima. He shouldn't have driven her out when she had lost all her power, right? He was an ultimate god, so he should know the consequences of doing so. What happened after that to make him make such a brainless decision? Why did he make little Shuima fall into the abyss and couldn't climb back up again? It caused such serious consequences. Ning Shuima was puzzled. She couldn't wait to travel back in time to take a look, but this kind of travel didn't seem to be something she could decide. It seemed that she still needed a chance. She sighed softly. There was still a knot in her heart that she couldn't untie. In fact, she really wanted to travel back in time to change the whole story's content and ending, but she was afraid that if she changed everything, there wouldn't be any resentment later. Even Shui Yimo and Ning Shuima wouldn't appear again. Naturally, there wouldn't be little Nianma. She didn't know how many people's fates would be changed and how many people would disappear inexplicably. After changing the ending, she might not even have the memories of Ning Shuima and Shui Yimo. Naturally, there wouldn't be any resentment between her and Shunjuli. Chapter 1905. Even though these grudges were painful and bitter, they had left a deep impression on her. These memories were extremely precious, and she didn't want to lose them. Furthermore, Mother Earth had also said that even if she had a way to transmigrate, she couldn't tell the people in that world that she was from the future. Otherwise, she would disappear again. Mother Earth had also said that this method of transmigration was extremely dangerous. If she wasn't careful, her soul wouldn't be able to find the way back. She wouldn't be able to stay in the past and could only get lost in the long river of time before gradually dissipating. If she wanted Shunjuli to return, she had to transmigrate and change little Shuima's oath. However, what should she do? Ning Shuima's head started to hurt from thinking. She was in a daze when she suddenly sensed something, and her expression changed. Luo Jiuchen had barged into her side chamber. Her camouflage could fool that stupid butterfly he made, but it couldn't fool his magic eyes. He should be able to see through it quickly. Ning Shuima looked at the jade tracker bracelet on her wrist and could clearly see the light that represented Luo Jiuchen rushing in her direction. Not good. She couldn't let him find out that she was refining pills. Ning Shuima jumped up. Bang! The door of the study was kicked open, and a purple figure barged in. However, he paused when he saw the scene in the study. Under the gentle, luminous pearl, Ning Shuima was sitting in front of the table, flipping through a book. Her hand trembled when he kicked the door open, and the book fell to the ground. She suddenly raised her head, and a pair of clear eyes landed on his body. "You gave me a fright. Why did you barge in so fiercely?" Luo Jiuchen didn't say anything, and his eyes landed on the book. He raised his hand, and the book landed in his hand. He skimmed through the contents, and it was a book on cultivation spells. Looking at the handwriting, it was written by Sean Julie. Why are you reading in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Luo Jiochin moved slightly closer to her. There was a strong smell of alcohol on his body, and his handsome face was slightly red. His eyes were almost dripping with water. Ning Xiuma pulled the book out of his hand and moved the chair back a little to put some distance between them. I slept too much during the day and can't sleep now, so I can't read a book. There was some suspicion in Luo Jiochin's eyes. Why did you come here to read a book and put a fake person there? Who are you trying to fool? Ning Xiuma's pretty face darkened. You were spying on me? Luo Jiochin paused. He had secretly made the butterfly. Naturally, he didn't want Ning Xiuma to know. After being scolded by her, he paused for a moment and shook his head. No, I just came back to see if you were asleep, but I felt that the aura inside wasn't quite right, so I went and take a look. Why did you make a dummy? Ning Xiuma still did not look good. Nianma is timid and can't leave me. I was afraid that he would be scared when I came out, so I made a dummy to share the bed with him so that he could sleep better. But you, sir, don't you think it is rude to break into a woman's bedroom in the middle of the night without her permission? Ning Xiuma took the initiative to attack after Luo Jiochin. He paused for a moment and then answered, I'm just worried about you. Ning Xiuma's voice was faint. It is very safe in Fantian Palace. What are you worried about? Well, it is getting late. I'm going to rest. She did not want to be entangled with him anymore, so she stood up and walked out. Luo Jiochin felt that something was wrong, but he could not figure out what was wrong. He was about to follow her out, but suddenly he stopped. His nose twitched. Why is there a smell of medicine? Chapter 1906. Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat. Although the alchemy room was in a secret room, she just came out in a hurry and didn't have time to clear the smell of medicine. Fortunately, she was prepared to fool Luo Jiochin. Her fingertips turned in her sleeve, revealing a small part of her arm. There was a wound on her arm, and the wound was smeared with ointment. A faint smell of medicine came from her arm. I hurt my arm a little when I was practicing martial arts, so I applied some ointment. The ointment on Ning Xiuma's wound smelled almost the same as the one Luo Jiochin smelled. Luo Jiochin was no longer suspicious and sighed. Amo, why are you so careless? Let me see. He raised his hand to touch Ning Xiuma's arm, but Ning Xiuma stepped back and avoided his hand. It's nothing. It's just a small wound. She quickly walked out. A shadow blurred in front of her. Luo Jiochin blocked her way. Amo. Ning Xiuma's head almost collided with his chest. His action was just right, causing Ning Xiuma to almost crash into his chest. She quickly stepped back. What are you doing? Luo Jiochin's smell of alcohol became stronger. Amo, I'm very sad. He took 2 steps forward and forced Ning Xiuma directly against the wall. Amo, don't you understand my feelings for you? He won't come back. When will you accept me? She didn't know how much he drank, but his dark eyes were faintly showing signs of red at the moment. His whole body was less than half a foot away from Ning Xiuma. When he opened his arms against the wall, Ning Xiuma was almost in his arms. Late at night, a drunk man and a woman alone in a room. Such a scene was too dangerous for a woman, especially when he was so close to her. The smell of alcohol on his body made her dizzy. Ning Xiuma slightly frowned. Her body flashed, and she used a spell to teleport herself out. In the blink of an eye, she was at the door. She coldly glanced at him, standing in the room. You're drunk. Go back. Also, don't come here again. This was Shun Julie's study room. Other than Shin Yinma, Ning Xiuma did not want anyone else to come here. She did not want any irrelevant people to be contaminated by the smell of this place. Even the 8 mythological beasts did not dare to set foot in this place, let alone Luo Jiochin. His presence here made Ning Xiuma feel like he was tarnishing this place. She couldn't help but wave her sleeve and use purification to purify the air in the room. Shun Jili didn't like to drink. She couldn't let Luo Jiochin's alcohol smell in here. Luo Jiochin was stunned for a moment before his eyes narrowed, and he suddenly laughed. Mo, it seems that you won't give up until this king uses a thunderous method. You've been thinking about him, haven't you? She couldn't forget him, could she? These things can also evoke your memories of him. Then let's just destroy it. He waved his sleeve, and a fireball blasted towards the bookshelves in the corner. Ning Xiaomo was shocked and quickly used a spell to block it. She directly created a barrier in front of the bookshelves. The fireball hit the barrier with an unusually strong force. Ning Xiaomo was shocked, and her face turned slightly pale. You're crazy. Luo Jiuchen squinted his eyes. Let's see how long you can block it. There is nothing that I can't do. He waved his sleeve again, and countless fireballs blasted towards the bookshelves on the four walls. He deliberately wanted to destroy this place. Ning Xiaoma's face changed drastically. Basically, all of Shun Julie's things were in this study room. If it was destroyed, there would be nothing left. Almost without hesitation, she suddenly used the wood element water wall technique. Chapter 1907. Almost without thinking, she suddenly released the wood attributed water wall technique and set up a barrier around the study, protecting all the bookshelves inside. Luo Jiuchen's flames hit her barrier one after another. His divine power was similar to Shun Julie's, and Ning Xiaoma's cultivation had not fully recovered. So how could she be his opponent? Her face turned white from the shock, and she directly spat out blood. Get out of the way. Luo Jiuchen's face also sank. Today, this lord must destroy this place. You're dreaming. Ning Xiaoma only replied with one sentence. Very good. Then you can see if this lord is dreaming or not. Luo Jiuchen was also angry. His fingers in his sleeves flicked, and countless fireballs whistled through the air. The wind was sharp, and the sound was like a whistle, shocking the ears. It was clear that in order to destroy these books, he had used 80% of his strength. Not to mention the bookshelves, even if his fireballs were to destroy a palace, it would be enough. Every fireball was powerful enough to turn a palace into ashes. Not to mention, there were so many of them. So many fireballs bombarded Ning Xiaoma's barrier, causing her body to sway several times. Stars appeared in front of her eyes, and the barrier she set up emitted cracking sounds as if it was on the verge of breaking. She spat out a mouthful of blood, but still stubbornly stood there, not retreating a single step. Luo Jiuchen probably did not expect that she would fight so hard to protect these books. He drank too much, and his temper was aroused. He raised his head and laughed. Mo, it seems that if this lord doesn't teach you a lesson, you won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He directly sent a palm towards Ning Xiaoma. The purple light was like lightning, dazzling and shining, showing no mercy at all. Ning Xiaoma's face turned pale. She unsheathed the sky splitter and cut the purple light. With a thunderous sound, Ning Xiaoma was forced to take a few steps back. The sky splitter sword was stimulated by the purple light and trembled in Ning Xiaoma's hand as if it had gone crazy. The entire sword hilt was purple-red. This purple light was clearly not an ordinary flame. After the sky splitter sword was burned red by the purple light, its temperature reached 1,000 degrees. If it was an ordinary steel sword, it would have been melted by the purple light. Although the sky splitter sword was a divine sword, it was still as hot as a hot iron. Sharp whistling sounds came from the sword, which were the painful cries of the imprisoned devil spirit. Although Ning Xiaoma's palm was protected by psyche power, she was still scalded by the sword hilt. However, she held on to it tightly. She felt that there were countless demonic forces drilling into her arm from the sword hilt and quickly spreading throughout her body. Her black eyes gradually turned red. Luo Jiuchen, if you want to destroy this place, you'll have to do it over my dead body. She held the sky splitter sword in front of her chest. She still tried her best not to fight with Luo Jiuchen here. With her and Luo Jiuchen's skills, once they really fought, they could directly tear the palace into pieces. This was something she would never allow. Therefore, she was mainly defending with all her might. Even if she was seriously injured, she was not willing to take a step back. The more she acted like this, the angrier Luo Jiuchen became. A ruthless look appeared in his eyes. Mo, you asked for it. He wanted to give Ning Xiaoma a bloody lesson and also wanted to establish his prestige in front of her. He wanted her to know when to advance and when to retreat. He wanted her to know that he was the one who had the final say in this world. He was the master of the 6 realms, and no one could challenge his authority. He would not kill her, but he would leave her with one last breath. Anyway, he had the ability to save her, so he was not afraid of her running away. He wanted her to know that he was her sky. Chapter 1908. No matter how capable the other man was, he was now a dead man and could no longer protect her. She had to accept the reality. With this purpose in mind, he attacked Ning Xiumal mercilessly. Rays of purple light were thrown at Ning Xiumal one after another. Ning Xiumal desperately resisted and swore to live and die with the study. "Don't hurt my mother." Suddenly, there was a sharp cry from a boy outside the door. A small white light was thrown at Luo Jiuchen. "Nianma." Ning Xiumal's face changed. She could risk her life, but not her child. "Nianma, back off." She desperately rushed in the direction of little Nianma. The white light that Shin Nianma launched did not pose any threat to Luo Jiuchen. He did not even try to avoid it. The white light was dissolved by him before it could get close to him. Luo Jiuchen had always disliked Shin Nianma. When he saw him appear at this time, he almost did not think and hit Shin Nianma with his palm. Ning Xiumal was originally seriously injured, but in order to save her son, she was willing to risk her life. Her figure was as fast as lightning as she pounced on her son. Almost at the same time, Luo Jiuchen's purple light ball arrived. It smashed right into Ning Xiumal's back. Ning Xiumal's body was weak, but she desperately pushed her son away. "Run!" Shin Nianma was pushed away, and Ning Xiumal fell to the ground. Her back seemed to be broken, and her vision turned black. "Mother!" Little Nianma shouted and turned around to rush directly to Ning Xiumal. Luo Jiuchen used the wine to cover his face. He waved his sleeve, and another purple light ball was thrown at little Nianma. "Little master!" The 8 mythological beasts appeared together. 8 figures were emitting different light waves and intertwined in the sky above the mother and daughter. However, the purple light ball that Luo Jiuchen launched was too powerful. The wizardry barrier set up by the 8 mythological beasts could not stop his attack. With a loud bang, the purple light ball penetrated the wizardry barrier, and the barrier set up by the 8 mythological beasts dissipated like glass. However, the purple ball did not stop and continued to shoot toward little Nianma. Even Ning Xiumal and the 8 mythological beasts could not stop the purple light ball. If it hit little Nianma, it was hard to imagine what would happen. Most likely, he would be smashed into pieces and disappear. Ning Xiumal wanted to stop him, but all the bones in his body felt like they were about to break. He couldn't even lift a finger, let alone stop him. Boom! The purple light ball finally hit Shin Nianma. Ning Xiumal was scared out of her wits. Just as she was about to hug her son, something incredible happened. Suddenly, a layer of dazzling white light burst out from Shin Nianma's body. The purple light ball hit the white light and flew back like a meteor. Moreover, their speed was 10 times faster than when they came. Luo Jiuchen didn't expect his attack to fly back. He couldn't dodge in time and was hit in the chest by the purple light ball. The power of the purple light ball was 10 times stronger than when it went. With a crack, Luo Jiuchen was almost sent flying by his own purple light ball. He took a few steps back, and his vision turned black. His chest was very painful. He subconsciously touched it with his hand and found that 3 of his ribs were broken. His chest was tight, and he vomited. He vomited wine and blood. His body swayed for a moment, but he stood firm again. He looked at Shin Nianma in disbelief. He found that the little guy had jumped up and blocked in front of Ning Xiumal. He stared at Luo Jiuchen with his big eyes. "Don't hurt my mother." Chapter 1909. The little guy was not injured at all, so his voice was full of energy. Ning Xiumal was lying on the ground. Her face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She was obviously seriously injured, but she still struggled to stay awake. She wanted to get up several times to protect her son, but she was not strong enough. Luo Jiuchen vomited the wine and recovered a lot. When he saw Ning Xiumal in such a state, his heart ached, and he wanted to go forward. "Don't come over." Shen Yinma stood in front of him like a fierce tiger. At the same time, the 8 mythological beasts surrounded Ning Xiuma to protect her. Get out of the Fanteon Palace. You are not welcome here. Shen Yinma's eyes were red, and his little fists were clenched tightly. Luo Jiuchen stopped and sneered. I think you have misunderstood. This is the place where the Divine Lord lives. Now that I am the Divine Lord, this is my territory. Nonsense. This is my father's place. Every blade of grass and every tree belongs to my father. It has nothing to do with you. Get out. The Fanteon Palace was built by the heavenly law for the Guardian. It is not a family. Only the Guardian is the owner of this place. Your father's soul has been destroyed and will never come back. I am now the Guardian of the heavenly law, so this is my territory. If anyone wants to leave, it should be you. Luo Jiuchen was angry. Bastard, you are the one who has been destroyed. My father is just recuperating. He will come back. Get out of here. Don't dirty this place. Shen Yinma yelled. If he did not know that he was not a match for this person, he would have beaten him up. He could not wait to throw this person out of the Fanteon Palace. Is this your third request? Luo Jiuchen suddenly asked. Shen Yinma was about to answer, yes. Yinma. Ning Xiuma suddenly called out. Her call woke Shen Yinma up instantly. He quickly shut his mouth and then said coldly to Luo Jiuchen, in your dreams. Then, he quickly turned to look at his mother. When he saw her, his tears came out again. His mother's injuries were too severe. Her face was as pale as snow. She tried to get up several times, but to no avail. As he moved, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Luo Jiuchen's gaze fell on her. His eyes flickered slightly, and a trace of regret flashed across his eyes. He was afraid that he would push her even further away. But would she change her mind if he treated her well? Probably not, right? Since that was the case, he might as well go all the way. He looked at the surrounding walls, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. That person had left too many traces here, so he might as well destroy them all. He suddenly waved his sleeves. 8 balls of light flew towards the 4 walls. If he wanted to destroy it, he would destroy it completely. Ning Xiuma was shocked, and Shen Yinma screamed, You are not allowed to destroy my father's things. His little body desperately rushed toward a purple light ball. Boom, boom, boom. With several sounds, the bookshelves on the 4 walls were hit by the balls of light and shook violently. At the same time, little Yinma's body also hit a ball of light. Therefore, a strange situation happened again. Little Yinma's body emitted an extremely bright white light again, and the purple light ball was reflected back. Luo Jiuchen was prepared for the moment when little Yinma rushed out. When he saw the purple light ball was reflected back, his handsome face darkened, and he immediately shot another ball to stop the one that was reflected back. The 2 balls of light collided and made an earth-shattering noise. Chapter 19:10. Luo Jiuchen's body flew straight out and hit a bookshelf with a loud bang. The bookshelf shook again. Luo Jiuchen's vision turned black. He was hit by the light balls twice with 10 times the power. Even he cannot bear it. He vomited blood again. Young master, he can't hurt you. Bai Zhe shouted. He seemed to have thought of something. He can't hurt the person who let him out. This must have been set up by the Divine Lord. She was afraid that he would bite the hand that fed him. Shen Yinma also understood, and his courage increased a lot. Hey, he can't destroy the bookshelves here either. The Divine Lord must have set up something here, so that no one could destroy it. She also shouted. Luo Jiuchen looked at the bookshelves around. After being hit by him, the bookshelves were still intact. None of the books on them had fallen. It was a slap in the face. Luo Jiuchen was furious. He did not believe that he could not destroy a few broken bookshelves. However, with this child here, he would be hurt if he tried to protect the bookshelves. He was cunning. He waved his left sleeve and shot a purple light ball toward Ning Xiuma. At the same time, he also waved his right sleeve and shot the red lotus fire at the bookshelves. Little Yinma was indeed more important to protect his mother. He blocked the purple light ball, but he could not block the red lotus fireballs. The red lotus light ball shot onto the bookshelf, and the bookshelf suddenly moved. The 4 bookshelves spun around in the hall, and the 4 bookshelves turned into 16 bookshelves. White light rose from the 16 bookshelves, and the 16 white lights intertwined in the air. A white-clothed figure slowly emerged from the white light. Luo Jiuchen suddenly took a step back. Shin Yanma shouted happily, "Father!" He jumped up and rushed over. He thought that he could jump into his father's arms, but he did not expect that it would be like the last time. His little body went directly through the white figure. The white figure was not real. Little Nianma was stunned. He finally had experience. He looked at the illusory figure of his father with tears in his big eyes. Why? Why was it that when he finally saw his father, it was another shadow? When would the real person come back? When would she be able to hug him? When would he be able to protect him and his mother? Ning Xuemal finally caught her breath. With the help of Qiongqi, she managed to stand up. She also looked at the shadow. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he pursed his lips tightly. She was more knowledgeable than Shun Yanma, so she knew that it was just a shadow. It was similar to the 4-dimensional imaging technology in science fiction. Once the mechanism was triggered, the shadow would appear. It seemed that Shun Juli had thought of everything. He thought that once Luo Jiuchen was released, he might destroy the things in Fantian Palace. So he had set up this trap in advance. Divine Lord. Although it was only a shadow, the 8 divine beasts still bowed down and kowtowed, just like before. The figure was dressed in white and had black hair, just like his usual attire. His expression was as cold as before. His eyes fell on Luo Jiuchen as he slowly said, "You are not allowed to destroy anything in Fantian Palace. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it." His voice was like a cold spring, flowing through the air. Luo Jiuchen was stunned. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the shadow in front of him with deep hatred. Suddenly, he looked up and laughed. "Shun Juli, you are already dead. Do you still want to care about everything?" Chapter 1911. You are not allowed to destroy anything in the Fantian Palace. The shadow spoke again and repeated the previous words mechanically, but this time, the voice seemed to be colder. "Okay, I will not destroy anything in the Fantian Palace." Luo Jiuchen suddenly laughed. His smile was still beautiful, but it gave people a sense of coldness. "Then, how about I bully your wife in front of you?" As soon as he finished the sentence, he suddenly reached out and shot a purple light toward Ning Xuema. Shun Yanma and the rest of the people's attention were focused on Shun Juli's shadow, so they were caught off guard. Ning Xuema's waist was tightened, and in a blink of an eye, she fell into Luo Jiuchen's arms. "Mother!" Shun Yanma was shocked and rushed over. "Let go of my mother!" At this moment, Luo Jiuchen also understood that he could not attack Shun Yanma, so he took Ning Xuema and retreated quickly to avoid Shun Yanma's attack. Now that he had offended them, he did not mind offending them further. He wanted to let these people know who was the master of this place. Ning Xuema's whole body was in pain. She wanted to struggle, but she did not have the strength to. Luo Jiuchen's lips curved into a cruel smile. His fingers hooked Ning Xuema's collar. "Amo, are you still not giving up?" He protected his son and the bookshelves, but he did not protect you. This shows that he does not care about you. Why do you have to protect yourself for him? Why don't you be with me? I will make you my queen. From now on, you will only be under one person and above everyone else. You will be worshipped by everyone. Isn't that better? His words were very vicious, but Ning Xuema did not listen at all. She raised her hand and wanted to use her magic, but she was restrained by him and could not move for a while. "Amo, you are too stubborn. If that is the case, don't blame me for using ruthless means." He hooked his finger and tore Ning Xuema's collar. Some women would only be loyal to you if you had her body. This was the experience that Luo Jiuchen had gained from traveling in the 6 realms 50,000 years ago. Therefore, he wanted to try it on Ning Xuema. He liked her and had been thinking about her for more than 50,000 years. If it was not because he wanted to scheme against Shun Juli and used her as a chess piece, perhaps she would have been his. Now that he had raped her in front of Shun Juli's shadow, he felt a sense of accomplishment, even though he knew that the shadow was ignorant. In the current 6 realms, he was the strongest, and in Fantian Palace, he had an absolute advantage. If he wanted a woman, no one would be able to stop him. When Shun Yinma saw that his mother was being bullied, he was furious. He kept attacking Luo Jiuchen. As long as Luo Jiuchen did not attack him, there was nothing he could do. Luo Jiuchen moved around the room, and Shun Yinma missed him. In the process, he also tore Ning Shuima's clothes. The 8 mythological beasts were also extremely angry. Although the great Devil Master was not officially married to the Divine Lord, she was already the mistress in the eyes of the 8 mythological beasts. How could they be willing to see her being humiliated at this moment? They also pounced on Luo Jiuchen and wanted him to put her down. The originally peaceful study room was now in chaos. Ning Shuima's acupoints had already been sealed, so she didn't even have the strength to struggle. The moment Luo Jiuchen's thin fingers touched her skin, her eyes seemed to be dyed with blood. She spat out word by word, "Luo Jiuchen, you will pay for everything you've done today." Chapter 19:12. His voice was as cold as a curse, and Luo Jiuchen was stunned. Little Nianma took the opportunity to pounce on Luo Jiuchen with bloodshot eyes. He grabbed Luo Jiuchen's arm and tried to bite it. Luo Jiuchen had a protective wizardry barrier around him, so little Nianma could not bite him. However, the little guy in front of him seemed to have a special body. His little white teeth sank deep into his flesh, and blood instantly oozed out. He was in so much pain that he trembled. He suddenly swung his arm and threw the little guy away. He used a normal physical attack and only threw the little guy away. He did not hurt him, so he did not suffer any backlash. Shin Yinma kicked the wall with his little feet and somersaulted in the air. He rushed back like a cannonball. His eyes were bloodshot. "Let go of my mother." His father once told him to learn his skills so that he could protect his mother when he grew up. However, now his mother was being bullied, and he could not do anything about it. It almost drove him crazy. For the first time in his life, the little boy was extremely angry. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling. Seeing that he was rushing over again, Luo Jiuchen frowned and dodged again. However, he laughed. "Little Nianma, there's only one way to make me let go. Say it as the third condition. Otherwise, you can only watch your mother being bullied by me." Shin Yinma's eyes were bloodshot. "Ew, Nianma, you can't," Ning Shuima hurriedly said, but before she could finish, Luo Jiuchen hit her acupoint to mute her. Luo Jiuchen looked at her coldly. "Would you rather be bullied by me than let me be the master of this world? Do you still think that he can come back?" He raised his hand to tear her thin clothes. "My third condition is that you cannot touch anything that belongs to the former Divine Lord, including her, including people." Little Nianma suddenly said word by word. Luo Jiuchen was stunned. He thought that little Nianma's condition was to let go of his mother and not harm her. He did not expect the little guy to make such a request. He did not want to agree. When he was about to refute, little Nianma said again, "This is the only condition. I swear that I will never change it. I'll count to 10. If you don't agree, then you'll never hear the third condition, and you'll never become the master of heaven and earth." The little fellow's words were sonorous and forceful, and Luo Jiuchen froze again. Seeing that the little fellow was counting quickly and was about to reach 10, Luo Jiuchen didn't want to miss out on this opportunity to become the master of heaven and earth. He made up his mind and said, "Okay, I promise you." Following his promise, a bolt of golden lightning fell from the sky, signifying that the promise had been made. At the same time, Luo Jiuchen's body also emitted rings of brilliant 7-colored light, gradually forming a halo behind him, like the light of Buddha. He had finally become the master of heaven and earth. He had finally become the guardian of the heavenly Tao. Since he had made a promise, he could no longer violate Ning Shuima's wishes and violate her. Otherwise, he would be locked back into the bell and would never be able to come out again. He put Ning Shuima down and unsealed her acupoints. I'm sorry. I had no choice. I didn't really want to hurt you." In response, Ning Shuima slapped him across the face. It was unusually loud and clear as it hit his handsome face. His eyes flashed as he accepted the slap. Ning Shuima was seriously injured, so the strength she could use was limited. At most, this slap would only make his cheeks turn red. Chapter 19:13. Ning Xiuma was seriously injured, so the amount of strength she could use was limited. At most, her slap only made his cheeks turn red, but it didn't cause any real harm to him. Amo, I know you're angry, so I will give you a few slaps to vent your anger. I will not avoid it. Luo Jiuchen was still smiling, and his eyes were even sincere. From now on, if he wanted to get Ning Xiuma, he could only pursue her seriously and not force her. He thought that after hearing his words, Ning Xiuma would say, I will not slap you. I am afraid of dirtying my hands. He even thought of a countermeasure. However, he did not expect Ning Xiuma to smile. Okay, you said it. She raised her hand and slapped him dozens of times in a row. Luo Jiuchen was speechless because he had said that he would not avoid it. Naturally, he could only endure it. His handsome face was slapped until it turned purple. He could not smile anymore. In the end, he finally took a step back and avoided Ning Xiuma's hand. Are you done? Ning Xiuma took a few breaths. After all, she was seriously injured and could barely stand. At this moment, her wrist was numb. She rubbed her wrist and only said one word to Luo Jiuchen. Go away. Luo Jiuchen was angry. You should go away. I'm the real owner of Fantian Palace now. Ning Xiuma took another breath. Okay, then let's go. Luo Jiuchen choked. I didn't chase you away. You seem a little annoyed. Although this place already belongs to me, you can still stay here. I'm not such a heartless person. All right, it's getting late. I'm going to rest. He turned and left in a hurry. He knew that if he stayed, it would only make things worse. So, it was better to leave. Ning Xiuma's eyes flickered slightly. It was good that the bastard left. She would leave, but she would leave with what she should take with her. The door of Fantian Palace slowly closed behind them. The 8 mythological beasts escorted Ning Xiuma and little Nianma out of the palace. Luo Jiuchen stood at the door, unwilling to give up. His eyes fell on Ning Xiuma. Imo, do you have to leave? Ning Xiuma ignored him and let Xiong Qi carry her forward. Imo, I'll definitely make you come back in the future, Luo Jiuchen said from behind, as if he was making a vow. Ning Xiuma still didn't look back, but the corners of her lips curled up slightly. She would definitely come back to take his life. The 8 divine beasts clustered around the two of them and left without looking back. They gradually disappeared into the distance. Luo Jiuchen stood alone in front of Fantian Palace, looking at her back, his fingers clenched in his sleeves. After a while, he slowly smiled. It seemed that this girl was still very forgetful. Did she forget what happened 50,000 years ago when she lost her power and was driven out of the Fantian Palace? Although she did not lose her power this time, there was not much difference between such a serious injury and losing her power. If she returned to the Devil Kingdom in this state, it would undoubtedly be no different than a sheep in a pack of wolves. As long as he revealed the news to the people in the Devil Kingdom, the tragedy of 50,000 years ago would definitely happen again. He could not hurt her because of the oath, but it did not mean that others could not hurt her. As long as he did not do it himself, it would not be considered a violation of the oath. He would save her after she was tortured to the brink of death. Then, she would understand that she could not go anywhere except Fantian Palace. Naturally, she would seek his protection and agree to any of his conditions. Chapter 19:14. He turned around and looked at the gate of the Fantian Palace. A real smile finally appeared on his face. He had finally become the master of the Fantian Palace. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. From now on, the 6 realms would belong to him. He had finally ascended to the highest position. He turned around and entered the palace. The entire Fantian Palace was quiet, and there was no sound at all. The wind blew through the treetops, and he could only hear his own footsteps on the stone pavement. He thought that the 8 mythological beasts were the guardian beasts of heaven and earth, so he wanted to force them to stay. However, Baizé's words made him speechless. We were saved by the Divine Lord. We are only loyal to the Divine Lord and his descendants. Luo Jiuchen could not force them to stay, so he could only watch them leave with Ning Xiuma and her daughter. It did not matter. Even if there was no one here now, it did not matter. As long as he sat on the throne, he would not be afraid that no one would be loyal to him. He strolled to the door of Shun Julie's study and wanted to push the door open. He wanted to go in and see the books left by Shun Julie. Since he could not destroy them, he could at least read them. However, he did not expect to encounter an obstacle when he pushed the door open. The door disappeared, and the entire study was shrouded in a cloud of white light. Luo Jiuchen was stunned for a moment. He sneered and began to think of a way to break the door. After an hour, he looked at the study that still looked like an eggshell and finally gave up. He clenched his fists. It seemed that Shun Julie was more wary of him than of a thief. He knew that the Fanteon Palace would change owners in the future, so he made all kinds of preparations in advance. Luo Jiuchen did live in the Fanteon Palace, but there were many places that he could not enter. For example, Shun Julie's study, bedroom, and even the side hall where Ning Xuema lived had a thick wizardry barrier that could not be opened. It seemed that the moment Ning Xuema and the rest left, these wizardry barriers automatically activated and did not allow anyone to enter. "Mother, where are we going?" Nianma asked his mother carefully. "Back to the Mo Palace." Ning Xuema answered with 3 words. Bai Zhe followed closely beside the mother and daughter. It was worried. "Devil Master, you're seriously injured now. I'm afraid that the demons in Mo Palace will change. They have been alive for 50,000 years. At that time, the little devil lord had lost his power and was captured by the people of the devil world. They knew about it." Ning Xuema smiled. "Don't worry. Things are different now." Her face was extremely pale, and even her lips were white. However, under the smile, there was a feeling of high spirits, making people only want to believe in her. Bai Zhe didn't say anything, and the 8 divine beasts surrounded the 2 of them even more closely. Half a day later, Bai Zhe finally understood what Ning Xuema meant when she said that today was different from the past. The moment Ning Xuema returned to Mo Palace, head steward Himu, Mo Palace's 8 law protectors, 16 elders, 32 imperial bodyguards, and many other influential figures of the devil world came out to welcome her. They all knelt on the ground. "Welcome back, Devil Master." The cheers shook the heavens and earth, especially head steward Himu, who was really considerate to the extreme. When he saw that Ning Xuema's complexion was not good, he immediately ordered people to bring over an extremely comfortable sedan. 2 female law protectors came over and carefully helped her into the sedan, carrying her all the way inside. Ning Xuema had not been back for a long time, but her bedroom was still clean and tidy. There was not even a speck of dust to be found. A quarter of an hour later, Ning Xuema was already resting on her bed. Under her body was a soft, cloud-like bedding. Chapter 19:15. Manager Heimu delivered countless types of healing medicine to her. A few female guardians served her in the hall, while the rest of the people were guarding the surroundings of Mo Palace in case of an attack from other worlds. Everything was so orderly. The 8 mythological beasts initially wanted to run away as soon as they noticed something was wrong. However, when they saw the situation, they were all shocked. Had these devils changed their minds? Weren't the devils only concerned about whether it was beneficial to them? They were ruthless. What happened this time? They were still not at ease. Out of the 8 mythological beasts, 6 of them were eyeing Ning Xuema's sleeping quarters like tigers watching their prey. 2 of them remained inside her sleeping quarters. Bai Zhe and the flying serpent were the most meticulous. They were afraid that these devils were just pretending and secretly plotting against Ning Xuema. Therefore, they checked all the medicine and food delivered to Ning Xuema quietly to make sure that there was nothing wrong with them before they allowed Ning Xuema to consume them. For convenience, Bai Zhe and the flying serpent even changed into their female forms. After all, they were male animals, and they were majestic and beautiful in their bones. Their appearance looked valiant and full of vigor. They were the standard masculine women. Their big eyes could scare off a group of people. The 2 of them guarded Ning Xuema's bed on both sides. Except for Xin Yinma, no one was allowed to come close. They had to check the things that were given to Ning Xuema first. General Manager Heimu naturally saw through their wariness. He couldn't help but rub his forehead and try to reason with them. "The 2 of you, this is our devil master, our master, the person we're loyal to with our lives. We definitely won't be disloyal. Don't you think it's a bit too much to guard against us? Baizé did not seem to be flexible at all. We have to be careful during special times. Manager Heimu was speechless. Ning Xiaomo rested for a moment and slowly recovered. She waved her hand and said, Baizé, they're on our side. There's no need to guard against them. Heimu, come here. Heimu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked forward. Ning Xiaomo forced herself to be alert and gave him some instructions. Manager Heimu immediately agreed and went to make arrangements. Ning Xiaomo closed her eyes again. Luo Jiuqin had hurt her badly and almost affected her vitality. It would take at least half a month for her to recover. She understood Luo Jiuqin's plan and knew that he was waiting for her to be hunted down so that she could ask him for help. However, he forgot that the current Ning Xiaomo was no longer the simple and impetuous little Xiaomo of the past. That year, little Xiaomo relied on her iron fist to sit on the Devil Lord's throne. She didn't know how to control people. At that time, although there were many obedient subordinates, there were not many loyal subordinates. Moreover, she had just quelled the various rebellions in the Devil World not long ago. The various Devil Kings of the Devil World had their territories seized by her, and many of them hated her to the core. Even if they obeyed her, they had no choice but to obey. In their bones, they still wanted to overthrow her at all times. Therefore, when she was in trouble, she would become the target of an arrow and end up like that. However, Ning Xiaomo now knew how to control people very well. She had also seized good territory for the Devil World so that they could really rest and recuperate. These people in the Devil World were really respectful and grateful to her. Therefore, even if she was in trouble, they would not rebel. Especially loyal subordinates like Manager Heimu. When she was in trouble, they could only protect her with their lives. Moreover, she had just sealed Zixia a while ago and saved the Six Realms. The people in the Six Realms were no longer hostile to her. Therefore, there were very few people who wanted to take advantage of her. Chapter 1916. After all, Luo Jiuqin wasn't really at odds with her. He was even trying to get her back. In this case, he would at most plot against her behind her back and play some small tricks, but he wouldn't do anything to her in the open. Ning Xiaomo had already considered all the pros and cons, which is why she boldly returned to Mo Palace. Firstly, the spiritual power in this place was very strong, which was good for her recuperation. Secondly, with these loyal subordinates here, her and little Nianma's safety was more guaranteed. The facts proved that Ning Xiaomo's judgment was very correct. General Manager Heimu redeployed the demons in Mo Palace and protected it like an iron bucket. Even a fly could not fly in. Under such protection, even if there were some demons with evil intentions, they would not dare to act rashly. As for the people from other worlds, most of them did not make a move. Even if there were a few who were provoked by the news released by Luo Jiuqin, they came to take advantage of the situation. Before they could even get close to her palace, they were intercepted by various masters who were lying in ambush in Mo Palace. Not even a complete corpse was left behind. The news that Demon Master IMO was seriously injured and dying had been spread all over the Six Worlds, but there were not many who really came to find trouble. The leaders of other worlds even came to visit her. Of course, people were not united. Some came to visit sincerely, and some came to check on her injuries to see if there were any benefits to be gained. Ning Xiaomo rejected all of them with the excuse that she was not feeling well. She did not see anyone. Of course, head steward Heimu was a smooth and slick person. He politely sent those people away without losing his poise. Even if those who had evil intentions came, when they saw the heavily guarded Mo Palace and the valiant 8 mythological beasts who seemed to be looking for an unlucky person to eat meat, they would give up their evil intentions. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Ning Xiaomo lived a good life in Mo Palace, and her injuries recovered quickly. As for Nianma, he practiced even more diligently. He had to practice hard to make himself stronger as soon as possible to protect his mother. He would not allow the last incident to happen again. For the past 10 days, the Mo Palace had been calm and peaceful. Although Ning Xiaomo had been recuperating in her sleeping quarters, She was still aware of what was happening outside. Luo Jiuqin ascended to the position of master of heaven and earth, in order to let the six realms know that he was quite capable. He had already held 3 Six Realms conventions so that the leaders of the Six Realms could recognize him as the new sovereign of the Six Realms. Every time, it would be grand and awe-inspiring. And every time, he would send an invitation to Mo Palace, inviting Ning Xiuma to attend. Ning Xiuma knew that she couldn't go against him at this time. Although she didn't go herself, she still sent someone to go. Luo Jiuqin couldn't find any fault. Naturally, they couldn't openly attack the demon realm. The Six Realms were in a state of delicate balance. Although it was turbulent inside, it was still peaceful on the surface. Luo Jiuqin was very good at putting on a show. In order to increase his prestige, he did some good things for the Six Realms. Coupled with his smooth and slick way of dealing with people, he slowly gathered some popularity and a group of loyal subordinates. At night, Ning Xiuma was resting on the bed with her eyes closed. Outside, head steward Heimu suddenly delivered an invitation card. The invitation was extraordinarily exquisite. It had a silver-white cover with a picture of a towering building. It was the Fanteon Palace. It was sent by Luo Jiuqin. On the invitation, he claimed to be the owner of the Fanteon Palace. Chapter 1917. It was sent by Luo Jiuqin, and it said that he was the master of Fanteon Palace. The general content was that 1 month later, on the 8th day of the 8th month, there would be an auspicious day. Luo Jiuqin would officially ascend to the position of the master of heaven and earth on that day. Therefore, he would hold a celebration and invite Ning Xiuma, the Devil Master, to attend. The words were very sincere, and there was a touch of elegance and nobility between the lines. Ning Xiuma didn't say anything. She just smiled and tore the invitation, throwing it on the ground. Head steward Heimu understood. He picked up the post and threw it far away. A cold crescent moon hung in the sky, and Ning Xiuma stood in the small courtyard. This small courtyard used to be where Shan Julie lived, and everything inside had been restored to its original state. Everything was arranged according to the time when he lived here. Julie, when are you coming back? If you don't come back, your position will really be taken away. Ning Xiuma strolled in the small courtyard, her hand on a big tree as she looked at the sky in a daze. Her body was still very weak, but fortunately, she could move normally. She slept a little too much during the day, so she couldn't sleep at night. After receiving the invitation, she couldn't sleep even more. Thus, he simply walked out and strolled into the small courtyard. No one had come to this small courtyard for a long time, so it had a kind of cold and cheerless feeling. She walked around the small courtyard and stopped in front of the flower bed. The flower bed was full of weeds, and it looked a little desolate. Ning Xiuma squatted down and began to pull the weeds. This was the place he used to take care of carefully. Even if there was no heaven fire flower, he couldn't let it become a place full of weeds. While she was pulling, her fingers suddenly paused. What is this? She saw a small bump, which had just been broken open a little and was hidden in the weeds. If Ning Xiuma didn't pull the weeds, she wouldn't have seen it. Could it be that the heaven fire flower had grown another one? Ning Xiuma carefully lifted the soil on the small bump, and then she was stunned. What she saw was a small lotus leaf seedling. The sapling only had 2 tender little buds, dark green like jade. Only the tip of the buds was visible, and it blended well with the surrounding weeds. If Ning Xiuma wasn't an expert in all kinds of plants, she wouldn't be able to recognize its species. She felt a little confused. Weren't lotuses supposed to grow in water? Why did it appear in the dry land? She took a closer look and confirmed that it was indeed he. Ning Xiuma paused for a moment, then stretched out her finger to touch the tender piece of the seedling. She faintly felt that there seemed to be spiritual energy flowing on it. The tender leaves were extraordinarily tender. As soon as Ning Xiuma's finger touched them, they immediately closed their leaves like a mimosa plant. Could this flower have been stolen by Starbeck? Since it is a flower with Reiki, Ning Xiuma is determined to raise it well. Lotus likes water, right? Looking at how fragile it looked, perhaps it was due to the lack of water. Ning Xiuma ran back to her room, took some clean water, and carefully watered it around it. The tender leaves of the lotus seemed to have sensed the nourishment of the water, and the leaves stretched out again. Ning Xiuma originally wanted to remove the weeds around it, but she thought better of it. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. If she left it here alone, it would be more dangerous. It would be better to let the weeds accompany it. No one would notice it, and it could grow stronger. After taking care of the strange lotus, Ning Xiuma went into the house. Lying on the bed that he used to sleep, she fell asleep in a daze. Chapter 19:18. Ning Xiuma looked at the two people below and was a little confused. There was an antique bookshelf and an antique desk. There was a ceramic vase on the desk, and a magnolia was blooming in the vase. Little Xiuma sat in front of the desk, frowning. She held a pen tightly in her hand and was writing. Shun Jili sat next to her and played chess with himself. Time was peaceful, and this scene gave people a warm feeling. I'm so tired. I'm not writing anymore. Little Xiuma threw away the pen in her hand and shook her wrist. My arms are sore. It's more tiring than a fight. Shinjili didn't even look up. Have you written enough for 20 pieces? Little Xiuma looked at the papers on the side and counted them. Her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled. 20 is too much. I'm still young. There's no need to write so much. I've actually improved a lot. She picked up a piece of paper that she had just finished writing and ran to Shunjili. She waved the piece of paper in front of him. Look, look. Ning Xiuma also floated down curiously to take a look. After reading, she couldn't help but rub her forehead. Little Xiuma didn't have much ink in her stomach. The words were written in a threatening manner and couldn't be considered beautiful. Shunjili didn't even look at it. He grabbed the piece of paper and flicked it with his fingertips. The paper turned into butterflies. Rewrite. Another 10 pieces. Little Xiuma raised her eyebrows. I don't want to write anymore. I'm the devil master. Even if I don't write these things, I'm still living a good life. Why must I write this? She turned and wanted to run out, but Shunjili stopped her in her tracks. Do you still want to marry me? Little Xiuma was about to step out of the door when she retracted her foot and obediently replied, yes. She seemed to have thought of something. She squatted beside Shunjuli's feet and tugged at his sleeve. She seemed to be a little troubled. Julie, we've slept together. Why haven't I grown taller? Pa! Shunjili placed the chess piece in his hand on the chessboard. He glanced at her and calmly pulled back his sleeve. Your height has nothing to do with whether you live in the same room or not. He pulled back his sleeve and patted her head. Good girl, go practice your calligraphy. Xiuma pursed her lips. Then what does my height have to do with it? Don't worry. I will make you grow up and taller in the future. Now, go practice your calligraphy. Shunjili began to play chess again. Little Xiuma pouted and went back to practice writing. Ning Xiuma looked at this and then looked at that. She now understood that her soul might have transmigrated again. Back to 50,000 years ago, it seemed that after she left, little Xiuma woke up on her own and regained her lowly appearance. She wondered if Shunjili had noticed it. Did they sleep together again? It can't be, right? Little Xiuma's body was still so small. If Shunjili did it, wouldn't it destroy the motherland's flower bud? Ning Xiuma made random guesses in her heart. Her gaze fell on Shunjili again. His gaze fell on little Xiuma. Ning Xiuma always felt that his gaze was a little strange. It was as if he was looking at another person through little Xiuma's body. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of the study 3 times, and a woman's voice could be heard. Jili? Ning Xiuma was stunned. She knew that Shunjili's Fanteon Palace usually didn't have outsiders. Why was there suddenly a woman? She called out her name so familiarly. Come in, Shunjili said without raising his head. A white-clothed woman gracefully walked in with a tray in her hand. On the tray was a bowl of steaming pink porridge. Chapter 19:19. Julie, I just made a new bowl of lotus magnolia porridge. Come and have a taste. Ning Xiuma was stunned by the woman in white's words. Sister? Shunjili's sister? Wasn't he a god born from heaven and earth? How could a creature like sister exist? She looked at the woman from head to toe. She looked to be about 20 years old. Her eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting. She was a beauty. When she walked, she seemed to have an otherworldly aura. Her voice was as soft as the clouds. The room was filled with a strange fragrance. The bowl of porridge was cooked very well. Ning Xiuma smelled it even in her soul state. Shinjili didn't seem to care. You don't have to make this. I'm not a greedy person. Have a taste. At least I made it this time. You can't expect me to throw it away again, right? The woman in white put the bowl on the small table next to him. Shinjili glanced at the bowl of porridge and raised his hand to rub his eyebrows. Suddenly, he looked at little Xiuma, who had stopped writing and was looking at him eagerly. Do you want to eat it? Little Xiuma didn't hesitate. Yes. Well, then finish writing the words obediently. As long as you write well, this bowl of porridge is yours. Are you serious? Why would I lie to a child like you? Shinjili smiled gently. Write quickly. Little Xiuma immediately lowered her head and wrote again. This time, she wrote well and quickly. The woman in white's face was a little pale. Jiuli, this is my gift. Well, that's why I won't waste your gift. I'll use it in the most suitable place. I won't let this bowl of porridge go to waste. The white-clothed woman was speechless. She shook her head and looked at little Xiuma, who was copying. Jiuli, forgive me for saying this, but tomorrow you still have a tough battle to fight. I think you should go into seclusion to recover instead of staying here to guard the place. This devil master is considered an adult. She has self-control. I don't need to go into seclusion. Shinjili answered indifferently. He glanced at little Xiuma and said, She's very naughty. If you don't keep an eye on her, she won't be obedient. Even a deaf person could hear the affection in his voice. The woman paused for a moment. How about this? I'll keep an eye on her for you. You go and rest first. After all, you just used the snow melting technique to detoxify her, and you have consumed too much of her divine power. It doesn't matter. Shinjili didn't want to explain anything. The woman pursed her lips and sighed. Do as you wish. Then your big battle tomorrow. I know what to do. Shinjili interrupted her. What great battle. I'll go too. Little Xiuma threw down her pen, her eyes sparkling. Now that you've lost all your martial arts, you'll only cause more trouble if you follow. Tomorrow, stay in the palace and don't run around. Shinjili's voice was a little strict. Little Xiuma didn't say anything. She pouted her little mouth and started to copy again. Ning Xiuma looked at everything that was happening below, and her heart suddenly moved. Looking at Shinjili, it didn't look like he had chased little Xiuma out of the palace in the blink of an eye. What exactly happened after that? Was that why he was so ruthless? Or was there a mistake in what Mother Earth had said? Her gaze landed on that woman in white again. Or was it related to her? After a moment, little Xiuma finally finished writing a few lines of words. She was still very smart. Once she had the motivation to write, she could learn extremely quickly. Those few lines of words were written quite well. After Shinjili saw them, he was rather satisfied and passed the bowl of porridge to her. That bowl of porridge had been sitting there for so long, but when it passed through Shinjili's hands and into little Xiuma's hands, it was neither cold nor hot. It was just right. Chapter 1920. Little Xiuma's eyes curved into crescents as she ate. She was smiling. Ning Xiuma had been following the two of them. She watched as Shinjili brought little Xiuma to a place with abundant spiritual energy to practice for a while. Then, she watched as he brought her to the peak of the mountain. The bright moon hung high in the sky. The mountain breeze blew gently, and the stars twinkled in the sky. He played the guqin leisurely while she sat by the side, hugging her knees and listening. Little Xiuma had lost her spiritual energy, so it was easier for her to get sleepy. After listening for a while, she nodded off and fell asleep unknowingly. The sound of the guqin stopped. Shinjili glanced sideways at her, who was sleeping soundly beside him. He sighed softly and bent over to carry her down the mountain. He walked towards the bedroom. Ning Xiuma followed him unknowingly. She didn't know why her heart was in a mess. Although little Xiuma was old enough to be an adult, her personality and body were still that of a child. Of course, in this day and age, there were many girls who got married at the age of 12 or 13. Even if Shinjili had sex with her, she wouldn't be considered a young girl. However, Ning Xiuma still felt uncomfortable. She felt that the Almighty wouldn't be so tasteless. However, with Shinjili's unrestrained personality, he might have had sex with little Xiaoma again. After all, Ning Xiaoma had taken over that body and had sex with the Almighty 3 times consecutively. The Almighty had tasted the sweetness. Ning Xiaoma followed him into the bedroom, feeling conflicted. However, she realized that he had placed little Xiaoma on the bed and covered her with a blanket. With a wave of his sleeve, he set up another bed in the room and lay down on it. A luminous pearl above his head lit up the room. With a wave of his sleeve, the luminous pearl was covered by something and the room darkened. Ning Xiaoma could only see Shan Jiuli's eyes shining faintly in the night. He seemed to be looking at little Xiaoma. After a while, he sighed softly. "When will you change back? I've been guarding you all this time because I wanted you to change back." His voice was low and magnetic to begin with, but now it was even lower. In the darkness of the night, it tugged at one's heartstrings. Ning Xiaoma's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he had noticed that the current Xiaoma was different from when she was possessed? Was he waiting for her to possess him again? Ning Xiaoma circled around the sleeping little Xiaoma. Possessing a body was not something that could be done just because one wanted to. Right now, she was unable to possess the body and could only be a bystander. Shinjili seemed to be tossing and turning restlessly. After a while, he put on his clothes and moved the night-luminescent pearl to the table. He held a book and started reading. The sand in the hourglass fell bit by bit. Time passed by slowly. Ning Xiaoma looked at his shadow in a daze. She looked out of the window and saw that the stars were already flickering. It was obviously late at night. Ning Xiaoma frowned. As she expected, Shan Juli should be fighting with Luo Jiuchen tomorrow. According to history, Shan Juli had lost half of his divine power to save someone. That was why he had been severely injured in the battle. Luo Jiuchen was a very abnormal opponent. His personality was abnormal, and so was his martial arts. Even if Shan Juli did not lose his divine power, he should have used all his strength to fight with Luo Jiuchen, right? He should be conserving his energy tonight. Instead of reading a book here, Ning Xiaoma looked at the cover of the book he was reading. It was not a book about magic or tactics, but a book about strange things. The book listed some strange things, such as a person having 2 personalities or reincarnating in someone else's body. Chapter 1921. Shinjuli's gaze fell on the sleeping little Xiaoma. He whispered, "Could it be that she also has 2 personalities? When will her other personality reappear?" Ning Xiaoma coughed softly. See, Shinjuli was indeed suspicious. But he suspected that she had 2 personalities. Before she could finish her thought, a suction force from the void suddenly pulled her in. Her vision turned black, and her body sank. Then she slowly opened her eyes and raised her hand to rub her eyebrows. Then she looked at her small hand. It was very solid. Very good. She was possessed again. She looked at the person sitting in front of the table and thought for a while. Then she got out of bed and approached him from behind. Shinjili seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He said without turning his head, "Did I wake you up? Go back to sleep. You still have some homework to do tomorrow. I came back to check on you." Ning Xiaoma chuckled. "Are you raising me as your disciple?" Shinjuli's back stiffened slightly. He turned his head and looked at her from head to toe. Xiaoma. She hadn't seen him in a long time. She hadn't hugged him in a long time. Although she was hugging him from 50,000 years ago, Ning Xiaoma didn't care. Ning Xiaoma lazily yawned. She straightforwardly pulled open his sleeve and sat in his embrace. She greedily sniffed the cold yet familiar scent on his body. She muttered, "Great God, I missed you." She even rubbed her head against his chest. Shinjuli's eyes suddenly lit up. He pulled her away from his arms and looked into her eyes. "Xiaoma? You're that Xiaoma?" Ning Xiaoma raised her head and kissed his chin. "There's only one Xiaoma. There's no other." The way she spoke and the way she handled things was very different from the naive and innocent little Xiaoma. It was that her. She was the one who had intimate contact with him. Shinjuli's eyes were still fixed on her eyes. That day, she fell asleep halfway through her speech. "What do you mean by 50,000 years?" Ning Xiaoma rubbed her eyebrows. Mother Earth had said before that she had transmigrated 50,000 years later, so she definitely couldn't tell anyone about this. She wrapped her arms around his neck and said in a half-joking tone, "Almighty, I've been thinking about you for 50,000 years, sob sob." 50,000 years of time travel was really not easy for her. She had transmigrated here to investigate the truth and change history. She snuggled in his arms like a lazy cat. Shun Julie suddenly raised his hand to cover the light of the night-luminescent pearl with a thick veil. Then, he carried her up and said in a low voice, "I missed you too. You're finally back." A white light flashed from her body, and her figure returned to the appearance of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Ning Xiuma stared blankly. She looked at her own figure that had suddenly become impressive, and the corner of her mouth twitched. She naturally knew what Shun Julie wanted to do, but he still had a big battle tomorrow, so it wasn't good for him to expend too much energy. Just as she was placed on the bed, she rolled inwards and pulled the blanket over her. She nestled against the blanket and yawned. "It's getting late. Let's sleep separately." She laid with her face facing the wall and heard some rustling beside the bed. The night-luminescent pearl's light was hazy, but also left a blurry shadow on the wall. Even though Ning Xiuma didn't turn around, she could see his shadow. She saw his shadow slowly taking off his clothes. His movements were still elegant, and he could take off his clothes with a new style. Ning Xiuma admired him, but her heart was thumping wildly. Ever since she possessed little Xiuma's body again, she had conveniently accepted all the things that happened before. Chapter 1922. Ever since she possessed little Xiuma's body again, she had accepted everything that had happened before. After knowing that she had traveled back in time, little Xiuma came back automatically. At the same time, her body returned to the appearance of a 12 or 13-year-old. Little Xiuma did not know what had happened, but she could feel that Shun Julie had treated her differently from before. Her thoughts were still stuck at the time when Shun Julie saved her. Not only did he not detoxify her, but he also kept her in the quilt, and she fainted from the heat. After she woke up, she did not know why she was on the top of the lonely peak and why she was still in Shun Julie's arms. She had always liked to be in Shun Julie's arms. When she saw herself in his arms, her eyes immediately curved like the moon, and she asked him, "Julie, are you going to agree to my marriage?" She even touched her face with her small hands and was a little distressed. "But my face is still scratched." "What about the herbs?" "Yeah, where are the herbs?" "All right, you almost suffocated me." At that time, what she said was a little confusing. Shun Julie originally looked at her with a complicated gaze, but after hearing what she said, his expression changed. Without saying anything, he checked her body. After being stunned for a while, he looked at her with an unfathomable gaze. "Did you forget everything that happened just now?" Little Xiuma was confused. What happened just now? Shun Julie seemed to be a little shocked at that time. His expression was not right, and he looked at her over and over again. He even reached out his finger and pressed it between her eyebrows to read her memory. After reading her memory, his expression became even more unfathomable. He did not say anything else and directly took her down the peak. During those few days, Shun Julie treated her very well. Not only did he personally heal the scratches on her body and face, but he also personally urged her to study and learn to read every day. At night, he slept in the same room with her, but they slept on different beds. Little Xiuma did not understand, but Shun Julie did not want to. Although the two of them were in the same room, nothing happened. Shun Julie still treated little Xiuma as a child and raised her as a special child. Ning Xiuma heaved a sigh of relief when she recalled the memories of little Xiuma. It turned out that Shun Julie still had a bottom line. Very good. She had just breathed a sigh of relief when the bed behind her sank slightly. Obviously, Shun Julie had climbed on her bed. Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively wrapped the blanket around herself, but before she could wrap it tightly, a corner of the blanket was pulled away. Then, she felt a warmth on her back. He was hugging her from behind. "That, Almighty, I think it's better if we sleep on separate beds. Haven't we always slept on separate beds?" Before she could finish her words, he turned around and blocked her lips. His movements were still elegant and steady, but the words he said were far from what she thought. "Tonight, I don't want to sleep on separate beds with you. He said this sentence with his lips close to hers. The pleasant smell of his body completely enveloped Ning Xiuma. She was a little dizzy. Although she was not drugged, the blood in her body seemed to be boiling. He hugged her in his arms and kissed her deeply. The kiss made her dizzy and lightheaded, and she could not say a word. She curled up in his arms and could clearly feel the changes in his body. This change made Ning Xiuma's face redder. Like a freshly cooked crayfish, actually, she did not want to have sex with him. After all, at this time, he should be conserving his energy and not wasting it. Chapter 1923. Therefore, when her soul was almost drifting after being kissed, she was still able to pull out a wisp of reason to reject him. Don't. Not tonight. She was shocked when she said that. Her voice was very soft and even had a kind of charm. Her resistance was negligible to Shun Jiuli. However, he still respected her. He raised his hand to stop her hands from pushing him away and pushed them above her head. His eyes were extremely deep and dark. When Ning Xiuma looked into his eyes, she felt as if she wanted to drown in his gaze. Shun Jiuli looked at her with such eyes and smiled. Why not tonight? His eyes reflected her slightly disheveled clothes, as if he could only see her. Ning Xiuma felt as if there was a string in her heart that was gently plucked by someone. She trembled, but still forced herself to say, "You still have a big battle tomorrow. You can't waste too much of your energy." Shun Jiuli smiled. He rarely smiled, but when he did, it was enough to shake one's soul. "It doesn't matter." He answered her with 3 words and slowly put his fingers on her shoulder. With a slight movement of his fingers, her clothes fell from her shoulder and her skin was exposed. He kissed her shoulder, while his other hand calmly undid her sash. His movements were methodical, but also very strong. He did not allow anyone to reject him. Ning Xiuma was reluctant to reject him. In a blink of an eye, her clothes had already left her body. His skills seemed to have improved. Although his fingertips were very restrained, Ning Xiuma's body seemed to be set on fire every time his fingertips touched her. Her blood was boiling, as if she had taken some kind of aphrodisiac. Her heart was filled with a desire because of this fire. She wanted to be one with him, or else she would feel empty and uncomfortable. She panted heavily and could not help but hold his neck. She spat out a few words. "You've learned it before, right?" He was now comparable to an expert in flirting. He made her lose all her rationality and let her be utterly defeated. She softened in his arms and let him do whatever he wanted. He rushed in with the force of a thunderbolt. There was also a slight swelling pain, which made her empty heart feel as if it was suddenly filled. She suddenly felt an inexplicable ache in her heart. Her fingers that were originally around his waist and back tightened. Her fingernails left a few marks on his back as she couldn't help but spit out a few words. "Be gentler." He didn't know how long they lasted until Ning Xiuma begged for mercy 3 times. Only then did he stop reluctantly. After cleaning her up, he did not let go of her and continued to hold her in his arms. Ning Xiuma nestled in his embrace, her nose filled with his scent. She felt abnormally at ease, but she did not forget her purpose. She placed her palm on his lower abdomen, wanting to test if the god power in his body had decreased. However, she forgot that this body had lost its power. After she pressed on it, she could not use her psychokinesis to probe. His abdominal muscles were really firm. When he was wearing clothes, he looked like a fairy. When he was not wearing clothes, she did not expect his figure to be so good. The muscles of his six-pack were well-defined, with a kind of faintly flowing strength. It felt so good to the touch. Her little hand that was groping around was held by him. He looked at her with a faint smile. "Do you want to do it again?" "Sweat. I don't want it anymore." It would be daybreak if they did it again. Ning Xiuma struggled to free her hand. After thinking for a while, she simply asked, "What kind of poison did you use on me again?" Chapter 1924. She was here to change the plot, but she was worried that the established setting would not be easy to change. He had used a method of sleeping with her to cure her of the aphrodisiac. Could it be that there were other poisons in her body that required Shun Jiuli to cure? If that was the case, he would still be defeated in this battle. "No," Shun Jiuli answered. His eyes were shining in the dark. Shuama, what is going on with you? Ning Shuama's heart skipped a beat, but she pretended to be confused. What do you mean? You are obviously the same soul, but your temperament often changes. Ning Shuama lazily replied, people's temperament will always change. She knew that she could not tell him that she came from 50,000 years in the future, so she thought about it and said something ambiguous. Just like a person, the temperament of 8 or 9 years old is definitely different from the temperament of 20 years old, right? Shunjuli looked at her with a deep gaze. Do you mean that your temperament now is the same as when you grow up? He was indeed smart. Ning Shuama yawned. I am tired. I am going to sleep. Let's sleep. She simply turned her body and turned her back to him. There was no movement for a long time. Ning Shuama leaned her ear to listen. When she heard that he was still quiet, she was relieved. Did he fall asleep? It was good that he was asleep. Then, he would have the energy to fight tomorrow and beat Luo Jiuchen up. As long as he won this fight, history would be changed by her. If history was completely changed, she seemed to have lost the memories of Xue Mo and Ning Shuama. Perhaps little Nianma would disappear without a trace. Also, there was the matter of Shuelan. Thinking of Shuelan, Ning Shuama's heart ached. That person died for her, but she did not have the ability to resurrect him. Can't sleep? Shun Julie's voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Ning Shuama was shocked. You didn't fall asleep either? You're moving around in my arms. Naturally, I can't sleep. Shun Julie bluntly accused. It turned out that Ning Shuama had unknowingly turned over in his arms 3 times. This is not the time to disturb his rest. Ning Shuama got up and was about to get off the bed. I'll go sleep on the other bed. He stretched out his arm and pulled her back into his embrace. Be good and don't move. It's getting late. We really need to sleep. He closed his eyes. Ning Shuama wanted to cry, but no tears came out. It was not easy for her to fall asleep in his arms. Forget it. He was the one who was going to fight tomorrow, not her. If she couldn't sleep now, she could sleep during the day. Is there something on your mind? Shunjuli suddenly asked, but he did not open his eyes. She had so many things on her mind. Now, he couldn't even count them. Tell me, I'll solve it for you. Shunjuli hugged her again and rested his chin on her shoulder. His voice sounded lazy. Ning Shuama's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly asked, Guru, if a person, no, a very powerful demon soul is scattered, can you still summon him back? Shinjili did not open his eyes. Do you have any subordinates whose souls are scattered? He added, your subordinates are not very reliable. You have to pay attention to them. You can't just use your fists to make them yield. Attacking their hearts is the best. Attacking their bodies is the worst. Ning Shuama secretly rolled her eyes. Attacking their hearts is the best. Attacking their bodies is the worst, right? Guru. However, Shunjili was right. Little Shuama's subordinates were indeed very unreliable. They would become her enemies in the future and directly force her into hell. Chapter 1925. Ning Shuama was still thinking about Shui Alan and didn't want him to change the topic again. God, do you have any ideas? Shunjili nodded without opening his eyes. I can recall them, but it will take some divine power. Who do you want to save? Ning Shuama breathed a sigh of relief and muttered in her heart. Even if I tell you who I want to save now, you won't know, she yawned. I'll tell you later. I'm sleepy. Sleep, sleep. She had to find a way to abduct him 50,000 years later. How should she abduct him? This was a difficult problem. She had so many things on her mind and thought it would still be difficult for her to fall asleep, but she didn't expect that she would fall asleep soon after lying in his arms. When she woke up, it was already bright outside, and Shun Julie was nowhere to be seen on the bed. Did he go to the appointment? She sat up and found that her clothes were properly put on. Obviously, Shun Julie had put them on for her. There were several dishes on the table outside the bed, and they were steaming hot. There was also a letter on the table with only 4 words on it. Wait for me to come back. She looked at it and saw that it was all her favorite food, so she jumped down, washed up, and ate without hesitation. She actually wanted to go with Shun Julie to watch the battle between him and Luo Jiuchen, but he left without even saying goodbye. She didn't know where they were going to fight, so she couldn't find it. She might as well go with the flow. She always felt that there should be something fishy about why little Xiuma was kicked out of the Fanteon Palace, so she would stay and see what happened. She didn't have any psychokinesis now, so she was like an ordinary person. After eating, she had to wash the dishes. Fanteon Palace was a place where immortals lived, so naturally, there was no place to wash dishes. Shinjuli obviously didn't need it, but she had to suffer. Fortunately, she knew that there was a pond in the Fanteon Palace. The pond water was so clear that she could drink it directly, let alone wash the dishes. She walked to the lake with a pile of plates and squatted down to wash them. She had just washed 2 plates when suddenly she felt like she was pushed by a hand from behind. She fell into the lake with a splash. Ning Xiuma was an excellent swimmer. After she fell into the lake, she didn't panic. After her body fell into the water, she suddenly rushed forward under the water. After she was 3 or 4 feet away from the shore, she then popped her head out. She saw the woman in white, who claimed to be Shun Julie's elder sister, standing by the lake. She was the one who pushed her into the water. A dark light flashed in Ning Xiuma's eyes. She knew that there was something fishy about this Fanteon Palace. Now, the fishy thing was here. Was this so-called sister also a peach blossom that liked Shun Julie? Shun Julie had so many admirers. It was so troublesome to pinch them one by one. Ning Xiuma paddled twice in the water and looked at her on the shore. The woman in white was also looking at her. Her eyes were a little cold and even a little condescending. This lake is a sacred lake. It must not be tainted by any filthy things. Why are you washing dishes by the lake? Don't you understand this? The woman in white reprimanded her first. Ning Xiuma looked up at her and asked, "Does this Fanteon Palace belong to Julie or you?" The woman choked. "What do you mean?" Ning Xiuma said lightly, "Julie asked me to wash the dishes here, but you said that I can't. In this Fanteon Palace, do you think you can make decisions for Julie?" She believed that Shun Julie would never punish her for such a trivial matter. She simply used him to shut the woman's mouth. Shun Julie was not in the palace, and her little body had lost its power. It would not be good for her to fight with this woman. Chapter 1926. Ning Xiuma understood this very well. Sure enough, when she said that it was Shun Julie's instruction, the woman's arrogance was reduced. She pursed her lips and said, "Julie likes cleanliness. He wouldn't ask you to wash the dishes here. Where else can I wash if not here?" Ning Xiuma raised her eyebrows. This was the only place in the whole Fanteon Palace that had water. The woman looked at the greasy bowls and chopsticks on the ground. She flicked her sleeves and cast a cleaning spell. The plates and bowls were clean and new. The woman's voice was cold and proud. "Isn't this good?" Ning Xiuma climbed ashore from the other side. She twisted her drenched clothes and wrinkled her eyebrows. Damn it, it was so troublesome without psychokinesis. She looked at the clean plates and bowls. Her eyes curved into crescents. She smiled and said, "This is really convenient. Sister, since you said so, you must have promised to wash the dishes for me in the future. Well, I'll send the used bowls and bowls directly to your room and let you cast this spell." The woman was speechless. Her face turned cold. "I'm not your sister. Don't call me that." Ning Xiuma opened her eyes wide. "What do you mean by calling me that? Since Julie calls you sister, as his wife, I naturally have to call you sister." She had an innocent look on her face, which made the woman choke on her words. The woman's pretty face turned pale. Julie won't marry you." Ning Xiuma raised her eyebrows. "We have slept together, and he has promised to marry me. How do you know that he won't marry me?" The woman's face changed, and she blurted out, "You slept together?" She looked at Ning Xiuma's petite body. "I don't believe it." When Ning Xiuma woke up, she discovered that she had reverted back to her appearance when she was 12 or 13 years old. Currently, her face was still childish and her eyes were big and round. Ning Xiuma didn't need to look in the mirror to know that she was very cute right now. The woman knew Shun Julie's character better. She knew that he would never lay his hands on a little girl. In fact, he was not interested in any woman at all. However, he made an exception for this little devil master. Not only did he bring her into the palace, he even slept with her at night. Even during the day, they were practically glued together. She was shocked and angry at the same time. She looked left and right at the little lowly, but she couldn't find anything good about her. The woman in white knew that they were sleeping together. She even reminded Shun Julie about this, implying that he had to be considerate. However, Shun Julie turned a deaf ear to her advice and continued to do his own thing. Sleeping together was possible, but in the same room? Impossible, right? Perhaps this little girl didn't even know what it meant to sleep in the same room. You know what it means to sleep in the same room? The woman asked casually. Ning Shuima glanced at her and then looked at her again. Her bright eyes made the woman's hair stand on end. Why are you looking at me like this? Ning Shuima tilted her head and looked at her. Sister, you're not married yet, right? The woman was speechless. So what? Sister, as an unmarried woman, it's not appropriate for you to talk about sleeping in the same room or not, right? Ning Shuima's face was still as naive as before, but it was enough to infuriate people to death. I feel that you should discuss this matter with your husband in the future. He will naturally teach you. That white-clothed woman was not prepared for her to say such indecent words. Her charming face flushed red. Nonsense. Chapter 1927. Ning Shuima blinked her eyes. Does sister think I'm wrong? Sister doesn't want to discuss the matter of sharing a room with my future brother-in-law, but only with a little girl like me? The white-clothed woman's living environment was clearly a lot simpler than Ning Shuima's. She was also much more ethereal. Hearing Ning Shuima's words, she was infuriated. Her eyebrows raised. Are all devils so uneducated? Why do you keep saying that you're in the same room as me? Ning Shuima's eyes widened even more. Isn't sister the one who brought this up? Sister also keeps on talking about sharing a room. It's very cheerful. When the woman in white met her, she felt like a scholar meeting a soldier, unable to explain herself. Her pretty face turned red then white then red, her fingers clenched and then put down. Ning Shuima also felt that it's about time. At this time, she should stop while she's ahead. She smiled gently, smiling brightly at the woman in white. Well, I won't discuss this matter with sister. It's embarrassing. Sister can go all out, but I'm thin-skinned, so I can't. Goodbye, sister. Later, if there are any dirty bowls and chopsticks, I'll send them to sister. She hugged the clean bowls and chopsticks and turned to leave. The woman in white held back for a moment, then coldly said, You're not allowed to call me sister. Well, I won't call you that. Then I'm leaving. Auntie, goodbye. Ning Shuima didn't even turn her head. She just waved her hand and disappeared like a wisp of smoke. The woman in white, Auntie, am I really that old? She couldn't help but look at herself in the mirror by the lake. Her white dress fluttered. Her facial features were beautiful, and there wasn't a single wrinkle on her face. She looked at Ning Shuima's back disappearing into the cover of the flowers and trees, then suddenly smiled. Her smile seemed to contain a deep meaning. Ning Shuima was practicing martial arts. Because her small body had suffered from qi deviation once, her tendons and veins were blocked, so her mental power was blocked. Therefore, she was unable to practice martial arts. Shinjuli had obviously been helping her recuperate for the past few days. Whether it was the food he gave her or the tea she drank, they all had the meaning of medicine. He even taught her a set of recovery skills so that she could cultivate whenever she was free. Ning Shuima was sitting cross-legged on the cloud bed in Shun Julie's bedroom. She was deep in thought. The conclusion was that Shuima's expulsion from the palace must have something to do with this woman in white. She had Shuima's memories, so she knew that the woman in white had come to Fantion Palace 3 days ago. At that time, little Shuima had just woken up. Shun Julie gave her a very simple introduction, saying that this woman was called Miao Fan, a very Buddhist name. He asked her to call this woman elder sister. When Shun Julie was in front of her, Miao Fan was still kind to her. But when Shun Julie was not in front of her, the way she looked at little Shuima was not very friendly. But she didn't do anything else. This Miao Fan's cooking skills were very good. For the past 3 days, she had been sending delicious food to Shun Julie every day. Shun Julie ate very little. Basically, little Shuima, this greedy little girl, had taken advantage of it. Little Shuima had a simple temperament and didn't know the sinister nature of people's hearts. She also didn't notice the unfriendliness towards Meow Fan. She even had a good impression of Meow Fan because she ate a few meals of Meow Fan's food. It seemed that she had foolishly invited Meow Fan to visit her MO palace when she had time. She would take her to see the exclusive Devil's Snare Bloodflower. This Meow Fan had lived for many years. Since she claimed to be Shun Julie's elder sister, she must be older than him. Naturally, little Shuama couldn't compare with her scheming. Chapter 1928. Ning Shumo rubbed the space between her brows. If she hadn't transmigrated over, according to the original setting, Shun Julie would have used a forbidden technique to cure her of the aphrodisiac or whatever poison. She would have lost half of her divine power, and he would definitely go into seclusion to recover. In that case, when he was in seclusion, there would only be this Meow Fan and Shuama alone. If Shun Julie didn't leave the palace, no matter how much this Meow Fan disliked little Shuama, she wouldn't do anything. However, once Shun Julie left the palace, Fanteon Palace would become her territory. In that case, how would she deal with little Shuama? Little Shuama wouldn't care about verbal attacks. Even though she was reckless, she should know that she wouldn't have a good ending once she left Fanteon Palace. According to the development of history 50,000 years ago, Shun Julie was severely injured in this battle. In that case, was little Shuama chased out of the palace before or after he returned? The version that Mother Earth said that was circulating in the martial world was that Shun Julie had personally injured little Shuama before throwing her out. Ning Shuama didn't believe in this version. She felt that there should be more to it. This Meow Fan had a strong enmity towards little Shuama. According to the development of history, Shun Julie was severely injured when he went out to spar with Luo Jiuchen. Could it be that after he returned, this Meow Fan would talk bad about little Shuama in front of Shun Julie to sow discord, causing Shun Julie to vent all his anger on little Shuama? No. Shun Julie wasn't such a person. He wasn't someone who would easily believe slanderous words. Otherwise, this Meow Fan deliberately put on a show when Shun Julie returned, so that Shun Julie could see little Shuama's unreasonable and overbearing side, thus provoking him to be ruthless towards little Shuama. But it didn't seem right. Little Shuama had lost all her martial arts. What could she have done to anger Shun Julie? Although little Shuama was very naughty, in a situation where she had lost her power, she couldn't do anything too outrageous, even if she wanted to. Ning Shuama overturned all kinds of assumptions in the blink of an eye. She was having a headache from thinking about it. He decided not to think about it anymore and sat down to meditate to recover. Shun Julie had been out for 2 days and still hadn't returned. Ning Shuama's heart was in turmoil. Could it be that the trajectory of history could not be changed? Shun Julie was still injured? These 2 days, she had been living quite comfortably. Shun Julie had actually left her a very exquisite arrangement in his bedroom. Every time it was time to eat, a table of food would appear in his bedroom. The amount was neither too much nor too little, just enough for Ning Shuama to eat. Moreover, these dishes always looked like they had just been prepared. They were steaming hot, fresh, and delicious. This made Ning Shuama feel somewhat puzzled while she was eating heartily. She had already studied the table 4 or 5 times, but she still couldn't figure out where these dishes came from. As for washing the dishes, Ning Shuama kept her promise. She didn't wash them by the lake, but directly sent them to Meow Fan's room. She smiled and asked her to use the cleaning technique to clean them. Meow Fan was sometimes impatient. She would wave her sleeves and turn those bowls and plates into a pile of fragments. She just shrugged her shoulders and didn't take it seriously. It was just a pile of bowls and plates. If they were broken, then so be it. In any case, new plates would be sent to her. The reason why she wanted to clean the old ones was because she didn't want them to look too dirty. The next night, Ning Shuama sent another plate of bowls to her. This time, Meow Fan didn't know what was wrong with her. She was actually kind to her. Shuama, you're Shuama, right? Did I tell you the story of me and Julie? Do you want to hear it? Chapter 1929. Ning Shuama pulled a stool from the side and sat down. She held her chin with her hand and showed a look of interest. Please speak. Meow Fan was choked by her look, and only then did she open her mouth. She talked about a lot of things, including a bunch of random things. Ning Xiuma gave her a brief summary. First, Shun Juli crawled out a lotus. When he first came out, he was thought to be a lotus demon because he looked cute and was adopted by the water lily deity. Miao Fan was the water lily deity's daughter. The two of them grew up together as childhood sweethearts. It could not be said that they grew up together because Shun Juli grew up too fast. He already looked like an adult in a year. Miao Fan grew up step by step. When Shun Juli grew up, she still looked like an 8 or 9-year-old child. At this time, Miao Fan's mother finally understood that Shun Juli was not a lotus demon, but a unique god. He had many miracles on him. The mother and daughter felt that they had found a treasure. Miao Fan's mother had the idea of not letting others take advantage of her. She had been secretly proposing marriage to Shun Juli, saying that he and Miao Fan were childhood sweethearts and that they were a match made in heaven. Second, according to Miao Fan, Shun Juli had already agreed, but they were not in a hurry to get married. They still cultivated separately. She came this time to discuss the wedding date with Shun Juli. At the end, Miao Fan looked at Ning Xiuma generously. Although there is nothing between you and Juli, you have lived in his palace. If this spreads, it will affect your reputation. I can persuade Juli to take you as his concubine, but you have to wait until you grow up. You can't be so young. After she finished speaking, her eyes were fixed on Ning Xiuma's face. She wanted to see her sad face. She did not expect Ning Xiuma to listen to her excitedly. She laughed. So you were his childhood sweetheart, Annie. When he comes back, you can tell him about your plan. After saying that, she skipped away with the plate in her arms, causing Miao Fan to choke. After Ning Xiuma returned to her room, she secretly analyzed the situation. This childhood sweetheart should be real. Even Miao Fan's mother wanted to use the favor of raising him to force him to marry Miao Fan should be true. But the so-called Shun Juli's promise was obviously nonsense. Ning Xiuma had been in love with Shun Juli for 3 lifetimes. She had long known his temperament. If he wanted to marry someone, he would marry her immediately. He would not have so many scruples. Moreover, judging from Shun Juli's attitude towards Miao Fan, there was a faint sense of alienation. Even if Miao Fan deliberately tried to get close to him, it wouldn't work. How was it possible for him to fall in love with her? If Shun Juli did not love someone, he would not marry her. This Miao Fan could not be the same as Lu Xin, needing to have a marriage agreement with him to pass the lightning tribulation, right? Lu Xin was a waste, but this Miao Fan was not. According to Ning Xiuma's pair of vicious eyes, this Miao Fan's power had at least reached heaven rank level 6. She could be considered as a genius. She should not have the same experience as Lu Xin. So, Miao Fan's last words were a lie. Shun Juli only treated her as his foster sister. It was even more impossible for him to discuss the wedding date with her. Ning Xiuma slightly analyzed and understood the key point. She smiled to herself, trying to use such words to deceive her. No way, unless it was to deceive a child. Thinking of this, her heart suddenly moved. She naturally did not believe these words. But what about little Xiuma? Would she believe it? That year, this Miao Fan must have said similar words to little Xiuma. What would her reaction be? Chapter 1930. Miao Fan must have said similar things to little Xiuma in the past. What would her reaction be? She had been entangled with him for 3 lifetimes before she completely understood his character and character. Little Xiuma only blindly worshipped and liked him. She was afraid that she didn't understand this person. She didn't even understand what a real husband and wife should do. When Miao Fan's words fell into her ears, even if she didn't completely believe it, she was afraid that she would be skeptical. However, with her straightforward character, if she had doubts in her heart, she would immediately ask Shun Juli. Then wouldn't Miao Fan be exposed? On the 3rd day, Shun Juli still didn't come back. The news in Fantion Palace was blocked, and Ning Xiuma couldn't go out. She began to feel a little anxious. Was Shun Juli still defeated? History didn't change? She was upset, so she ran to Shun Juli's study to look for books to read. She still had to refine the Heaven's Water Poison to restrain Luo Jiuqin, and Shun Juli's study had a lot of books about refining medicine. She often looked for books about this type of book to read in the study these days. She sat at the desk and was absorbed in reading. Suddenly, she smelled a strange smell. The smell was like something burned, but the smell was very light. There was also sandalwood in the room, so the burning smell was mixed with the sandalwood and it was very difficult to smell. When Ning Xiuma noticed it, there was a fire in the corner of the bookcase in the study. It was on fire. She hurriedly patted it, but she didn't expect that the more she patted, the more the fire burned. If she still had her psychokinesis, she could naturally extinguish the fire with a fire-extinguishing spell, but she didn't have any psychokinesis now. She could only use the ordinary way to extinguish the fire, but she walked around the study and couldn't find a drop of water. Then she ran outside and wanted to dig some soil to extinguish the fire. But the ground in Fanteon Palace was basically covered with green jade and small stones. It looked beautiful at ordinary times, but it was difficult to dig some soil. At this time, she didn't have time to think about anything else. She hurriedly picked up a large vase and ran towards the lake. Fortunately, the lake was not far from the study. Ning Xiuma hurriedly drank a bottle of water. When she looked back, she paused for a moment. In just a short moment, the study room was already ablaze. The flame rose to a height of 30 feet, making a loud noise. It was definitely not something that a vase of water could extinguish. Pah! The vase in Ning Xiuma's hand fell to the ground and smashed into pieces. The water inside spilled all over the floor. What should they do? When Ning Xiuma and little Nianma were living together, they often visited Shun Jili's study room. Naturally, they were familiar with the layout of his study room and the collection of books in it. In the past few days, when she was reading in the study room, she found that there were many books that didn't exist even after 50,000 years. Many of them were treasures that should be collected. At that time, she was a little puzzled. Why didn't these books exist after 50,000 years? So it was burned. This was most likely Miao Fan's trick to set up little Xiuma. Little Xiuma was not very fond of reading. She even hated it a little. Shun Jili knew this. If little Xiuma was at home, Shun Jili would definitely ask Miao Fan to supervise little Xiuma to read when he went out. Miao Fan would make a fuss about it. When little Xiuma was in the study room, she secretly hid something to set the bookshelf on fire. She burned Shun Jili's books. When Shun Jili returned, she would complain about it. That way, little Xiuma would not be able to explain herself. She was most likely injured and kicked out of Fanteon Palace. Because of this, Chapter 1931. Was what was supposed to happen finally happening? Was Shun Jili that easy to fool? She looked at the raging flames and did not react. There was no one else in the Fanteon Palace. The 8 mythological beasts were still in their petrified state and could not put out the fire. As for Miao Fan, she was probably hiding in the dark and would definitely not come out to save her. However, even if she knew it was useless, she still had to call for help. Otherwise, Miao Fan would have more to say. She was about to call for Miao Fan when the sky suddenly darkened and heavy rain fell from the sky. The heavy rain was very strange. It only poured down on the study room, but the sun was still shining in other places. Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat. Did Shun Jili come back? Or did Miao Fan think that the fire was almost done and it was time to put on a show? She ran toward the study room. She saw 2 people standing in front of the study room from afar. The girl in white and the man in white were casting spells to summon the water from the sky to extinguish the fire in the study room. Ning Xiuma deeply felt that the speed and method of extinguishing the fire was more effective than a fireman's sprinkler. It covered all directions without any blind spots. The man in white was Shun Jili. He seemed to have noticed something and turned his head toward Ning Xiuma. The girl in white was naturally Miao Fan. She also looked at Ning Xiuma. Xiuma. Miao Fan immediately rushed over. Child, what happened to you? Weren't you reading in the study room? Where did you go just now? Jili thought that you were burned inside and rushed in to find you. She talked a lot and secretly hung a bucket of shit on top of Ning Xiuma's head. At this time, the fire in the study room had been completely extinguished. Shun Jili coldly glanced at Ning Xiuma. His gaze was as cold as ice and snow. A timid person would be frightened by his gaze. I was reading in the study room. The easternmost bookshelf suddenly caught fire. I don't have any psychokinesis, so I could only get water to save it. Ning Xiuema explained. That's strange. The light in the study is from a luminous pearl, not a candle. Why would it suddenly catch fire? It can't be. Xiuema, I know you don't like to read, but the books in Zhu Li's study are all rare and precious. Every book is the result of his hard work. You can't burn them even if you don't like to read them. You brat, I just went to sit down for a while, and you got yourself into such a mess. You even lied. Miao Fan finally put the blame on Xiuema's head. Apparently, she had already thought of this speech long ago. There was not a single flaw in it. Ning Xiuema's heart was already as bright as snow. She finally understood how little Xiuema was framed that year. She had long known that Shun Juli loved books. Back then, she had accidentally burned one of his books and was punished by him. Now, she had burned an entire library of books. Therefore, it was reasonable for Shun Juli to punish little Nianma when he was furious. She secretly took a deep breath. At that time, little Xiuema and Shun Juli were not intimate. Shun Juli also knew that little Xiuema did not like to read. Therefore, he believed what Miao Fan said. But now, would he believe her now? She looked at Shun Juli and asked, "Do you believe me?" Shun Juli was expressionless. His voice was still cold. The truth is right here. How do you expect me to believe you? There is nothing in the study room that could have caused the fire. The only possibility is that it was man-made, and you are the only one in the study room. Chapter 1932. However, this time it was indeed man-made. But who knows if someone deliberately framed me and put something that could easily ignite the fire in the corner of the study room in advance. At a certain time, it would automatically burn. I did go to the lake to get water to put out the fire. The vase is still there. You could go to the lake to take a look. Ning Xiuema's words had a hidden meaning. Miao Fan's face slightly changed. Xiuema, what do you mean by this? There are only you and me in this Fantian palace. You said someone framed you. Are you talking about me? Ning Xiuema pursed her thin lips. Whoever did it knows clearly. Miao Fan chuckled and looked at Shun Juli. Juli, look at her. She has been caught red-handed by you, and yet she is still slandering you. She probably didn't know that half of these books were my collection. Usually, I would feel distressed if a corner was missing. Why would she want to set all these books on fire? Just to frame a child? This is too unreasonable. Xiuema, besides, you and I don't have any enmity between us. How could I use this method to harm you? You child, alas, after all, you're a demon. You can't be raised properly. His words were so dignified that no one could find the slightest flaw in them. Ning Xiuema glanced at Miao Fan. If this girl was in the palace, she would definitely be an expert in palace fights. I just don't like to write. It's not that I don't like to read. Even if you don't like to read, you could just not read. Why would you burn the study room? He has always loved books. You know that, so do I. Now that I have lost my power and am living under someone else's roof, am I looking for trouble by burning his study room? Do you think I am so stupid? Ning Xiuema asked back. Although Miao Fan had taken the blame for this, whether she accepted it or not was another matter. As for what you said about having no grievances with me, that is just your excuse. You like him and want to take him away from me. Therefore, you set up this vicious plan to frame me. You are indeed a good person. Miao Fan did not expect Ning Xiuema to be so eloquent. She stared blankly for a moment before she suddenly burst into laughter. She looked at Shun Juli and said, Juli, with our current relationship, do I still need to resort to such underhanded means to take you away from her? Oh, that's right. She doesn't seem to believe that you and I are already engaged. Why don't you tell her so that she won't deny her wrongdoings? Ning Xiuema's heart skipped a beat. Was the engagement between her and Shun Juli real? She also looked at Shun Juli. Shun Juli's eyes were cold. Devil Master, Miao Fan and I are indeed engaged. Miao Fan is my fiancé. Ning Xiuema's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but take a step back. Are Shun Juli and Miao Fan really engaged? It can't be. Then how could he still have sex with her so unscrupulously? He even said that he wanted to marry her. Miao Fan sighed at the side. Julie, I don't want your name to be damaged. Look at her pestering you time and time again. She's also infatuated with you. Originally, for the sake of both of your reputations, I wanted to wait for you to come back and persuade you to take her as your concubine. I didn't expect her to be so insatiable that she wanted to monopolize you. Now I understand why she burned the study room. She must have wanted to frame me. Fortunately, the heavens pitted her and you came back just in time. She was so desperate that she decided to bite back. Chapter 1933. It had to be said that Meow Fan was well prepared. Her words were clear and logical, easily refuting Ning Shuima's words. Ning Shuima's mind was roaring. Compared to burning down the study room, she was more concerned about Shun Julie and Meow Fan's engagement. If he didn't say it himself, she wouldn't believe it no matter what. Now that she heard him admit it, she felt that she was hallucinating. So after half a day, she was a mistress 50,000 years ago? Shouldn't Julie actually made her a mistress? Why didn't he say it when he was rolling in the sheets with her? Could it be that in his heart, he still wanted his wife and concubine to live together? But if that was the case, why was he so cold toward Meow Fan? It didn't seem like his attitude towards his fiancée. At this moment, Ning Shuima's mind was filled with these questions. This truth was like a bucket of ice water poured down on her head, chilling her from head to toe. Her first reaction was, did he lie again? Could it be that he had no choice but to tell such a lie? But what was the reason behind his reluctance? Her mind was in a mess, and she didn't hear Meow Fan's words at all. In fact, she didn't need to listen. The truth was right there. No matter how much she and Meow Fan said, it was just a war of words. It depended on who Shun Julie believed, or who he would rather believe. Devil Lord, what else do you have to say now? Shun Julie walked over step by step and stood 10 feet away from her. He stared at her intently. I know you have always been bold and reckless, but I didn't expect you to be so reckless to this extent. I have really misjudged you. Ning Shuima felt cold from head to toe. He said that. Did he believe Meow Fan? So whether Shinjuli was injured or not, she had to walk the same path as Devil Lord Shuima. She stared at Shun Julie's face, and her lips suddenly hooked up. You only believe her? Shun Julie said coldly. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. Let me ask you, were you the only one in the study when the fire broke out? Yes. Meow Fan wasn't even there, and you still want to slander her. She can put flammable things inside in advance. Nonsense. Shun Julie approached step by step. Meow Fan has always been well-educated and reasonable, and has never been jealous of others. She is famous in the immortal world for standing aloof from worldly affairs. Why would she use such despicable means to harm you? Do you mean that my reputation in the 6 realms is not good, so you're willing to believe her this time? Ning Shuima was so angry that she laughed. You know your own reputation in the 6 realms. In order to get what he wanted, he would do anything. I thought you were just a child's possessiveness, so I've always spoiled you and spoiled you. I didn't expect you to do such a thing this time. I originally had no interest in you, but because I raised you, I tolerated your various actions. Now that you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shinjuli's voice was cold. He raised his sleeve and slapped Ning Shuima's chest. When he slapped, his sleeve brought up a gust of wind. Before his palm arrived, the wind from his palm arrived first. Even though Ning Shuima had lost her psychokinesis, her body movements were still extremely nimble, especially the footwork she learned as a secret agent, which was similar to the wave-like subtle steps. Even though this set of footwork's attack power was not strong, it was a top-notch escape technique. Chapter 1934. What's more, she knew the plot in advance. As soon as she saw Shun Julie raise his sleeves slightly, she knew something was wrong and was on full alert. Before his palm reached her, she had already retreated 10 feet at a strange angle like flowing water, just avoiding Shun Julie's palm. However, she couldn't avoid the wind from his palm and was hit by it. He was really ruthless to her. If she couldn't avoid this palm, she would be seriously injured. Something's wrong. Ning Shuima suddenly raised her head and looked at Shun Julie's face. His appearance was right, his figure was right, and his voice was right, but his aura was wrong. Shunjili had a very special cold fragrance on his body, but that cold fragrance was very faint. One could only smell it if they were very close to him. Moreover, when he attacked with his palm, the aura of the wind from his palm was the same as his own aura. However, the wind from his palm was different from the aura that Ning Xiuma usually smelled. Of course, the difference was very small. If one didn't have a very sensitive sense of smell, they wouldn't be able to smell it. Of course, Shunjili had very few opportunities for people to get close to him. If Ning Xiuma didn't have skin contact with him, she wouldn't be able to tell. When she raised her head, Shunjili's second palm was already coming over. This palm was more ruthless than the first palm, and the coverage area suddenly increased by several times. It was difficult for Ning Xiuma to avoid it again. Bang! A sound rang out. Ning Xiuma was finally hit, and she rolled away. Her chest felt stuffy. She struggled on the ground, but she couldn't get up. Instead, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Shunjili looked at her condescendingly. Seeing that I raised you, I won't take your life. From today onwards, get out of Fantion Palace. I don't want to see you again. Ning Xiuma slowly stood up bit by bit. Her face was as white as snow. She looked at him with a gaze that contained disbelief, shock, anger, and hatred. Shunjili, I hate you. She spat out. I don't want to see you again. She seemed to be extremely angry and sad. Tears welled up in her big eyes, but she forced them back. She turned around and slowly walked out of the room. That lonely and desolate figure walked out of Fantion Palace step by step. Behind her back, Shunjili didn't urge her to stay. Of course, Miao Fan didn't either. The palace door slowly closed behind her. Ning Xiuma stood at the entrance of the palace. She seemed to be in a daze. She hugged her arms and squatted down. Her entire body was trembling, as if she was suppressing something. After a while, she stood up and looked back at the gate of Fantion Palace. Her fingers were clenched tightly. Shunjili, I hate you. She couldn't help but cry out as tears slid down her cheeks. Even if you beg me in the future, I won't come back. After saying this, she turned around and left. This time, she didn't look back. She walked past a few corners and directly turned into a Bodhi forest before stopping. The branches and leaves in the Bodhi forest were swaying. She looked around and coughed. She took out a handkerchief and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, my tongue hurts so much. Pretending to vomit blood was also a skill. She had to bite the tip of her tongue and bite it deeper. Are you really injured? A voice suddenly came from behind her. Then, her waist was tightened and she fell into a warm embrace. Then, she flew up like she was riding a cloud and landed on a branch with dense leaves. Ning Xiuma didn't have time to turn her head around before her wrist was grabbed by someone. 3 fingers were placed on her wrist. Chapter 1935. She obediently laid in his arms and let him check her pulse. After a while, his voice sounded again. Xiuma, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Ning Xiuma nodded and answered honestly, yes, my tongue hurts. Her body was turned around, and Ning Xiuma finally came face to face with the person behind her. He was wearing a wide white robe that was as white as snow. His handsome face was like that of a celestial being. Ning Xiuma couldn't be more familiar with this person. Shunjili, open your mouth. Shunjili was always so concise. Ning Xiuma obediently opened her mouth and showed him the tip of her tongue. There was indeed a wound on the tip of her tongue. She had bitten it quite hard, and it was still bleeding. Shunjili's eyes darkened. He suddenly pressed her against him and covered her lips with his Her tongue was already injured like this, and he still wanted to kiss her. It would hurt even more if he kissed her. Ning Xiuma subconsciously wanted to avoid him, but he had always been very strong. She did not have any skills now, so she could only passively let him kiss her. The tip of his tongue was cool. When it entered her mouth, he applied some medicine on the wound. It actually stopped the pain in an instant, and the wound healed very quickly. So he kissed her to apply medicine for her. Ning Xiuma did not struggle anymore. She obediently stayed in his arms and let him kiss her. After the kiss, her tongue was almost healed. Shunjili slightly let go of her. There was a trace of displeasure in his eyes. Why did you bite so deeply? Ning Shuma pursed her lips. You secretly blocked his palm and told me to pretend to be seriously injured. Since I was seriously injured, how could I not spit out a few mouthfuls of blood? I could only bite the tip of my tongue. The tip of her tongue did not hurt anymore, and her spirit came back a lot. She hugged his arm, and her eyes were shining. How was it? Did I act like it just now? His gaze, actions, and tone, I noticed it all. Shun Julie looked at her complacent little face and made a four-word comment. Perfect. He was almost fooled by her. When he saw her spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, he thought that he hadn't blocked the attack well enough. In the end, he let someone hurt her. He looked at her in his arms. This little girl was simply too smart. Because everything happened too quickly, he didn't have the time to remind her. He only told her to pretend to be heavily injured and then leave. After blocking that palm strike for her, he didn't have the time to say anything else. From now on, she would have to improvise. He didn't expect this girl to have such a skill. Ning Xuema looked at him with a smile. Can you tell me your plan now? She had done the most important thing with him in bed, and, as expected, history had changed a little. Shun Julie wasn't injured this time, so he could come back in time to save her and beat them at their own game. The real history was that Shun Julie was heavily injured in that battle and hid somewhere to recuperate. Then Luo Jiuchen pretended to be Shun Julie and came back to act in front of Little Xuema. Little Xuema had never been intimate with Shun Julie, so she naturally believed it and left with serious injuries. Shun Julie's eyes flashed slightly, and he rubbed her head. Wait here obediently. I'll go and deal with those two people first. Ning Xuema pulled him back and quickly told him a few words. Just take advantage of the situation. Now Luo Jiuchen's trick can't be exposed directly. Believe me, this is very important. It will definitely be good for you and me. This show must go on. Chapter 1936. Shun Julie looked at her deeply and replied, Okay. He then turned around and disappeared from her sight. Ning Xuema leaned on the branch and let out a long sigh. She was so tired. It was so tiring to act in this show. She had to keep the show going so that history would not be changed too much. However, as long as she knew that Shun Julie did not betray her and still loved her, she was willing to do it even if it was very tiring. Shun Julie, in order to get you back, in order to let you be reborn, I have to give it my all. She rubbed her eyebrows. She could not tell Shun Julie the real direction of history. Otherwise, she would have to leave again, and she did not know when she could cross over again. If she could not cross over again, perhaps little Xuema would mess things up, or she would turn into a demon again and walk on the road of no return. She would still be cursed, and history would still not change. Shun Julie would still disappear, and Luo Jiuchen would still be the master of heaven and earth. Or, she and Shun Julie would solve the misunderstanding, and from then on, Ning Xuema would have nothing to do with it. Not only would she not have the memory of Xue Yimo and Ning Xuema, but little Nianma would also disappear. Both situations seemed to be very serious, so she might have to suffer a little. However, when she thought of little Xuema's suffering in the future, she could not help but feel cold. Her flesh and blood would be bitten by a group of demons, and she would have to endure the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty. She would have to be like a blind man who had his bile taken out. She would have to have a tube inserted in her heart to let someone take her blood. She was panicking just thinking about it. Sigh, if only she could skip the suffering and go straight to the part where she sealed Zisha. On top of the palace wall of Fantian Palace, Shun Julie stood there invisible, watching Ning Xuema's back gradually disappear into the distance. Suddenly, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, as if he was finally relieved. He jumped down from the palace wall and slowly walked back to the study of Fantian Palace. Miao Fan was still staring at the broken wall in a daze. Shun Julie patted her shoulder. What are you thinking? What's so interesting about a pile of bricks? Miao Fan finally regained her senses. She roused her spirit and asked, How is it? Shun Julie smiled. This time, his smile was a little enchanting. Very good. The plan was a success. Miao Fan smiled and said, Now that I have done what you asked me to do, what about him? What did you do to him? You promised me that you wouldn't really hurt him. Shun Jiuli smiled frivolously. I didn't take his life. I just seriously injured him. He is probably still recuperating in some corner of the mountain. He won't be back for a while. You said that you wouldn't seriously injure him. Meow Fan was angry. Her almond-shaped eyes widened. I only promised you that I wouldn't take his life. He is a god. He originally has an immortal body. It's not that you don't want his life, it's that you can't take it. Meow Fan exposed him. Shun Jiuli squinted his eyes and smiled. He sighed and said, Meow Fan, you really know how to be a woman. If I didn't injure him, how could I come back and put on this show with you to make her give up on him? He will definitely come back after he is seriously injured. At that time, you can serve him well. If necessary, you can use some tricks. I don't believe that he won't agree to your marriage. Meow Fan, when necessary, you have to be ruthless. You can't trap the wolf without sacrificing the child. Chapter 1937. Meow Fan pursed her lips tightly. Until now, I still don't understand what you want. As long as Jiuli doesn't die, or if he doesn't commit a grave mistake, you won't be able to take away the position of the Master God. Shun Jiuli smiled again, but this time it was a little evil. I have fought with him for so many years. I can only plot against him this time to vent my anger. Also, I like that little girl and want her to be my wife. Meow Fan's eyes widened. You like her, and you still plot against her? Shun Jiuli looked at her meaningfully. You don't understand. If I don't do this, how can that little girl give up on Shun Jiuli? She will fall into my arms. All right, Shun Jiuli should be back soon. You better seduce him as soon as possible. But he values this study the most. When he comes back and finds it burned, I'm afraid. I don't know how to explain it to him. Meow Fan was distressed. Shun Jiuli looked at her. Stupid. That girl ran away. Aren't you just going to push the blame to her? Say that she ran away to avoid punishment. What's more, he is so injured, the first thing he will do when he comes back is to go into seclusion. Oh, I have an idea to prevent him from asking about that girl when he comes back. Why don't you go to him now? Don't talk about the fire in the study. Just focus on serving him. It's better for him to go into seclusion on the spot with his injuries. At the end, he told her Shun Jiuli's address. Meow Fan's eyes lit up. Good idea. I will pack up and go. Shun Jiuli clapped his hands. All right, you settle Shun Jiuli yourself? I still have to go and see that girl. He turned and flew away. Meow Fan was happy and nervous at the same time. She turned and ran back, wanting to take enough things and go. Unexpectedly, after running a few steps, she suddenly stopped and looked at the white-robed man standing there. She was stunned for a moment and blinked her eyes. Why are you back? Is there anything else? The man's eyes were cold, and he didn't speak. Meow Fan was puzzled. What's wrong? Is there anything else you haven't explained clearly? Tell me. I'm in a hurry to find him. Where are we going to find him? The man finally spoke. Meow Fan frowned and said, We're going to the valley you mentioned just now. Didn't you say that you had severely injured him? I have to go take a look. The man said slowly, There's no need to go. You don't deserve to visit me. Meow Fan subconsciously said, I'm not visiting you. I'm visiting him. She finally realized that something was wrong, and her expression changed. You are. Jiuli. That man looked at her indifferently. His eyes were truly cold. Meow Fan, I didn't expect you to be so despicable. Meow Fan's face turned pale. She did not know how much Shun Jiuli had heard. She wanted to refute. Jiuli, you misunderstood. I heard it all. Shun Jiuli interrupted her and took a step forward. His voice was even colder. From the beginning to the end, Meow Fan. She took a few steps back. Jiuli, listen to me. She wanted to refute incoherently, but Shun Jiuli flicked his sleeve. After a while, Meow Fan fell to the ground. Her eyes were wide open in horror. She found that not only did her power disappear, her body suddenly shrunk. She couldn't help but raise her arm to look, and her expression changed greatly. Chapter 1938. Her white dress had turned into a red dress, which was exactly the same as the one Shuama was wearing just now. You? She suddenly had a bad feeling. Jiuli, what are you doing? Shun Jiuli looked down at her, his eyes unfathomable. Meow Fan, you disappoint me. You shouldn't have schemed against her. Meow Fan's face turned pale. Julie, I just like you too much. Also, she is a witch after all. She really doesn't deserve you. I did it for your own good. Whether she deserves me or not is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Meow fan, I don't have any feelings for you. I already told you before I met her. You also said that you wouldn't have any other thoughts, and even got engaged with a venerable from the celestial race. That's why I allowed you to enter the Pantheon Palace and respect you as my sister. You colluded with Luo Jiochin to scheme against me. Is this how you treat me? Meow fan bit her lips. I got engaged because I don't want you to completely neglect me. I can't let go of you in my heart. Julie, Mother also hopes that we can become a couple. After all, we are childhood sweethearts and grew up together. Shun Julie looked at her indifferently. Childhood friends? Spending less than 10 days together. You're already childhood sweethearts? When he was born from the lotus, he was a little confused after he came out. He didn't know who he was or where he was going. He wandered by the water and accidentally saw little Meow Fan being bullied by a wolf spirit. So he saved her and sent her home. He was still a little kid at that time. Meow Fan's mother was grateful to him for saving her daughter, and seeing his rare handsomeness, she said that she was his mother and asked him to stay. At that time, he saw that everyone else had parents, but he didn't. Now that Lotus Fairy popped out and said that she was his mother, he believed her. Originally, people who casually claimed to be relatives with gods would be punished by the heavens. So the next day, Lotus Fairy encountered a thunder tribulation and was almost struck to death. It was Shun Julie who rushed over to block the thunder tribulation for her and finally saved her life. At the same time, he also understood his identity and the responsibility he had to bear. He stayed at the Water Lily Fairy's house for a total of 10 days. Of these 10 days, he spent 8 days in seclusion, meditating and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After coming out of seclusion, he left the Water Lily Fairy's home to roam the 6 realms. A year later, when he returned, he was already an elegant young man with the identity of a god. In the past few thousand years, he was grateful to the Water Lotus Fairy for raising him. So he took care of the Water Lotus Fairy and her family. He had helped Water Lotus Fairy withstand 4 lightning tribulations. Originally, Water Lotus Fairy was just a minor immortal. If not for his help, Water Lotus Fairy might not have survived the first lightning tribulation. As for Meow Fan, her aptitude was originally ordinary. It was Shun Julie who refined various divine medicines for her, allowing her to successfully ascend to the immortal realm. With her current status and identity, she became one of the most outstanding women in the immortal realm. She was pursued by various noble immortals, and was even betrothed to a supremacy in the immortal realm. Shun Julie was born with incomparable handsomeness, and was also a high and mighty god. There was not the slightest bit of mortal aura around him, so the number of women who wanted to pursue him was as numerous as carps crossing the river. But he was born with a cold aura, and the powerful aura around him made people want to bow down and worship him. Even if those women had thoughts, they were scared off by his appearance and did not dare to confess. It was as if they felt that if they did, it would be blasphemy to him. Chapter 1939. Even if there were some bold and beautiful women who tried their best to confess to him, they were all coldly rejected by him. Of course, there were even more bold ones who deliberately met him when he was wandering in the 6 realms. They even wanted to climb into his bed when he was sleeping at night. But before they could get close to him, he would throw them into a gloomy and ghostly place with a wave of his sleeve. They were so scared that they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. They wandered in that place for a few days before they were released. From then on, they never dared to have any thoughts about him. And Meow Fan was very lucky. With his help, not only did she become one of the best in the immortal world, she could also enter and leave the Pantheon Palace at will. This made the sisters around her almost fall into a sea of jealousy, their eyes green with envy. Meow Fan was elated. She also liked her nominal brother. One day, she finally mustered up the courage to confess, but she was also mercilessly rejected by Shun Julie. He never saw her again, and she was no longer allowed to enter the Pantheon Palace. This made the Water Lotus Fairy and her family panic. They were originally counting on Shunjuli to support them. If they lost Shunjuli, this big tree, they would be beaten back to their original state and become a very ordinary little fairy in a pond in the lower realm. So the Water Lotus Fairy immediately forced Meow Fan to apologize to Shunjuli, saying that it was just a joke and that she would never dare to think about it. In order to remove Shunjuli's wariness, Meow Fan also agreed to the marriage proposal of a venerable in the immortal world and held a quite grand engagement ceremony. Before the engagement, Meow Fan knelt in front of the Fanteon Palace for 3 days and stated her position. Finally, she obtained Shunjuli's forgiveness. He even showed his face at her engagement ceremony, giving her enough face. She could finally enter and leave the Fanteon Palace as an elder sister. The Water Lotus Fairy and her family had just adopted Shunjuli for a few days, and they were like chickens and dogs rising to heaven. It could be said that they had reaped great benefits. Shunjuli had been extremely benevolent to her family. He no longer owed her family anything. If they had to talk about what they owed, it would be her family that owed Shunjuli countless debts. Meow Fan had always wanted to get Shunjuli. She thought that no matter what she did, Shunjuli would not do anything to her for the sake of their friendship in the past. That was why she dared to do such a thing. Even if she was exposed by Shunjuli, she was not really afraid. She looked at Shunjuli and said, "Julie, I know I was wrong. Can you forgive me this time? I promise I won't do it again." Shunjuli looked at her. "Do you think there will be a next time? Then I won't dare to do it again, okay? I will still only be your elder sister." She pursed her lips and felt a little wronged. "If you're still not happy, I will apologize to you again. How about that?" Shunjuli's voice was cold. "Meow Fan, offending a god will be punished. What's more, you colluded with an outsider. Not only did you burn down my study, you also forced my wife away." Meow Fan's face changed. How can she be your wife? She is not worthy at all. Mother will not agree." Before she could finish her sentence, Shunjuli flicked his sleeve. Meow Fan could not make a sound. She looked at him with her eyes wide open. Shunjuli was shrouded in a cold aura. He slowly said, "No one has the right to interfere with my marriage, including your mother. Meow Fan, you schemed against Shuama. You have to swallow the bitter fruit you planted." Meow Fan's face changed. Chapter 1940. Meow Fan's expression changed, and she finally started to feel afraid. She actually wanted to ask what he would do to her, but her acupoints were sealed, so she couldn't say anything. She could only look at him with her eyes. How was he going to make her swallow the bitter fruit she had planted? Soon, she knew, Ning Shuama sat at the junction between the 36th level of heaven and the next level of heaven, and she sighed deeply. Speaking of which, little Shuama had lost all of her abilities back then. So how did she get sent to the devil realm? She couldn't go down at all right? She felt dizzy when she looked down, and she had no doubt that if she closed her eyes and jumped down, she would be smashed into smithereens, even if she landed on the 35th level of heaven, much less the devil realm. Mother Earth's story was still omitted. She realized that even if she wanted to return to the devil realm, she couldn't under such circumstances. She sat there, and she was very worried. She was really worried. She knew that going down was a hell of no return, but she had to take this step. She also knew from Mother Earth that the main story of history couldn't be changed, which also meant that the calamity would still come. Billions of lives in this world were going to die in this calamity, and she was the source and culprit of this calamity. Ning Shuama actually had her own bottom line when doing things. If they didn't offend her or scheme against her, she was still very kind to others. Now that she had to go against her conscience to create such a calamity, it was still very stressful. Especially in order to create this calamity, she had to suffer a standard living punishment, and that was even more stressful. She sat there with her back viewed desolate, as if she was sad. Luo Jiochin looked at her from afar, his gaze deep and unfathomable. Then, he slowly walked towards her. His footsteps were as if he was floating, making no sound. Ning Shuama, who was sitting there, did not notice him at all. Luo Jiochin came behind her, and with a wave of his hand, Ning Shuama's body swayed, and she fell down. Luo Jiochin caught her and carried her in his arms. He looked at her little face and sighed faintly. "Shuama, I'm sorry. For my great cause, I can only sacrifice you temporarily. I will marry you in the future to compensate you." He carried her and flew down. When Ning Xiuma woke up again, she was in the middle of a wilderness. The sky was always filled with dark clouds, pitch-black rocks, turbid and turbulent rivers, and all kinds of bones could be seen everywhere. Very good. She had finally returned to the devil realm. In the distance, 7 or 8 people were running straight towards her direction. Black fog billowed around them, carrying an indescribable, baleful aura. Ning Xiuma shivered. What was supposed to come had finally come. To paraphrase a sentence from a certain movie, the gears of fate began to turn, and the wheels of history rolled towards her along the original trajectory. Even if she wanted to regret it now, it was too late. "It's here. Over here." Some people shouted, while others cheered. Ning Xiuma sat up. She had already recognized the 2 people running at the front. They were Xiuma's 2 capable subordinates. Demon Master. The 2 of them were the first to arrive in front of her. They stopped about 3 meters away from her. Their eyes shone with an unfathomable light. "Devil Master, you're finally back. Are you all right? Your subordinates have been very worried about you." Ning Xiuma straightened her body. Now that things had come to this, she was still a little nervous. She wanted to endure the pain for a little longer. She opened her mouth to speak, but when she opened it, she couldn't make a single sound. Damn it! That bastard Luo Jiochin had hit her acupoints. Could it be that she couldn't even make a sound when she was suffering? Chapter 1941. When the 2 people saw her, they looked at each other and took a few steps closer. "Devil Master, how are you?" They looked extremely loyal and concerned, but their eyes were slightly erratic, and there was a hint of greed in their eyes. Ning Xiuma was an expert at observing people's expressions. Just by looking at their expressions, she was able to see through their intentions. They were probably here to get the first piece of the pie. When little Xiuma was powerful, these 2 people followed her around and showed their loyalty to her almost all the time. They were also good at guessing little Xiuma's thoughts. No matter what they said or did, they could always get what little Xiuma wanted. Little Xiuma usually trusted these 2 people very much. She didn't expect them to be the first to hit her when she was down. The 2 devils could be said to be people who knew how to take advantage of the situation. When they saw Ning Xiuma's appearance, they knew that the rumors were true. The Devil Master had really become a cripple. "Devil Master, let us help you up." They looked at each other again, and suddenly lightning flashed from the left and right. They had yet to reach Ning Xiuma when a gust of wind suddenly blew from the ground. This gust of wind was unusually fierce, and it blew all the dust on the ground up. The sky turned dark, and in an instant they couldn't see anyone on the other side. The 2 people were stunned and stopped. Their eyes were confused by the wind and sand, and they couldn't open them for a moment. Fortunately, this gust of wind was only a small one. After a moment, the gust of wind disappeared, and the sky became clear again. The 2 people looked at the opposite side again. Their little Devil Master was still sitting there, and her eyes were full of panic. Not to mention the devil world. Even in any world, it was normal for a gust of wind to appear on the ground, so the 2 people didn't take it to heart. When they saw the little Devil Master sitting there in a sorry state, their evil intentions rose again, and they laughed sinisterly. "Devil Master, why are you sitting on the ground? Come, let us serve you well." They reached out and pulled her up. They said to help her up, but their actions were not gentle at all. It could only be described with 4 words, simple and crude. Both of his hands touched Ning Xiuma's pulse at the same time. A moment later, he suddenly burst into laughter. "Little Devil Master, you also have a day like this." Ning Xiuma's eyes were wide and round. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but no words came out. The 2 devils pinched her cheeks. "Little Devil Master, you're not going to scold us for being bold again, are you? Ha ha, we won't do anything to you. At most, we'll eat you." One of the devils laughed in a particularly wretched manner. "We're not eating your flesh and blood, but..." He reached out and touched Ning Xiuma's chest. "You're a little chubby now." Then, he pinched her little hand. "Your skin is so fair and tender. Just looking at it makes me excited. Don't worry, Your brothers will take good care of you. Haven't you always wanted to get married? We brothers will teach you what to do when you get married and let you have a good taste of being a man. Once these two devils had no scruples and revealed their true colors, they would casually spout vulgar words that were unbearable to the ears. Ning Xiuma just widened her eyes and couldn't say a word. Her little face was green and white, and it was unknown whether it was because she was scared or angry. The two devils looked at the other black shadows running over from afar and frowned. It seemed that many people had received this news. There were too many monks and too little porridge. Such a small person wouldn't be enough to share. The two people looked at each other again, and then said one word, "Go." Then, one of them threw Ning Xiuma behind him like a broken sack. Chapter 1942. One of them threw Ning Xiuma on his back, as if he was throwing a sack. His figure flashed as he fled into the distance, wanting to find a secluded corner to eat. Oh no! Someone beat us to it. Chase them. Chase them. Those who arrived later immediately realized that something was wrong. Smoke billowed as they chased after the two brothers. In the blink of an eye, they were far away. The sound of fighting could be heard in the distance, but the place returned to its former silence. A moment later, a voice suddenly came from a nearby tree. Is this what you meant by taking advantage of the situation? Being taken advantage of by these scumbags? The voice was cold and indifferent, even with a hint of coldness. It was Shun Juli's. Cough, cough, that. I didn't expect them to be so impatient. Another female voice sounded a little lacking in confidence. It was Ning Xiuma's voice. Didn't expect? What else did you think, but didn't want to say? Shun Juli's voice was even fainter. Haha, I thought you would save me, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. Ning Xiuma hugged one of his arms and shook it fawningly. She sincerely praised, Guru, you are simply the reincarnation of Songjiang, a timely rain. Just now, when the two demons were running towards her, she thought that since she was going to throw caution to the wind today, she might as well let them bite her twice. Thus, she closed her eyes in resignation. She knew that Luo Jiuchen should be watching in the dark. At most, she would lose a few pieces of flesh. She would grit her teeth and bear with it. But she didn't expect a gust of wind to blow. Before she could react, her body was thrown into an embrace, flying up and landing on the tree. She almost sneezed because of the yellow sand blown by the wind. Fortunately, she held it back. She knew who saved her. The warm embrace behind her and the faint cold fragrance couldn't be anyone else. What she was more concerned about was whether Luo Jiuchen would guess that Shun Juli was the culprit behind her sudden abduction. Would there be any new trouble? After the gust of wind passed, she subconsciously looked down and then opened her mouth in surprise. There was another her on the place where she was sitting below. Her appearance and figure were exactly the same. Even if they were twins, it was impossible for them to look so identical. She watched helplessly as the two devils groped the body double from left to right, taking full advantage of her. A thick layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. She only knew that little Xiuma had not lost her virginity, but she did not expect that she would be molested by these people. Fortunately, it was just a substitute. If it was her, that would be terrible. Just by looking at them, she had the anger of chopping off the hands of those two devils. If she had tasted this feeling herself, she would probably have the heart to grind their bones and scatter their ashes. After those people left, Shun Juli opened her acupoint with a palm and talked to her. Shun Juli's expression was not good, and his eyes were not particularly friendly. Xiuma, you owe me an explanation. Ning Xiuma looked up at him. If she could explain, she would have done so long ago. She also felt uncomfortable holding him like this. Okay. She reached out her small hand and put it in his palm. Then she interlocked their fingers and looked at him sincerely. Almighty, do you believe me? Shinjuli looked in her eyes and sighed after a long time. I believe you. He knew that she had her difficulties, so he didn't press her. He held her in his arms and closed his eyes slightly. Don't bear some things alone. I'll be behind you. Chapter 1943. Just these two short sentences made Ning Xiuma's heart suddenly feel warm. Yes, with him behind her back. What was there to be afraid of? She pressed her small face against his chest and listened to his steady and powerful heartbeat. She felt very satisfied. She and he had loved each other for 3 lifetimes, but they were rarely together, and he rarely said anything romantic. She didn't expect him to say these words today. These words were more pleasant than any words of love. It warmed her heart, as if it was soaked in warm water. She cupped her eyes and looked into the distance. There were faint sounds of fighting. It was obvious that the demons were fighting fiercely to get a share of the demon master's meat soup. Julie, did you make that substitute? It really looks like me. It's like a clone of me, exactly the same. I didn't expect you to have this ability. However, is the body double you made realistic? Would they be able to bite out its true form with just one bite? By the way, what material did you use to make this substitute? Ning Xiuma asked a series of questions. Shun Juli also looked in that direction, his eyes unfathomable. He raised his hand and rubbed Ning Xiuma's head. Don't worry, it's absolutely real. That Luo Jiuchen must have been watching in the dark. You were actually able to play this kind of game right under his nose. Amazing. Ning Xiuma was impressed. Shun Juli's voice was faint. I saw him, but he couldn't see me. In other words, Luo Jiuchen couldn't see that he had switched. By the way, Julie, you've already won this battle. Why did you pretend to lose? This was the most strange thing about Ning Xiuma. She almost suspected that Shun Juli had also transmigrated and came to correct history. Shun Juli looked down at her and said calmly, I want to see what this Luo Jiuchen is up to. In fact, he didn't know what was going on. Before he went to the appointment, he had a vague feeling that Luo Jiuchen was setting a trap for him. Especially during the fight, Luo Jiuchen looked as if he was determined to win. Shun Juli felt that his smile was an eyesore. He suddenly felt a little curious about what Luo Jiuchen would do after defeating him, so he deliberately lost. Of course, both sides were masters. His defeat was very skillful, so Luo Jiuchen couldn't tell that he did it on purpose. He pretended to be chased by Luo Jiuchen into a valley. After Luo Jiuchen left, he quietly followed behind to see what new tricks he was up to. As a result, he saw Luo Jiuchen to punish Ning Xiuma as a demigod. Luo Jiuchen usually did things in a proper manner. Even if he wasn't like a god, he was like an unrestrained immortal who wandered the 6 realms. From time to time, he would do good deeds and let people worship his longevity tablet. Even though he had to compete with Shun Juli every few decades, he did not resort to any underhanded means. Every time he lost, he would smile and say, let's compete again next time. Then, he would walk away with a wave of his sleeves. He was so carefree that he did not even take a cloud with him. But this time, Luo Jiuchen first schemed against Xiuma and poisoned her with the aphrodisiac. If it weren't for Xiuma suddenly growing up and changing her personality and having sex with Shun Juli, he was afraid that he would have to use the forbidden technique to detoxify her. At that time, he would have to use half of his divine power, and the competition with Luo Jiuchen had been agreed long ago, so it couldn't be changed. Chapter 1944. At first, Luo Jiuchen might have been hiding his strength. In this competition, his moves were more ruthless and insidious than the previous one. The power of each move was twice as strong as usual. Shun Juli knew that if he really lost half of his divine power, he would be seriously injured this time. He faintly felt that Luo Jiuchen should have other schemes. Since it was a scheme, he had to dig it out fully and then uproot it. Although Shun Juli was not a special police officer, he had the brain of a special police officer. He simply beat Luo Jiuchen at his own game and lured the snake out of its hole. He wanted to see what Luo Jiuchen's specific scheme was. What Shun Juli didn't expect was that Luo Jiuchen's target was actually little Xiuma. If he hadn't taken action in time and blocked that palm for Xiuma, Xiuma would have been seriously injured. Even if the God of Heaven was not merciful, he should be impartial in the affairs of the 6 realms and have a righteous heart. Even a demigod should be like this. Ordinary immortals and demons would not cause the 6 realms to suffer the consequences of evil. But if the god's heart was not righteous, it was easy for him to do things that angered the heavens and people, and then it would be out of control. Even a demigod couldn't do it. So Shan Juli watched quietly this time to see how far he could go. The key to Luo Jiochen's scheme this time was little Shuima. He seemed to be playing a big game with little Shuima. Shan Juli, the god, was born to be emotionless. He didn't care about anyone or anything, but little Shuima was his weakness. He couldn't let go of her, especially after they had an intimate relationship. He couldn't let go of her even more. It was not a good thing for a god to have a weakness. It was easy to be used as a threat. So Shan Juli was relatively cold to little Shuima at first. He treated her no differently from the other little spiritual beasts that he had adopted for a few days. Until the day she was poisoned by the aphrodisiac, he could no longer ignore her. After having intimate contact with her, he also understood his own heart. Naturally, he wanted to completely protect her under his wings and not let her suffer the slightest bit of harm. Of course, this time, even though little Shuima didn't say anything, the things she did were very strange, causing him to be puzzled no matter how much he pondered. Although he didn't understand, he still believed in her. Therefore, he made up his mind to stay by her side and save her when she was in danger. He looked into Ning Shuima's eyes. She seemed to want to say something, but hesitated. In the end, she turned her eyes away from him. She started to change the topic. "Oh, right. Julie, what did you do with your sister? Is she still staying in your Fanteon palace?" Shan Juli glanced at the battle in the distance and replied, "She got the punishment she deserved." Shan Juli had always been fair and just. Since Miao Fan had schemed against little Shuima, then little Shuima had to bear the consequences of it, no matter whether it was good or bad, since the substitute had suffered for her. Ning Shuima also breathed a sigh of relief. She pulled Shan Juli's sleeve and asked, "Should we follow them and have a look?" Shan Juli looked down at her and asked, "Do you want to go?" Ning Shuima rubbed her nose. She actually just wanted to follow them and see if the substitute had been exposed. However, if Shan Juli kept following them and saw that the substitute was bitten all over and suffered from the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty, she didn't know if he couldn't help but directly kill these demons and save the substitute. Chapter 1945. If that was the case, there might be a change in the plan. Just as she was hesitating, Shan Juli carried her and flew up. "Since you want to see, I'll bring you there." Ning Shuima. Actually, it was him who wanted to see too, right? What Ning Shuima didn't expect was that in just an hour, the situation had escalated to a white-hot state. Countless corpses of the devil race were strewn all over the ground, including the 2 devils who wanted to take the substitute for themselves. They didn't get any benefits and had instead paid with their lives. It was just like the saying, humans die for wealth and birds die for food. The Devil Master's meat was indeed Tang Seng's meat, but also depended on whether you had the ability to eat it. Now, the substitute was being carried horizontally in the arms of a tall and burly devil. Fresh blood flowed down her red dress, and her little face was forcefully buried in the devil's arms. That was why Ning Shuima couldn't see her expression, but he could see that her body was trembling like a leaf in the wind. There were 7 to 8 other devils surrounding this devil who was carrying the substitute. Flashes of knives and shadows of swords, fresh blood, and cries of agony splattered all over this wasteland. Even though that devil was strong, he couldn't do it alone. Even a good tiger couldn't fight against a pack of wolves. Soon, he was showing signs of defeat under the attacks of those 7 to 8 devils. In a moment of carelessness, his shoulder even suffered a stab, and he almost threw the girl in his arms away. He probably knew that he couldn't salvage the situation, but he wasn't willing to give away the fat meat in his mouth just like that. He actually took advantage of the fight to take a big bite out of the arm of the girl in his arms, tearing off a piece of flesh. The girl in his arms gave off a grunt like a wild beast that had its mouth tied. Her body instantly stiffened, and it was obvious that she was in extreme pain, yet she couldn't cry out. This scene was abnormally bloody, and even Ning Shuima, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, broke out in cold sweat. If it wasn't for Shan Juli saving her, she would be the one suffering all of this now. Even though he knew from Mother Earth that little Shuima would face this calamity back then, seeing it with his own eyes was still very impactful. Little Xiaomo had never suffered like this before, but because of her love for Shun Julie, she had to suffer such inhumane torture. It was no wonder that once she regained her freedom, she would immediately turn into a demon and crazily seek revenge. Shun Julie's expression was also extremely ugly. If he really lost this battle with Luo Jiuchen and couldn't come back in time, then his Xiaomo would really have to endure such torture. Thinking of this, he even felt a little scared and hugged the person in his arms even tighter. Ning, Xiaomo murmured, "Julie, the dummy you made looks like a real one. It can bleed and tremble. It doesn't look fake at all." She then looked at the devil that was biting the substitute. After he took a bite and swallowed it, he threw the girl in his arms towards a rather powerful devil that was attacking him. That devil naturally caught her in passing, and thus, the other devils that were on the same side as him all turned their spears towards him. There was another bloody battle and another round of snatching. More and more devils came to fight over the spoils. The time that the substitute stayed beside the devils became shorter and shorter. Her flesh was being torn apart by the unwilling devils, and she was already covered in blood. Ning Xiaomo felt the same way. Her eyes were almost red, and she asked Shun Julie in a low voice, "Is that scoundrel Luo Jiuchen still watching nearby?" Shun Julie took a look at a huge tree not far away, and his voice was cold. "He's hiding there. He doesn't have the intention to make a move." Chapter 1946. The scene was too bloody. Even the substitute's little hand had been bitten off, and the palm had been reduced to an incomplete white bone. This was simply a punishment of death by 1,000 cuts. Ning Xiaomo's face turned pale as she watched. Her fingers clenched tightly in her sleeves. Looking at her substitute being bitten like this, she felt as if she had experienced it herself. She didn't dare to imagine what it would be like to be bitten like this. What kind of mentality did little Xiaomo have when she was tormented like this? There was a feeling of wanting to kill, wanting to destroy the world. Suddenly, her eyes darkened. Shun Julie covered her eyes with his sleeve. "Be good, don't look." A long howl came from the distance. The howl shook the surroundings and was quickly approaching. It was obvious that a super big demon had arrived. The other demons who were fighting over the substitute heard the howl and were startled. Their faces changed, and they immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Only the demon who was still holding onto Ning Xiaomo was left. He didn't know if he should throw away the treasure in his hands or run away with it. After a moment of hesitation, he also fiercely tore off a piece of flesh from Ning Xiaomo. Then, he threw her aside and ran away. The substitute's vitality was not ordinary. Even at this point, she still didn't faint. She trembled with all her might and made strange sounds like a beast crying out miserably. That super big demon had finally arrived. He looked at the little person who was trembling on the ground, and his eyes emitted a red light. Ning Xiaomo recognized that this super big demon was the strongest person besides little Xiaomo. The flower that made little Xiaomo unable to grow was also stolen from this demon. His name was Zhu Huan. At that time, after little Xiaomo defeated Zhu Huan and stole the flower, she didn't care about Zhu Huan's life and even let him live. When little Xiaomo was the demon master of the demon world, this person didn't appear again. He must have gone somewhere to recuperate. Now that he had heard the news about little Xiaomo, he naturally came to share a piece of the cake. Zhu Huan's devil power was extremely high, second only to little Xiaomo in her heyday. He was also a figure who could do whatever he wanted in the devil world. Other devils were naturally afraid of him. When they saw him, they naturally scattered like birds and beasts. Little devil master, to think that you would have such a day. Zhu Huan picked up the bloody substitute like he was picking up a chick. He used his sleeve to wipe off the blood on her small face. Not bad. Although the substitute had been bitten to the point where there was not a single piece of flesh left intact, her small face was not injured. It was just that it was deathly pale. The substitute hadn't fainted yet. His small mouth opened and closed as if he desperately wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Zhu Huan laughed heartily. "Little devil master, why do I feel so happy to see you like this?" He suddenly grabbed the substitute's head and kissed her forcefully. The substitute probably wanted to struggle, but she had no strength left. Instead of kissing, it was more like biting. He bit the substitute's lips until they were dripping with blood. Only then did he let go of her in satisfaction. Little Devil Master, actually, I like you a little. Unfortunately, you only have that supreme divinity in your heart. You even desperately tried to stick to him and change your mind to ask for his hand in marriage. Do you know that you've completely disgraced the devil race? Now, you've been driven out, haven't you? You've been driven out by your lover, haven't you? You're as pathetic as a drowning dog. You still want to count on your lover to save you? Stop dreaming. He's already driven you out. Chapter 1947. The moment he kicked you out and threw you back to the demon realm, he should have known what would happen to you. He hates you and wants you dead. Ha! Do you know how he got the news of your misfortune? It was that supreme divinity who spread the news. The body double trembled in Zhu Huan's hands and made noises. Zhu Huan laughed. Someone sealed your acupoints? Ha! I'll be kind and undo it for you. I like to hear you scream. He patted her body. After a long while, the body double still made noises and couldn't make any meaningful sound. What a pity. It seems that you're so frightened that you're speechless. Zhu Huan gently stroked her little face with his fingers. It doesn't matter. As long as you can make a sound, I'll take good care of you. He took out a medicine bag from nowhere and sprinkled some powder on the body double's countless wounds. The body double trembled even more violently as her body contorted with all her might. It was clear that the powder had the effect of stimulating the wounds on her body, causing her to feel even more pain. Be good. I'm not harming you. I just want your wounds to heal. I don't have any appetite for such a bloody scene. Let's go. I'll take you home. TSK, I can't bear to see such a little beauty being hurt like this. Zhu Huan proudly carried the body double and ran away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Shen Juli's hands and feet turned cold as he watched from a tree. He had already vaguely guessed what kind of trap Luo Jiuchen had set for him. That bastard was clearly trying to force the little demon master to become a real, crazy demon. Fortunately, he had secretly replaced the body double. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He looked up at another tree. Luo Jiuchen was standing there with his eyes downcast and his fingers clenched tightly, as if he couldn't bear it. Moments later, Luo Jiuchen let out a long sigh. Imo, don't blame me for being cruel. I had no choice. I'll make it up to you in the future. I'll give you the best. He turned around and ran off. Shen Juli's body moved. He wanted to follow, but a pair of small hands suddenly clung onto his neck. Julie, I feel uncomfortable. Shen Juli looked down and was shocked. The face of the person in his arms was extremely pale. Even her lips were white. Shuama. Shen Juli put his fingers on her wrist. What's wrong with you? Ning Shuama's small body was trembling. I feel terrible, so terrible. Her heart was beating abnormally fast. It was like fear, but also like poisoning. She pursed her lips and looked like she was about to cry. My heart hurts. I want to go back to Fantion Palace. Shen Juli looked down at her deeply and said softly, Okay, I'll take you back. In any case, he had already swapped her out. That Miao Fan had gone through all the pain and suffering in Shuama's place. Even if she was driven crazy, she wouldn't be able to do anything. There was no need for him to follow them anymore. Ning Shuama felt like vomiting. She had seen a lot of bloody scenes in her life, so normal bloody scenes were nothing to her. However, when she saw what the body double had gone through, her heart was trembling, because she knew that this was what little Shuama had really gone through. How helpless was she when she went through all this back then? How desperate. Chapter 1948. Just because she loved someone, she was treated like this. Not to mention the innocent little Shuama back then. Even if she was now, if she didn't know the truth in advance, she would also go crazy. It was necessary to become a demon immediately. Although the substitute was fake, the behavior of these demons was real. Right now, Ning Shuama had the urge to cut these devils into 1,000 pieces. Of course, she hated the initiator, Luo Jiuchen, to the bone. In order to achieve his own selfish desires, this person actually harmed a girl like this, And this girl was even the one he said he loved. Pervert. Demon. This person was not a demigod. He was clearly the reincarnation of a demon. If she didn't kill this thief, she would not be a human. Seeing Zhu Huan kissing the substitute, Ning Xiuma had an impulse to vomit. It was too disgusting. If Shun Julie hadn't replaced her, she would have been the one suffering all this now. It turned out that little Xiuma's condition wasn't as simple as being bitten a few times or having her heart's blood extracted. Aside from the physical pain, her spirit was also ravaged. It was only natural that she would collapse and her temperament would change greatly. Ning Xiuma understood what would happen next. With Shun Julie's personality, he would definitely not allow things to continue to develop. If he didn't allow things to continue to develop, then Zisha wouldn't appear, and she wouldn't have to change her fate in the end, so she couldn't let him continue to watch. To sum up, Ning Xiuma simply swallowed a unique poison quietly. In addition, she was already disgusted, so it seemed that she was really weak. Shun Julie took her back to Fanteon Palace and immediately treated her. He found out the poison in her body. Fortunately, it was a slow-acting poison, and he cured it in time, so it was not a big problem. Julie, I want to recover my kung fu. In Shun Julie's bedroom, Ning Xiuma held Shun Julie's arm and didn't let go. This feeling of not having any kung fu and being at the mercy of others was too unpleasant. She had to get better quickly so that she could carry out the next step of her plan. Shun Julie understood that she was frightened by the scene and held her in his arms. Don't worry, I will protect you in the future. I will never let you suffer again. Ning Xiuma shook her head. I think it's better for me to recover my kung fu on my own. She looked at Shun Julie anxiously. It can't be that my kung fu is completely crippled, right? Never to recover again? No, it's because you went too far in the early stages that your blood vessels were completely blocked. I'll help you slowly recuperate. After a year, your martial arts will return. 1 year. Ning Xiuma's jaw almost dropped. That's too long. If she stayed here for too long, she was afraid that her body would die, and little Nianma would cry himself to death. Moreover, Mother Earth said that after little Xiuma was rescued by Luo Jiuchen, she recovered all her kung fu in less than half a month. Her kung fu even doubled a few times. That was why she could destroy the world. Could it be that Luo Jiuchen had a very special way to recover? Is there a faster way? I can't wait. Ning Xiuma continued to look at him eagerly. Shun Julie was speechless. He tried to persuade her. Xiuma, 1 year is not a long time. It's better to recover your kung fu gradually. In the eyes of the immortals, 1 year was indeed a short time. However, to Ning Xiuma, it was impossible. She continued to pester Shun Julie, hoping that he would find a faster and better way. She was determined and kissed him on the lips. Julie, help me. Chapter 1949. Her chi deviation this time was definitely related to Shun Julie. Shun Julie already felt guilty towards her, but he couldn't change her insistence. He sighed and said, There is a way, but it will make you suffer a lot. There's really no need. There's a need. It's really necessary. Ning Xiuma's eyes lit up when she heard him relenting. She hurriedly said, I'm not afraid of suffering. I have to recover quickly. Shun Julie looked at her for a long time. His gaze was so deep that Ning Xiuma's little heart couldn't help but beat faster. Okay. Shun Julie only said one word. Ning Xiuma let out a sigh of relief and struck while the iron was hot. When do we start? 10 days later, Shun Julie said concisely. Ning Xiuma lowered her eyes and calculated the time. According to Mother Earth, little Xiuma suffered for 10 days in the hands of that Zhu Huan before she was rescued by Luo Jiuchen. Can it be a few days earlier? I think we can do it now. Ning Xiuma, try to bargain with him. Your poison has just been cured, and your body is still weak. You have to recuperate for 10 days. Shun Julie rejected her flatly. All right, 10 days it is. It shouldn't be a problem. All right, have a good rest. I'll come and see you later. Shun Julie stuffed her into the blankets and turned to leave. Ning Xiuma faintly felt that Shun Julie should be suspicious of her. This person was extremely smart, and some of her little tricks would probably fall into his eyes. For example, she ate poison herself, and she was so anxious to recover her power. Shun-Julie just didn't want to expose her, but it would probably leave a shadow in his heart. But how could she be honest with him? If she was honest, she would probably transmigrate back before she could even say half of it. It wasn't easy for her to transmigrate again. Speaking of which, did she change her fate chart? If it was just a substitute suffering, then the substitute couldn't produce the purple fiend, right? Without Zisha, the world would not have perished. Then, Shun-Julie would have been able to live here for a long time. Little Shuama would not have died, and Shuemo and Ning Shuama would not have been born. Little Nyima would not have been born either. Ning Shuama lay in bed and felt that she was going to be confused by this unsolvable equation. But how did the purple fiend come about? After he recovered his kung fu, should he be like little Shuama and go on a killing spree? Those demons in the devil realm who had once tortured her substitute must be killed. She had no qualms about killing them. But what about the others? After all, the others were innocent. Was she really going to drag the people of the 6 realms down with her for her own selfish desires? After all, Shun-Julie was the guardian of the heavenly Tao. If he suddenly went down to the lower bound and became a demon, he was afraid that Shun-Julie would not agree to it. She still had to be his enemy. Ouch. Her head hurt. Ning Shuama held her head and rolled around on the bed. Although she admitted that she was not a good person, it was still very stressful to be the Devil King who destroyed the world. Especially when her husband was the guardian of the heavenly Tao. The pressure was magnified countless times. When she was in the devil realm, in order to achieve a realistic effect, she took a very strong poison. Although it was cured now, her head was still a little dizzy and painful. Besides, she was also very tired after a day of torment. Unknowingly, she fell asleep. Shun-Julie had returned to the bedroom. He sat in front of Ning Shuama's bed. Seeing that she was sleeping soundly, he did not disturb her. He just checked her pulse again. Ning Shuama suddenly moved and murmured unconsciously, "Nianma, what should I do? Mother." Chapter 1950. She muttered a few more words, but the rest was very vague and he couldn't hear clearly. Shun-Julie's fingers that were holding her wrist stiffened. He looked down at her and didn't move for a long time. After a while, he raised his hand and smoothed the messy hair on her forehead. He seemed to want to do something, but in the end, he didn't do it. He sat by her bed and then turned to walk out. Yes, he had already seen that she had swallowed the poison to stop him from following her. Some of her actions were also very abnormal. He had asked her to wait for him on the tree, but she sat alone at the edge of the road to the mortal world. She clearly knew that Luo Jiuchen would plot against her. When she fell into the demon world, she seemed to have known that those demons would take advantage of the situation to catch her. She bravely accepted her fate. Although he didn't like to meddle in other people's business, it didn't mean that he didn't understand the human nature of this world. He knew some of the movements of the demon world like the back of his hand. He was very familiar with most of the demons with names and had a general understanding of the demons under Shuama's command. He knew that these people were not loyal to Shuama, but because her demon power was too high, they didn't dare to rebel. Most of the demons were not loyal to her. He had previously reminded her, but after all, she didn't understand, and her ability to control her subordinates was not very strong. Once she lost her power and became an ordinary person, Shun-Julie knew what it meant to those demons better than little Shuama. If it was the little Shuama who had not grown up, she might not have been able to predict the situation and made such a suicidal move. But now Shuama was very smart and tactful. For someone like her to do such a thing, it really made people suspicious. Ning Shuama once asked him if he believed her, and he believed her. He didn't know what was going on, but he inexplicably believed her. He believed that everything she did was for a reason and had difficulties. But he still hoped that she could be honest with him, and then the two of them could face it together. He didn't want to guess here and there when he knew that something was wrong. And he still misjudged Luo Jiuchen. He thought that Luo Jiuchen would rush out to save Shuama at the critical moment, but he didn't expect that Luo Jiuchen had been watching the fire burning across the river. He had been watching with folded arms. Luo Jiuchen obviously wanted to force Xiuma to become a demon. He had become a truly cold-blooded and merciless demon who had slaughtered countless people. Was Luo Jiuchen trying to create a real opponent for him? Did he know that Shun Julie cared about this girl? So he used this trick to force Xiuma into becoming a demon and let him and her fight each other, so that Luo Jiuchen could benefit from it? He had figured out Luo Jiuchen's plot, but what about Xiuma? She seemed to have known a lot of things long ago. She seemed to want to change something, but also seemed to want to push something. Now, she was actually talking in her sleep and calling herself Mother. In short, her actions were beyond Shun Julie's expectations. If it was someone else who dared to be so secretive in front of him, he would either chase that person out or use some means to dig out that person's background. But not for her. Against her, he couldn't use many means and couldn't use them. So, he preferred her to tell him herself. Ning Xiuma slept very soundly. When she woke up, she felt refreshed, and all the discomfort disappeared. She got up, stretched her hands and feet, and then dressed up in front of the mirror. The mirror reflected her delicate and lovely face, big round eyes, small mouth, and 2 dimples on her face when she smiled. Chapter 1951. This was little Xiuma's face, which was also her face when she was 12 or 13 years old. Luo Jiuchen, that bastard, had the heart to lay his hands on such a cute child and let her suffer so much. What was even more infuriating was that this bastard had caused little Xiuma to be so miserable and had replaced Shun Julie as the master of heaven and earth 50,000 years later. Now, he was so proud of himself. Just thinking about it made her so angry that she had a toothache. So, she must find a way to kill him. Ning Xiuma thought of the heaven's water poison again and remembered that she was a 7th-level alchemist. Her eyes turned slightly. Shun Julie's alchemist level was enough. Why didn't she ask him for advice on how to level up quickly? He was a ready-made master. Thinking of this, she couldn't stay in the house for a moment and ran out. Fanteon Palace was very big. Its layout was a bit similar to Shun Julie's palace on Buddha Lotus Mountain in Tianxi Continent, but it was a few times bigger. There were many pavilions and terraces inside. It was almost as if the scenery was changing with every step, but Ning Xiuma wasn't in the mood to appreciate it. She walked around Fanteon Palace, but still couldn't find Shun Julie's whereabouts. Strange, where'd he go? Ning Xiuma was puzzled when a melodious sound of the zither suddenly came from afar. Her eyes lit up and immediately followed the sound of the zither. Soon, she got close to the isolated big stone peak. The sound of the zither came from above. Ning Xiuma bitterly raised her head to look at it. She had the urge to kick that lonely peak. It was so high. With her current ability, she couldn't go up and could only wander around below. As the old saying goes, a gentleman listens to the zither but doesn't speak. Ning Xiuma pondered for a moment. If she continued to be a gentleman, she definitely couldn't go up. So, she took a deep breath and shouted, "I want to go up, or you can come down." Her voice wasn't soft and could be heard from afar, but the sound of the zither was still tinkling and didn't even stop. The circling birds in the sky that were attracted by the sound of the zither became more and more. Could it be that he didn't hear it? Ning Xiuma pinched the space between her eyebrows. It wasn't that she wanted to waste her time, but her time was really precious. She wanted to take advantage of these few days to learn alchemy. Should she howl again? Just as she was hesitating, a phoenix cry came from the sky. A big red fire phoenix suddenly flew down and landed at Ning Xiuma's feet, nodding at her. Vermilion bird. Her fiery red feathers were overflowing with light, and she stood there with her chest puffed out like a ball of fire. She was both majestic and beautiful. Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat. Was he sent by Shun Julie? She approached the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix looked at her with its red phoenix eyes, as if it was calculating her weight. It had a sense of superiority. How could a bird look down on her? There was even pressure coming from his body. Ning Xiuma's lips curled up slightly. She pulled on its feathers and jumped on its back in the blink of an eye. The fire phoenix probably wanted to give her a show of strength. Just as Ning Xiuma jumped on its back, it let out a long cry and shot up into the sky like a rocket launcher. Fortunately, Ning Xiuma knew from its eyes that this little bird was probably going to give her a show of strength. She was already prepared. Just as she landed on its back, she pulled on its feathers tightly. Her body was almost in the air, but she didn't have any intention of falling down. She only cursed in her heart. Shouldn't such a big bird be gliding when taking off? It could actually fly up in a straight line like a helicopter. This was simply unscientific. Although Ning Xiuma lost her psychokinesis, fortunately, she didn't lose her strength. Chapter 1952. Although Ning Xiuma had lost her psychokinesis, she did not lose her strength. In this lifetime, she had also ridden a few perverted birds, so she already had experience. She was not afraid, but because her body was suspended in the air, almost all of her weight was supported by her two hands. Her small hands were somewhat tight. This vermilion bird probably wanted to test her ability to adapt. Its speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Especially after flying to the peak, it rushed up for a long time, then turned around and swooped down again. After landing, it retracted its wings and stood there arrogantly, continuing to listen to the zither with its neck raised. Obviously, it was urged by Shanjuli to go down to pick up people, and it was a little unwilling to be interrupted. So, it wanted to give Ning Xiuma a show of strength and vent its anger. Ning Xiuma almost vomited after being tossed around by the vermilion bird. She steadied herself on the vermilion bird's back and suddenly leaned forward. Her two small hands stuffed something into the vermilion bird's ears. Vermilion bird suddenly could not hear anything. In the time it was stunned, Ning Xiuma had turned over and ran to shun Julie's side. Although Vermilion Bird was not small, its ears were not big. Once something was stuffed into its ears, it would be difficult for it to get it out. Such a beautiful zither sound could not be heard all the time. Vermilion Bird was anxiously patting its ears with its wings. After all, its wings weren't as nimble as a human's. After tossing and turning for a long time, it still didn't come out. It also didn't dare to let out a long cry to disturb the supreme divinity. It anxiously circled around in circles, its pair of eyes firmly staring at Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma just acted as if she did not see its murderous gaze. She sat next to Shunjuli and listened to the zither with a smile. The sound of the zither slowly stopped. Shunjuli looked at her and then looked at the Vermilion Bird who was walking over. He shook his head and said, "Naughty." Vermilion Bird stretched out its head and wanted Shunjuli to look at its ears. Shunjuli had no intention of relieving it of its difficulties at all. His fingers gently stroked the strings of the zither as he said lightly, "Who did you offend? Let that person deal with it for you." The Vermilion Bird understood and could only turn its gaze towards Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma pretended not to see it and pulled Shunjuli's sleeve. "Guru, how about another song?" She felt that the Almighty's music could not only attract birds to listen to it, but it also had the effect of adjusting her meridians. Finally, there seemed to be a little bit of energy in her stomach. What's more, the Vermilion Bird's ear was stuffed with a feather she plucked from its body. If the Almighty played again and it still couldn't hear it, it would be even more impatient and regretful. Shunjuli looked at her. "Do you know how to play?" Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat. She nodded. "Yes." Shunjuli's eyes flashed, and he stepped aside. "Come, play a song." Ning Xiuma sat in front of the zither and lowered her eyes for a moment. She stretched out her fingers and fell on the zither. Ding, ding, dong, dong. She had memories of little Xiuma and knew that little Xiuma couldn't sit still. Although she liked to listen to Shunjuli play the zither, she didn't like to play the zither. Shunjuli must have known this as well. He probably wanted to test her by asking her to play the zither. In fact, she couldn't wait to let Shunjuli discover more of her abnormalities and arouse his curiosity so that he could explore the truth for himself. Therefore, she naturally played very hard at this moment. Although her zither skills were not as good as Shunjuli's, she could still be considered a top master. Chapter 1953. Once an expert reached out his hand, he would know whether he was skilled or not. Shunjuli knew that she was an expert when he saw her fingering skills. The tune she played was a little weird, but it was very beautiful and pleasant to the ears. It even gave him a sense of familiarity, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. Ning Xiuma played The Moon Reflected in Two Springs, which was originally a classic of the Eru. However, when played with the guqin, it had a different flavor. It was like a clear spring flowing on top of the mountain. Shunjili listened quietly, deep in thought. With his strong memory, he could remember a good tune forever after listening to it once. He would never forget it. In his memory, he had never heard this song before. But what was with this inexplicable sense of familiarity? A person who obviously didn't know how to play the guqin could suddenly play such a beautiful tune. Other than being possessed by a ghost, there was almost no other explanation. However, the soul was obviously the same. Even if they were twins and looked exactly the same, their souls were still different. This was absolutely impossible to fake. Shinjuli looked at her sideways, speculating all kinds of possibilities. When the song ended, Ning Xiuma stopped playing and looked at him. Her eyes were as bright as stars. How was it? Was it nice? Not bad. Where did you learn this tune? A place you have never been to. Ning Xiuma said tentatively. After saying that, there was a moment of silence. Not bad. She didn't reveal the secret of heaven, so she didn't get sent back. The 6 realms were huge, and there were places that Shun Juli had not been to. He shook his head and said, "This is the first time I'm listening to this song that you're playing. Somehow, it feels familiar." Ning Xiuma's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He felt familiar? When she followed Shun Juli to gain experience in the Tianxi continent, she had played this tune for him. Other times, she had never played it. Then how could he feel a sense of familiarity from 50,000 years ago? Could it be that he also transmigrated? No. If he also transmigrated here, he should be able to recognize her. Perhaps his old illness had relapsed, and he had lost his memory when he transmigrated. Did he lose his memory again? Guru, did you forget something? For example, losing a part of your memory? Ning Xiuma's eyes sparkled. Shun Jili shook his head. No, he had all of his memories from the moment he was born. It was impossible for him to lose his memories. Think about it again. Maybe you don't even know if you lost it. Ning Xiuma didn't give up. Shun Jili glanced at her. Why did you say that I lost my memory? How did you deduce that? Ning Xiuma coughed. This song. Actually, I played it for you before. When? Where is it? Ning Xiuma rubbed her eyebrows with a headache. The abnormal god didn't let her tell the truth. What should she say? Suddenly, she had an idea. In a dream, looking at Shun Juli's disapproving expression, Ning Xiuma continued to talk to him like she was talking in a Zen language. Guru, let me tell you the story of Zhuang Shengxiao's dream of a butterfly. She was very eloquent. She told the story in a clear and logical way, explaining the cause and effect very clearly. Finally, she sighed and said, "Actually, people are very strange sometimes. Sometimes, what you think of as a dream might be reality, and what you think of as reality might be a dream. It depends on how you look at it. Maybe both the dream and reality are real." Chapter 1954. Shun Juli listened to her as if she was beating around the bush. Finally, he said slowly, "Are you saying that some dreams are real? For example, you said that you played this song for me in the dream, but in fact, the dream was real?" Smart. Ning Xiuma nodded. In that real dream, not only did you play the guqin in front of me, but you also gave birth to a child. Is the child named Nianma? Shun Jili sat there and tapped the stone next to him with a faint smile. Ning Xiuma was stunned and blurted out, "How do you know so clearly? Have you read my memory?" Shun Jili raised his hand and knocked her head. Stupid. The person being read must be awake to read the memory. Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat. She could not tell him, but what if? What if he read her memory? Perhaps he would know the whole truth. However, if he knew, he would also know what would happen next. He was the divine lord who guarded this world. If he knew in advance, would he try to stop it? If that was the case, history would change drastically. Her little Nianma would not be able to come back. With Shun Juli's character, it was impossible for him to ignore the safety of the 6 realms for a child. Perhaps he would persuade her to have another child in the future. Therefore, when Ning Xiuma wanted to ask him to read her memory, she swallowed it back. She stood up and walked around the mountain. Suddenly, she turned to Shun Julie and asked, "Great God, have you ever thought that one day the Fanteon Palace will belong to someone else?" Shun Julie answered casually, "It is just a worldly possession." He meant that he did not care. Ning Shuima pouted. "What if that person is Luo Jiuchen? Not only did he take away your divine position, but he also coveted your wife and plotted against your child?" Shun Julie frowned slightly and said coldly, "He has to have the ability to do so." Ning Shuima coughed. What if? What if he has already done it? He has already snatched your deity position and is forcing your wife and children to do the same. Shun Julie raised his eyebrows. "Does he think I'm dead?" Ning Shuima thought to herself, "You are indeed dead in that world. Otherwise, that bastard would not dare to be so arrogant." Ning Shuima hugged his arm and said, "Master, how can someone like Luo Jiuchen be worthy of being a divine venerable? Don't you think so? His character is too despicable." Shun Julie raised his hand and stroked her hair. "Indeed, it's just the heavenly Tao. Don't worry, with me here, he can't overturn the heavens." Ning Shuima sighed inwardly. "I was afraid that you wouldn't be here." She sat there plucking at the strings, pondering what to say. Shun Julie picked her up and put her on his lap. He looked into her eyes and said, "You have a lot on your mind. Can't you tell me?" Ning Shuima leaned lazily in his arms. She had too many misgivings, so naturally, she could not say it out loud. She cheered herself up and hugged his neck. "Master, do you have a spell that can let me go back to the past?" She wanted to learn this first. If the master knew this, she would not be afraid. If she accidentally let it slip and was transmigrated back, she could find a way to transmigrate back. Go back to the past? What do you mean? Shun Julie raised his eyebrows. For example, you want to go back to the time when you were just born and wore open crotch pants? I didn't wear open crotch pants. Shun Julie did not know whether to laugh or cry, but there was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. You want to go back to that time? Ning Shuima giggled. Maybe I'll have another dream, and I'll be able to see you as a cute child. Chapter 1955. Shun Julie's eyes flickered. You're talking about dreaming again? Again? He was indeed smart, to be able to grasp the key point in her words. Ning Shuima struck while the iron was hot. That's right, who knows, the current you might be my. She suddenly paused. You what? Shun Julie continued to pursue. He's my dearest husband. Ning Shuima changed her words. She almost blurted out the words 50,000 years. She clearly remembered that the last time she had said this sentence, she had returned with a whoosh. She shook his arm. I'm the one asking you. Do you have any ideas? Shun Julie shook his head. I've never heard of this before. It's impossible for people to return to the past. That's because you're ignorant and inexperienced. This sister had transmigrated from the future. Ning Shuima rarely met a place where she could embarrass this great god, but it was a pity that she couldn't say it out loud, so she couldn't help but feel unhappy. But if even he didn't have any ideas, then she had to be even more cautious. Speaking of which, she seemed to have the physique of transmigrating while sleeping. When she was in the modern era, she had transmigrated to Tianci continent and became another person. Now that she had transmigrated again, she had directly transmigrated to 50,000 years ago. But since God had given her this physique, he probably wanted to send her over to change her fate, right? She had to grab hold of this opportunity. She couldn't let it go. She had to use every minute and second of transmigrating to this world to do her own things. Ning Shuima finally remembered the reason why she was looking for him. That's right, great God. Can you teach me alchemy? Shun Julie looked at her from head to toe. Are you sure? That year when I taught you alchemy, not only did you destroy a bunch of my medicinal herbs, you even blew up my alchemy furnace. Ning Shuima knew that he was talking about little Shuima's embarrassing childhood, so she coughed. People will change. Now my alchemy skills have reached level 7. Shun Julie sized her up again, suddenly carried her, and walked away. Show me how to refine it. Inside the medicine refining room, Ning Shuima skillfully refined a cauldron of level 7 pills. Shun Julie had been watching her from the side. Seeing her skillful movements and techniques, His eyes flashed even more fiercely. Ever since he had slept with Ning Xiuma, he had become suspicious of her identity. During the days when Ning Xiuma reverted to little Xiuma, he secretly went to the Devil Realm to investigate. He learned about little Xiuma's living habits and skills, and knew that she didn't know how to refine medicine at all. The medicine she had was basically given to her by her subordinates. But now he had suddenly reached the 7th level of alchemy. Combined with what she had said on the mountain peak, an inference formed in his mind. Could she really be from the future? Was that even possible? Great Master, what do you think of my refining? Ning Xiuma stood on her tiptoes and shook the pill in her hand in front of his eyes. Shinjili picked it up and looked at it, then nodded. Not bad. Ning Xiuma smiled and narrowed her eyes. Do you believe me now? Come, quickly tell me, how can I quickly improve my alchemy skills? She was almost hugging his neck like a swing. After she reverted to little Xiuma's appearance, she relied on her lowly appearance in front of her sweetheart, so her personality was very lively. Shinjili looked at her round and bright eyes and calmly said, Is your body better? Ning Xiuma was anxious to learn alchemy, so when she heard him ask this, she immediately jumped up and down. Of course. Shinjili quietly looked at her blushing little face. Chapter 1956. Shinjili looked at her blushing face. Her skin was so tender that he wanted to take a bite out of it. Her eyes were bright. The little girl recovered very quickly. She was as lively as before after a nap. He raised his hand and pinched her cheek. He said calmly, You have to pay a price for learning from me. Ning Xiuma did not react for a while. What price? She raised her eyebrows. With our current relationship, do you still need me to pay you? It is very useful. Shinjili had a faint smile in his eyes. And I only want one kind of payment. Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat. Her face was slightly red. The payment you want is you. Shinjili touched her body. After a flash of white light, Ning Xiuma returned to her appearance of a 16 or 17-year-old girl. In the blink of an eye, Ning Xiuma found herself back in her bedroom. She felt the world spinning around her as she was pressed onto the bed. Perhaps it was because absence made the heart grow fonder. Shinjili and Ning Xiuma were entangled with each other for a long time, and they were especially passionate. Ning Xiuma felt like she was a dough being kneaded into various shapes by him. When she was aroused, she cooperated with him very well. Overall, the two of them rolled around the bed to their heart's content. Ning Xiuma felt that her body was already strong enough, but after this round of tossing and turning, she once again fell asleep in his embrace. Shinjili was a man of his words. The next day, Ning Xiuma woke up in his arms. Shinjili told her how to quickly improve her medicine refining skills. However, there were only 4 words: study hard and practice hard. Ning Xiuma immediately felt that she had been tricked by a big bad wolf. She was so angry that she flipped over and sat on top of him to settle the score. However, she forgot that a man in the morning was the most dangerous. In the end, it was too horrible to look at. She was once again taken aback by him, and he even said with certainty that she was the one who initiated it. Fortunately, Shinjili didn't want to wrong her too much, lest she go crazy. Not only did he give her a real full-body massage, he also helped her relax her muscles and bones so that she could quickly recover her strength. He also accompanied her in the medicine refining room for the whole day and gave her a few words of advice from time to time. He was indeed a very qualified master. Every word of advice was concise and comprehensive and went straight to the core, which benefited Ning Xiuma a lot. His alchemy skill had improved. This kind of skill was indeed not something that could be improved in a short period of time. However, with the help of Shinjili, Ning Xiuma still managed to master the real rapid leveling of the alchemy skill. She believed that at this rate, her alchemy skill should be able to reach level 9 in less than a month. When the time came, he would be able to refine the heavenly water poison to restrain Luo Jiuchen. She also remembered the location of the 3 other medicinal herbs, so she asked Shinjili for advice. Ning Xiuma felt that Shinjili was definitely a big bad wolf who wouldn't suffer any losses. Every time she asked for advice, she had to pay a price. Moreover, it was the kind that didn't accept credit. Hence, in order to get the location of the 3 medicinal herbs, Ning Shuima paid a total of 4 prices. Originally, it was 3 times. The other time, he said that it was a buy 3, get 1 free discount. Ning Shuima got up from the bed angrily and told him that she was the buyer. She had bought his information 3 times, so he should give her other information once more. That would be called buy 3, get 1 free. However, Shunjili turned his head and smiled at her lazily. You're right. I should give you something for free. However, I have the final say on what I give you. Don't you think so? Chapter 1957. Ning Shuima pondered for a moment. Usually, when it came to a buy 1 get 1 free deal, the one that was given to the seller was the one that was chosen by the seller and not the customer. However, Shunjili was full of treasures, and his knowledge was as vast as the ocean. No matter what he gave her, it should be something precious. Thus, she nodded and agreed. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Then what are you giving me? Shunjili was lying on the bed. His clothes were half open, and his jade-like skin was faintly discernible. He was lying casually, and he looked lazy and flirtatious. However, the words that came out of his mouth were very annoying. How about giving it to me? I can let you do whatever you want of me this time. Ning Shuima was speechless. She picked up the pillow next to her and threw it at his handsome face. She replied to him directly, no. Shunjili laughed loudly. His laughter was so clear that it could be heard from outside the hall. Shunjili was born with a cold temperament. Ning Shuima had never seen him laugh like this in her life. After getting out of bed, she rubbed her sore waist and looked at him in surprise. Master, I didn't know that you could laugh like this. I have been entangled with you for 3. She wanted to say that she had never seen him laugh like this in her 3 lifetimes. However, before she could finish her sentence, she felt a tightness in her chest, and her vision turned black. Shunjili watched her suddenly fall. He did not have time to think and quickly held her. However, her body shrank rapidly in his arms and returned to the appearance of a 12 or 13 years old. She opened her eyes. Her eyes were as clear as crystal, as if she had just woken up from a dream. Jili? Shunjili felt as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on him. He felt cold from head to toe. Mother. A tender and cheerful voice awakened Ning Shuima's consciousness. She opened her eyes and saw Shun Nianma's delicate face. The child was looking at her with surprise. When he saw that she had opened her eyes, he rushed into her arms. Mother, you slept for 5 days again. You almost scared him to death. He was probably extremely aggrieved as he lay in her arms and cried. His tears had soaked her clothes. I'm back. For a moment, Ning Shuima felt as if she was dreaming. What was a dream? What is reality? Even she felt confused for a moment. If it were not for little Nianma, she would not have come back. However, when she held little Nianma's chubby body in her arms and saw the little guy's big eyes, she was glad that she came back in time. She had slept for another 5 days. Little Nianma must have been frightened. She turned over and sat up. Her body was clearly very weak before she fell asleep, and she could barely walk on her own. But now, she didn't feel any discomfort. She held the little fellow in her arms. The little fellow hugged her tightly and clung to her body, as if he was afraid that she would run away again. Although she was touched to receive such a warm hug from her son, she also felt a little helpless. She rubbed the little guy's head. Nianma, I was too tired and slept for 5 days. You don't have to worry. Little Nianma sobbed. But you don't seem to be asleep. You don't even breathe, and your heart has stopped beating. General Manager Himu and the rest were even more anxious than Nianma. They had invited many doctors over, but all of them said that it was hopeless. If his mother had not slept with him before, Nianma would have thought that his mother was a goner. I really don't want to live anymore. Chapter 1958. When such a young child suddenly said that he did not want to live anymore, it was extremely frightening. Ning Shuima held his arm tightly. Don't talk nonsense. Nianma, you have to live well. Nianma is my sweetheart. Her heart skipped a beat. It turned out that her so-called dream was not sleeping, but a real out-of-body experience. It was as if she was dead. No wonder the child was afraid. She could not explain how guilty she felt toward the child. The child was still so young, but he had experienced so much. He was even more troubled than her. She did not give the child much love, but she gave him a lot of shocks. She was not a qualified mother. She held the child in her arms and patted and comforted him. Finally, the little guy stopped crying and smiled. She whispered in the child's ear, "Baby, if you see me in this situation in the future, you don't have to be nervous. I just went out to do something. I will come back. I will not abandon you, understand? What is mother going out to do? Can you bring Nianma with you?" Shen Nianma's knowledge of metaphysics was still very rich, so he vaguely knew about the out-of-body experience. Ning Xiuma sighed. If she could bring the child with her, she would have done so long ago. She wiped the little guy's face and said in a low voice, "Nianma, I am busy because of your father's return." Little Nianma's eyes lit up. "Father, chill." Ning Xiuma pressed a finger on his little mouth. "Good baby, you must not let anyone else know about this. Do you understand?" Little Nianma nodded obediently. "Okay, no matter when, no matter what the situation is, you can't tell anyone." Ning Xiuma reminded him again. "Okay, I will listen to you." Little Nianma vowed. Ning Xiuma was relieved. She told her son in advance so that the little guy would not be worried if she traveled in the future. She also told her son, "Baby, if you encounter such a situation in the future, you just need to protect my body so that I will not be taken away by the beast. I will come back sooner or later." Little Nianma nodded and answered seriously, "Okay, I will listen to you, mother." Ning Xiuma breathed a sigh of relief. She found that she was still in the small courtyard where Shun Julie had lived. It seemed that her subordinates did not dare to move her because she suddenly stopped breathing. The 8 mythological beasts guarding outside heard the commotion inside and sent Bai Zhe in to take a look. Seeing the mother and son hugging each other, Bai Zhe immediately heaved a sigh of relief and retracted his head back to report the good news to his companions. The news of her awakening spread very quickly, and the outside world was practically in a state of jubilation. Ning Xiuma could hear that there were quite a lot of people in this small courtyard. Suddenly, she thought of something and her expression changed. She jumped out of bed and ran out of the door. When she saw everything in the courtyard, she gasped. The 8 mythological beasts were all in their original forms, walking majestically in the courtyard. Manager Heimu and a few other guardians of the MO Palace were also in the small courtyard. The small courtyard was not big, so it was crowded because of the presence of these people. There were even 2 people standing in the flower bed. "All of you get out," Ning Xiuma sternly shouted, scaring the jubilant crowd. They all turned their heads to look at her. Those people were originally going to pay their respects, but they were also shocked by her shout and looked at her in a daze. Ning Xiuma took a deep breath and calmly said, "All of you get out. In the future, no one is allowed to come in without my permission." Chapter 1959. Although everyone did not know what was going on, they quickly left the place. "Mother!" Little Nianma did not understand why his mother was so harsh. Ning Xiuma did not bother to answer him. After everyone left, she rushed to the flower bed. The flower bed was trampled beyond recognition, and many of the weeds were flattened. It looked like a mess. Ning Xiuma's face was pale. She carefully and cautiously searched the area in her memory. She pushed aside the flattened grass and looked for the little lotus that she had worked so hard to find. After a while, she finally found it. Then, she heaved a long sigh of relief and sat on the ground. The little lotus was still there, but the leaves at the corner had been scratched and were a little injured. However, the green was still very attractive. Moreover, in these 5 days, it seemed to have grown a little taller. It looked very delicate. Ning Xiuma remembered Miao Fan's words. She said that Shun Julie's original body crawled out from the lotus. So this strange little lotus could be the original body of Shun Julie. Perhaps when it grew up and bloomed, Shun Julie would come back. When Miao Fan told her about this, the first thing that came to her mind was this little lotus. She gently stroked the leaves with her fingers and could feel the wisps of spiritual aura on it. She carefully took care of the little lotus. Little Nianma also squatted beside her and curiously looked at the little lotus, which was not as thick as Xiao Qiao. Mother, do you also plant flowers? He reached out his little hand and wanted to play with it. This little thing doesn't look special. Ning Shuima's lips twitched. If this little lotus was really Shun Julie, it was not a little thing to Shin Yinma. She stopped her son's little hand so that he wouldn't hurt it. You'll know what's special about it after it blooms. Yinma, this flower is very important to me. You must not let anyone hurt it. You have to protect it well. Do you understand? Shin Yinma nodded solemnly. Yes, I will take good care of it. I will not let anyone pluck it. Mother, what kind of flower is it? Lotus. Ning Shuima paused for a moment before telling her son. Shin Yinma's eyes widened. Mother, are you mistaken? Don't lotus flowers grow in ponds? Ning Shuima nodded seriously. That's why I said it's a unique flower. She then reminded her son, Nianma, you have to protect this flower secretly. You must never tell anyone about its species or its preciousness. Sometimes, the more you care about something, the easier it is for it to be used against you. Although Ning Shuima knew that most of the people in Mo Palace were her own people, she couldn't guarantee that no one had been bribed by Luo Jiuchen. She was afraid that Luo Jiuchen knew Shun Julie's original identity. If he knew that such a lotus had grown here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Before Shin Julie came back, Ning Shuima must not take the risk. Okay. Nianma nodded again. Ning Shuima breathed a sigh of relief. Strangely, it had not rained recently, so the soil in the garden had been quite moist. Ning Shuima did not dare to add water to the little lotus. Perhaps the surrounding grass had been trampled, so the little lotus looked a little weak. Ning Shuima pondered for a moment and looked at her son. Nianma, be good. Take a drop of blood. Just a small drop will do. Chapter 1960. Shin Yinma nodded. Sure enough, he pricked his finger with the needle, and a drop of blood came out. Ning Shuima dipped a little bit of the blood and smeared it on the lotus. A moment later, the little drop of blood was absorbed by the lotus and disappeared. The lotus seemed to be a little more energetic. Nianma's blood was really useful. Ning Shuima was more confident now. She was even more convinced that the lotus belonged to Shun Jili. She smeared the drop of blood from Nianma's finger on the lotus. The lotus shook a little and absorbed the drop of blood after a while. The leaf not only looked a lot greener, but it also seemed to have grown a little. Shin Yinma also noticed it. His eyes lit up. Mother, my blood is good for it. Before Ning Shuima could say anything, he pricked another big drop of blood and dripped it on the lotus. Ning Shuima quickly stopped her son. You don't have to give it so much. Although she wanted Shun Jili to come back soon, she did not want her son to suffer too much. This time, the lotus could not eat anymore. It shook for a while, but the blood still rolled on the leaf. It seemed that it had an appetite. Ning Shuima was worried that it would eat too much, so she wiped the drop of blood away and reminded her son, don't give it too much. Just give it a drop every few days. She looked at her son's finger. Shin Yinma's recovery ability was comparable to his father's. In just a short while, the needle hole had disappeared. Mother, what will happen when it blossoms? Little Nianma was excited. Maybe it will grow a father for you. Ning Shuima coughed. She did not want to tell her son anything that was not reliable. If it was not, it would be cruel to let her son down. It will be very beautiful when it blooms. Well, you will know when the time comes. Ning Shuima did not want to talk about it. Shin Yinma wanted to help the lotus grow faster, so he wanted to remove the weeds for it. However, Ning Shuima stopped him and said that the lotus also needed company. It wouldn't be conspicuous in a pile of weeds, so it wouldn't arouse suspicion. Ning Shuima was still worried. She walked out of the door and told Bai Zhe to send 2 reliable divine beasts to guard this small courtyard. No one was allowed to enter. Of course, in order to prevent the secret from being leaked, Ning Shuima did not mention anything about Xiaohe. She only said that the Divine Lord had stayed in this place before. She wanted to keep this place as it was. She did not want to touch any grass, trees, tables, or stools. The 8 mythological beasts understood her feelings for the supreme divinity, so they agreed without hesitation. Of course, Head Steward Ning Shuima had also used the same reason to instruct him. Head Steward Heimu was a very reliable person. He didn't have any suspicions, so he restrained all his subordinates. After doing all this, Ning Xiaoma felt slightly relieved. She actually wanted to plant the little lotus in her storage space, but she couldn't. Her storage space wasn't suitable for growing plants. She casually asked her son about the situation in the past 5 days. Shin Yinma told her that the Mo Palace was relatively peaceful. Luo Jiuqin had come to visit, but he was politely rejected by head steward Heimu. He said that his great devil master was not feeling well, so it was not convenient for him to meet guests. Only then did he leave. Ning Xiaoma secretly clenched her fists. Obviously, the pervert had not given up on her. Perhaps he would come up with other bad ideas. She had to be careful. Fortunately, the third condition that little Nianma gave him was not to hurt any of the original Divine Lord's belongings. Before Luo Jiuqin became the master of heaven and earth, he would not dare to do anything to her and her mother.